Hey, great Thursday morning to you. Welcome into the radio show known throughout the community as Chuck and Buck in the Morning, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Great to have you with us here on this Thursday. No Bucky Jacobson. The Buck portion of the show will be missing again today and tomorrow. Ashley Ryan is here. My name is Chuck Powell, and it's great to have you with us. We go 4 hours today, and we go 4 hours every day, and we've got a lot of things planned for you today, including the continuation. We're still in the infancy stages of the most wonderful time of the year. Happy Draftmas, everybody. Oh, it's Draftmas time. It's Draftmas time. Oh, there it is. There's my guy.
Say it, and the song just magically appears.
I can't wait to go to the bar this Saturday and put this on the jukebox.
I think everyone there is going to be so happy you did it.
And now we're trading down. They hope to make the most of every single round. It's Draftmas time. It's Draftmas time. A magical time of the year. Hey! Gosh. Who wrote this? Bob Dylan?
I think it was Huey Lewis, actually.
Was it Huey Lewis?
I think it was, yeah.
Oh, he is a talented guy.
For sure.
Quincy Jones? Ray Charles? I'm just saying a genius wrote this.
Yeah, clearly.
I know who wrote it.
Right.
I'm just trying to say it belongs right there with all the greats.
He's on that level.
It's Draftmas time. Oh, we got to hear it. Oh, even the whisper. Oh man.
So good.
Oh, my heart is full. Good to have you with us here on this Thursday morning. And yes, the NFL draft is on April 23rd. And so I think for our first day of Draftmas, it was a good representation for those that may have heard it for the first time of exactly what it's all about. I'm not going to explain why we do it again. It just takes too much time.
Yeah.
But I'll say this. I think you got a good indication of what it's going to be like. It wasn't every segment. It was every hour. There was a nod to Draftmas every hour. Every hour was a different kind of spin on Draftmas every time we discussed it. And that's what you can expect. That's what you can anticipate for the entire month of April. Yeah, we're going to talk a lot of baseball. Yeah, we're going to talk some Final Four today. Yeah, we're going to talk some Damon Williams today. But certainly, Draftmas is not going to be far from our hearts. After all, 'tis the season. And so for a second day in a row, I want to lead with Draftmas because I would think of all those listening, most of you being Seahawks fans out there, world champion Seahawks fans, by the way.
Oh, did they win
Won the whole thing, Ashley.
Oh, so the Super Bowl's like the tippy top.
Won it all.
Huh.
Won.
I didn't know that.
Every single playoff game that there was to win.
Feels pretty good.
Oh, it feels great. Yes, world champions here in town. And look, I realize that we've got a general manager that's on just an absolute heater. And I want to acknowledge before I go any further that general manager had started that heater before Mike McDonald got here. I mean, the Witherspoon JSN draft was with Pete. You know, that was how it all got started, him returning to his glory. I mean, there was a stretch of time in Seahawks history where there were about 3-4 drafts, and you know the names, Cam Chancellor and Richard Sherman and Earl Thomas and Russell Okung and Russell Wilson. And I mean, that heater that John was on built a world champion. It built what could have been something dynastic. Didn't turn out that way. Kind of felt that it should have at least produced one more championship in that time. And it was, I mean, when people review the draft, that was one of the great stretches of picking that we've seen in National Football League history. And then, let's be honest, things kind of went sideways. I mean, it wasn't a great stretch for John Schneider and Pete Carroll. They were missing far more often than they were hitting there for a considerable stretch of time. And they never bottomed out. I mean, we're talking about a very talented executive in John Schneider, and we're talking about a damn near legendary coach in Pete Carroll. So they never bottomed out. I mean, you were never put through that experience of, back-to-back 3-13, 3-14 seasons. You never had to suffer through that indignity. But there was a reason why suddenly it went from this feels like a dynasty to why can't we get out of this mediocre rut? And that was because of the draft. I mean, it's why the draft is so important. I mean, somebody turned it into a holiday, for goodness sake.
Somebody.
Yeah.
Somebody very smart.
And so now they're back on the right track. And I do want to acknowledge first that John Schneider did kind of get things going the right way again. And so credit to him, certainly. But I really think this championship, it was the addition of Mike McDonald and his thoughts and his genius is what is most responsible for this team being a champion this morning, being a Super Bowl champion. It's not that John Schneider didn't play his executive of the year role. He, like I said, he was going again. He was making good picks again in the draft. But when Mike McDonald added his thoughts to the equation, when Mike McDonald got to the point where he was inserting himself into, John, these are the type of players that I need. And when he injected those thoughts into the personnel decisions made in this organization, and John was like, okay, because I did think it took like a half a season for him to go, all right, I get what you're doing here. Yeah, all you had to do is tell me the type of guy that you need. Now let me go find those guys for you. And now there just seems to be this symmetry, this chemistry between them that right now I think is unmatched in the National Football League. And that's why this is such an exciting time. This is why for a Seahawks fan, I mean, this should be the greatest Draftmas celebration you've ever had in your life. Because even though you only have 4 picks this year, you know you've got a general manager and a head coach, one award-winning and the other one a freaking genius, that are combining strengths, putting ego aside, because I think that interfered with the Pete and John relationship at one point, understanding the hierarchy, and maybe that will get screwed up again. You know, Mike McDonald wins another championship or two. I don't think this will happen. I just don't think he's that kind of bloke. But if he suddenly the ego takes over, and maybe we will see a butting of heads. Maybe John Schneider, when he's telling you that millionaire tax is going to affect us, is saying, I might not stay here. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, who can predict the future and how a person's personal life might go, or how professional relationships really do exist behind the scenes? I'm not here to predict that. I'm just saying in this moment, you've got a red-hot executive of the year, one of the best general managers in sports at the top of his game right now, and you have got what I think is the genius going in the National Football League right now, coach-wise, who has the confidence to now insert himself into this process, and has for the last couple of years, I think, on a very high-level basis, and they are just crushing it. They are just killing it right now. And so, you know, yeah, you only have 4 picks. Yeah, you don't pick until the bottom of the first round. But I kind of get the feeling that they're going to nail it again. You know, even with the limitations of not picking till 32nd, and maybe they won't even pick until 64th. Maybe they trade that first-round pick. Who knows? I just saw a trade rumor this morning about Pittsburgh being interested in that 32nd spot. I also saw a trade rumor since we talked yesterday that Ty Simpson may be falling out of this first-round value, and yet if you're sitting at 32, somebody's definitely going to want to try to get up and get Ty Simpson, put you in a great position to trade. So the faith, the confidence that you have that, man, we've got 2 Batmen. This isn't Batman and Robin. This is 2 Batmen. Imagine 2 Batmen.
I'm trying to picture it right now. It's pretty cool. I like it.
Yo, Batman doesn't have to worry that Robin's not strong enough. Hey, go lift the... Oh, wait, you're weak, aren't you? Damn it. You and your acrobatics.
Now what?
Get out of the way. I'll do it. You know, you don't have that. You got 2 Batman. Now you can just be like, hey, other Batman, go lift that thing. Thank you.
And you both have really cool voices, too.
Oh, of course. They both have that gruff, cool voice. Yeah, these are Dark Knight Batman. These aren't Adam West and Leotard Batman.
No.
Yeah, so we got Batman in charge of the whole thing, and it just it feels spectacular. And I'm going to give credit to John, because after having kind of wrestled the power away from Pete, and let's make no mistake about it, Pete was getting in the way. Pete was Jamal Adams. I mean, I don't know that for a fact. John might come on the air with us and say, no, I had a big hand in that. No, I'm going to own that. I don't believe it. I think Pete was the Jamal Adams thing, and I think Pete got to the point where he was interfering too much with John's job. And I think that they weren't on the same page. I think the two guys that we have now are on the same page, and that's exciting.
Yeah. No, I definitely think that. And as far as the draft goes this year, I wouldn't be shocked if we picked at 32nd. I definitely.
Yeah, I would too.
I think that's a prime spot for John to make some trades and moves and get a little bit more draft capital for later on.
Now, Greg tells us he's not enamored with this particular draft. I'm hearing that a lot. That might be true. And he's been here before, and he wasn't as active as he's, famous for being in that particular draft where it was known that he wasn't all that enamored with the people coming into it. So maybe he just sits pat. Maybe he trades into next year. I don't know. But I'm with you. I think it's going to be 4 to 7. I think we'll probably end up with 6 to 7 draft picks before the end. I think that is something that he is going to do. But, I just think it's a tremendous combination. I think, and if I'm going to keep score, I think it really is that Mike McDonald is the guy that has added, I think, that ability to say, I know exactly the type of player I need to run my offense at utmost efficiency, and I am going to insert myself into this process, and I hope that we have the kind of working relationship that you trust me, and then I'm going to trust that you're going to find and pick the guy that I like, that works for what I do. I mean, if you are in any business, you have to be able to grow at all times in order to reach greatness. And I think about, I write, so I love to write. And they always tell a writer, and I have not become a success at it yet, but I'm still working at it. But they always tell a writer that you never are there until you find your own voice. But the strange part about finding your own voice as a writer is that you have to read. Okay?
Yeah.
Because, and you have to write. You have to write, and you have to put in your 10,000 Malcolm Gladwell hours. And so you have to hone your craft, but you also have to read. But the problem with reading is when you read, then sometimes you sort of mimic your favorite writers. Well, that's not your voice. You're just stealing from another voice. And that's what they mean by it, is like you have to go through the process of figuring out, oh, wait a minute, I'm trying to sound too much like Cormac McCarthy right here. Or I'm trying to sound too much like, I don't know, Charles Dickens or George R.R. Martin. That book that you just read may have influenced the way that you're writing. But if you stick to it and you get enough influences around you and you are willing to adapt, then suddenly one day, 10,000, 11,000 hours in, whatever it is, suddenly you realize, okay, I now understand what they mean by that. I have found my voice. And so I think John Schneider had a voice, and then I think he and Pete Carroll sang well together. And then I think Pete Carroll and John started to drift apart a little bit, pull apart a little bit. And then I think John, trying to satisfy Pete, was now trying to write like Pete and not trying to write like himself. And then all of a sudden, the influence of Mike McDonald comes in, like, oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I love the way you're writing there, McDonald.
Yeah, fresh voice.
Yeah, I get exactly what you're doing. And now all of a sudden, John's writing and he's never written better. I mean, there are Shakespeares in life that you hand them a pen and those geniuses are hard to find and they found their opportunity and they're that's the greatest of all time. But most normal human beings have to hone their craft. And I just think that's where John's at. I think the influences of his past made him a very good to great general manager. But this Mike McDonald influence on his writing has now put him where he's never been better before. And so to me, that's the most exciting thing going. I mean, I've said this for years, even when the Mariners were missing the playoffs. You don't understand how great this thing behind the scenes is coming together. And people didn't. And now you're starting to realize, oh, okay, I get it. Well, I think the same thing is happening in a more obvious sense, since we are world champions, with the Seahawks, their head coach, their executive, their staff, their scouting department. They are just grooving right now. And I think that not only do you have a roster, a young roster that's already won a championship, that has the ability to win another, maybe a couple more, but they're still working at improving their roster and improving their process and may have another gear to kick in. It is just so exciting. And I hope Seahawks fans feel it, because I do. And even though we only have 4 picks and we don't pick till the end of day number 1, I cannot wait to see what these two geniuses do.
Yeah, especially given that they've had more time together. I mean, they were already so exciting last year, and their moves were so awesome. And so now I know it's not as exciting because we don't have those big picks that middle first round pick. And then I don't think there's a Nick Eamon in the draft, but I haven't been through the whole catalog, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know.
That's true. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. Don't you worry.
Okay, phew. But just to be able to see what it is that these guys can do, because the thing I love about Mike McDonald is he came in not afraid to use his voice. He wasn't worried about his place or speaking out of turn, and he was given.
I think he was at first. I think
right
he
away.
was respectfully I don't know if I like that. Okay, you know what you're doing. I'll just coach.
Yeah.
And then about 2 weeks into training camp, he's like, Bernard and Baker suck.
Yeah.
Get rid of them. I need an Ernest Jones type.
Yep. Yeah. And I think then he was like, well, okay, no, I got to speak up if this is going to work. And now the two of them, I mean, I don't know. I'd love to sit and listen to them nerd out. It'd be awesome.
Oh, exactly. And their Batman voices.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, go get the car. You mean the Draftmobile? Yes.
Draftmobile.
Yes. Go get it. And you know what? Rev the engine. I want everybody to notice. I am way ahead of you, Batman. All right, let's find out what's on tap for the rest of the show today.
Coming on Chuck and Bud.
Say what?
What's on tap? What's on tap?
All right, the NFL draft is April 23rd. That's the beautiful thing about Draftmas. It's April 2nd right now. 21 more days of those analogies.
I can't wait.
We're going to have Eric Edholm today. He's one of our mockumentarians. So he's going to join us today at 7:05. He makes those mock drafts, for the NFL Network and NFL.com. And we used to have him on all the time. He used to be a regular insider with us. And we've maintained the relationship. So he's going to join us today at 7:05. We'll go over his latest mock draft, something that we'll do every Thursday going forward. Stocking Stuffers is a regular daily part of our Draftmas month celebration. So the latest rumors from the NFL draft, we'll go over those today. 9:30. I scheduled that for 9:30 today. And we have a brand new feature, Santa's Backsack.
I can't wait for this.
We always introduce a couple new features every single Draftmas season, so we'll do that today at 8:30. I know it might sound like maybe a dermatological issue. It's not.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not anything that developed on Santa's back.
Okay.
This is a sack full of breakdown on either running backs or cornerbacks.
Ah,
yes.
okay.
Which seems to be what we need most in the draft. So we'll do that today at 8:30. Udub spring ball continues all week long. The big story yesterday is that Damon Williams has changed his number from 2 to number 1. I am curious to see how Ashley Ryan reads into that, if at all. Maybe not at all. Maybe I'm just one of those weird people that read into everything. But we'll talk about that a little bit later on this hour. College basketball, Bill Self is not retiring, even though it sounds like he came very close. And it also sounds like the reasons were that he's just not happy with the college game right now, that there's just too much to have to do and have to control. So one of the best in the game almost stepped away, but something convinced him to keep going. Big story there, and I think there's a lot to read into there, that's for sure. Final Fours on Saturday, Illinois versus UConn. And Michigan taking on Arizona. We've got you covered right here at KJR, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM and 950 AM. We will have Final Four coverage for you from Westwood, so you know where to turn to listen to Saturday's action. Kraken are taking on the Utah Mammoth tonight at 7 o'clock. Yeah, it's feeling very musty these days for the Kraken. 9 games left in the season. Still only trailing this playoff spot by 2 points, unless they lost a little bit of ground yesterday. I did not check it this morning. But as Al told us yesterday, I mean, we're right there. Even despite this terrible play recently, they're still right there. And yet, I mean, every single game obviously becomes more important. Mariners have a day off. I can't believe I'm saying this. 7 games into the season, but they look like they need a day off.
Yeah. I thought the same thing. I was
That's
like, this might be at a good time.
Yeah, I don't know why or how, but it looks like they need a day off. Angie Menink will join us for the first time this baseball season today at 9 o'clock, and we will, of course, discuss with her elements of this early part of the season. The team off to a 3-4 start. Not great, but fine. They lost yesterday to the New York Yankees 5-3, something that we'll recap next in a little segment we call Mariners Morning After. It's Chuck and Ashley, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
It's time. Resort Casino DraftKings Sportsbook, where the action never stops. On Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Rat bastards.
You kind of hate it now, don't you?
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Rat farts.
I've come to talk with you again.
I don't want to talk anymore.
Because a vision softly
Tired of your attitude.
creeping
Deep voice siren.
left its scenes
Really is majestic.
I know. It's such a great song.
Yeah, damn it.
We lost. We lost back-to-back games of the Yankees.
Yeah, we did. That song felt more appropriate today than it did yesterday.
Yeah. Chuck and Buck in the morning, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Before we get into Mariners morning after and discuss the 5-3 loss to the Yankees yesterday, a little bit of breaking news. This is kind of odd. Adam Schefter reporting that Kirk Cousins is signing with the Raiders. What's interesting?
Okay.
Yeah. So they've been talking a little bit about, Fernando Mendoza. Maybe we wouldn't mind him sitting a year if we take him with the number 1 pick. But undoubtedly, this is going to create some avalanche of conversation today about maybe the Raiders aren't going to take Mendoza after all. I promise you, that's gonna be discussed on the Talking Head shows today. Maybe they're scared off by him. Maybe they're not sold on him. Maybe they're going to trade the pick because they can't pass up the package, and so they're aligning their quarterback room thusly. But that's going to probably be overreaction. They probably just wanted a veteran on hand. But why would Kirk Cousins sign just to be a backup somewhere?
Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
Right? So I don't know. Odd, interesting.
Somewhere Dan Orlovsky's like, I was right.
Read into it what you will, because everyone will. All right, let's get to Mariners morning after. It is a recap of the previous day's Mariners game. It was a day game, first day game of the year. So I think maybe the Mariners are like the only team that have played 7 straight games to start the season. And because of Sunday Night Baseball, usually you don't wait 7 games into the year to play your first day game, but that was the case yesterday. Hosting the New York Yankees on a dreary evening. The roof allowed for us to play ball right at 1:10, and George Kirby was on the mound. Unfortunately, George gave up a run in the very first inning, but then he settled down after that. Problem was, for a second day in a row, the Yankees threw a really good starting pitcher at the Mariners, and the Mariners have not been able to solve the Yankees' really good starting pitchers. They've gone 2 straight games now without scoring a run against the starting pitcher on the other team. And so the score remained tied, or it's not tied, but at that 1-0 advantage to the Yankees for most of the game. And then in the 6th inning, I always say this to people about George Kirby, about how he can't stand walking people. And the reaction is, well, good thing he never does. I'm like, well, he rarely does, but he does. And that's my point, smartasses, is that when he does rarely walk someone, sometimes it does sort of get him off his game a little bit because he gets so angry that he just walked a guy. Well, he walked 2 guys in that inning. One with the leadoff batter of the inning. Then he gets the next 2 guys out and walks another. So now he's put 2 guys on base. And so he doesn't want to walk a third. And so he throws one right over the middle of the plate to veteran Paul Goldschmidt, and it did not turn out well.
Kirby on a 1-1. High fly ball out to left field, and trouble. Arozarena, just a spectator. It's gone. And a big blast by Paul Goldschmidt. His first home run of the season is a 3-run homer and has extended the Yankees' lead. It's 4-0 in the 6th inning.
Aaron Goldsmith with the call of Goldschmidt. That's Goldsmith on Goldschmidt right there.
That's a crime.
Mm-hmm. I think it might be. But he's got the call there on Mariners TV. So 4-0 lead. It felt like it was impossible to overcome. The Mariners did get 2 runs knocked in from Cal Raleigh late in the contest, so they got back into the game at 4-2. Then Ben Rice homered to right center to make it 5-2, and then the Mariners did bring the tying run to the plate, and Cole Young, bless his heart, it did kind of look like there was a chance off his bat that he was going to tie it up, but it ended up falling far short of the wall, caught by Aaron Judge for the final out of the game, final out of the series. The Yankees do win 5-3 yesterday. They do take 2 games out of 3 from the M's, and it kind of, I mean, certainly the story there is we can't score off of the Yankees' 2 best starters, and our heart of the order continues to scuffle. But we did have George Kirby on the mound, and he couldn't keep it 1-0 because of that 6th inning. Here's George after the game.
It's just so critical to, get in the zone, make guys beat you. It just stinks. I felt really good that whole game, and just kind of 2 walks there in the 6th, and then the homer really stinks. So just got to recommit, find a way to just get back in the zone, and just keep battling. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I felt real good out there. I don't know. I just was missing, and it's hard to explain because mentally, physically, I felt really good, and just kind of wasn't coming out the way I would have liked. So just gonna move on and limit the walks the next game.
We saw the challenge in the first inning. Just what was the thought process behind that, and maybe was it the competitiveness of like where you were at in that specific?
I mean, yeah. I knew that was a strike. Like I was 100% certain that was a strike, so I was going to do that. But I mean, I don't know, that situation, I think that would have gone 3-2 count. There's 2 outs. I want that pitch right there. So, I knew that was a strike. So.
Oh boy. Oh no.
George and the challenge system.
Oh, he's not. He's not going to sit well. It's not going to sit well with him if he can't challenge.
Oh,
Of all of them, it's him.
Yeah.
The rest of them are like, whatever Cal says goes.
When he's like, I knew it was a strike, I was 100% certain. It's like,
I know.
I'm like, can he really ever be 100% certain?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think they're probably, for George's peace of mind, going to have to adjust that rule until he proves he shouldn't have the power to do that. I realize they're giving it to the catcher. I believe they should give it to the catcher. I believe Cal should be in charge of it all. And I think that Bryce is fine with that, and I think Brian's fine with that. I think that Logan Gilbert would give Cal Raleigh his baby.
Probably.
You know what? I want to try to keep my baby safe. Cal, could you just hold him under your arm while you're catching? I think that's how much faith Logan Gilbert has in Cal Raleigh, so I don't think he will ever have a problem with it. George? Yeah, that's going to be different. That's going to be different. And if he's already first time, I wanted that, and he didn't, and my own catcher wouldn't challenge it for me.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But 3 walks for George Kirby is not customary, and he does not handle them all that well. And very, very uncharacteristically, just threw one right over the heart of the plate. And Goldschmidt can still do that to you. He's a big, strong boy who's going to the Hall of Fame someday. So Mariners lose by a final score of 5-3 in the game, and they start the season at 3-4. But let's face it, Ashley. I mean, I'm not worried about George Kirby, and I'm not really worried about George handling the challenge system or his relationship with Cal. They'll figure that out. Mm-hmm. And I'm not worried about the heart of the order. But the biggest story, 7 games into the season, 3-4 start, is our middle of the order still has not hit a home run yet this year, and the batting averages have tanked to start the season. So all 3 of our best hitters have holes offensively to dig out of. I mean, Josh Naylor has 1 hit so far. I mean, 160, 077, and 037. That's what our 2, 3, 4 hitters are hitting to start this season. So, we mentioned it in the last segment. It kind of looks like they need a day off. Don't know why they need a day off, but they need a day off. And they probably need to face a team that doesn't have as good a pitchers as the Guardians and the Yankees do. And they'll get that starting tomorrow with the Angels.
Thank goodness.
Maybe that's just what the doctor ordered for this team. But not exactly the way that I expected this season to start.
No, it's a little disappointing.
Yeah.
That's, I think, a fair thing to say. Nobody was expecting. We have high hopes for this season. Now, are the high hopes diminished because of this slow start? No, not at all. But you'd like to come out the gate swinging.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and you don't want to I mean, nobody wants to start the season with that batting average. Not one guy. We didn't want Julio to start slow. That was sort of like, if I could have one wish, I don't want Julio to start slow this year. Let's see what he can do. I mean, there wasn't this thought that all three of your best hitters are going to start slow, but they have. And we're 7 games into a 162-game marathon. It's no big deal. And like I said, maybe the Angels, without having the starting pitching that the first 2 opponents have. I mean, did you see what the Guardians did to the Dodgers? Dodgers couldn't score a run off of them.
Yeah.
I mean, we have faced excellent starting pitching 7 games into the season, and we're going to miss the Angels' best pitcher, Jose Siriano, who I think's thrown 2 shutouts to start the season. So that's fortuitous. And this should be an opportunity to go on the road, little warmer weather in Anaheim, a little worse pitching in Anaheim, and maybe you relax and get things cranking. It's going to happen at some point. It just hasn't happened yet. All right, coming up next, Damon Williams has made news this week at Udub Spring Ball. He has changed his number. Do we read into that at all? Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Chuck and Ashley with you. No Bucky Jacobson again today. He'll be out all week. We have our cameras. He's missed the camera introduction on YouTube. I guess the show's now on camera.
But he's really bummed about that.
Yeah, he loves the attention. He really does mug for a camera.
Really wants to be on camera.
I tell you, that's a guy that thinks his poo don't stink when it comes to his beauty.
Amen.
And I'm like,
said it better.
I'm like sitting over there like, I don't know if you're all that, bud. But I don't want to say that. I don't want to crush his soul.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
And that's why it's good that you're talking about it now when he's not here.
Right. In an open forum where he can't hear.
Right. Yeah, he's definitely, to be fair, he's definitely not listening.
Right now. So he doesn't get to be on camera. I kind of was caught off guard. I think Ashley was yesterday as well, day number 2 of this. And I know that I was making a big deal about looking scruffy, and now you're probably thinking, well, then why didn't you shave last night? It's a great question.
Okay.
A really good question.
Yeah.
Couldn't get an appointment?
To shave?
Yeah.
In your bathroom?
Yeah. Well,
That was a busy...
My barber was busy?
Yep.
Who is me?
Uh-huh. Well, you probably were. There was a day game.
I was busy.
There was a day game. That throws everything off.
Right. There was a day game, and then the nap came, late, and then woke up, and then the coffee, and Wednesday's usually dinner with the unicorn, and then we had a conversation, and then she didn't want to go, so then I went out myself, and then the next thing you know, I've got 2 bourbons in me, and I'm like, I can't shave on 2 bourbons.
No,
so
that's dangerous.
That's the
then
story.
Who knows what would have happened?
I didn't want to nick my face up for day number 2 of YouTube.
Just come in with Kleenex spots all over your cheeks and chin.
That would have been wonderful. Yeah,
Everyone likes that.
I'd have looked as bad as Jacobson.
Oh,
that's
saying something.
That's a really low blow right there.
That is.
Let's talk a little college football. We got headlines coming up at 7 o'clock, and then Eric Edholm's going to join us to go over his mock draft for the NFL at 7:05 today. But college football news, UW's got spring ball. It started this week, and Damon Williams, who had an interesting offseason for the Huskies, he showed up with a different uniform number this year. And I know how I teased this earlier in the hour. Do you read into it at all? Well, that's called a tease, because the truth of the matter is I don't. I mean, it does sound pretty cut and dry. Mm-hmm. Like, he arrived on campus. He wanted number 1, and Jonah Coleman had already claimed it. So he had to wait for Jonah to leave before he could get access to the number that he preferred all along. So he goes from number 2 to number 1, and that sounds pretty like that was kind of the plan the entire time.
Yeah, it does. And it was interesting because when I was reading about it, it said it was the number he wore in elementary school and middle school. I was like,
yeah,
what happened in high school?
Yeah.
There was a whole 4 years that got skipped.
He didn't feel like a number 1 kind of guy.
I guess not. Yeah. And now he's feeling it.
Now he's comfortable in the skin. I will say this though, I was a little worried about it, like, because the way that it was being presented before I dove deeper into the story, the way it was being presented was new look, new fresh, like a refresh because of the off season. Mm-hmm. And as much as I didn't like what he did, I don't want him to spend his entire football season thinking he's got to make amends for that. I don't want him acting aloof and doubling down like he doesn't care if he's here or he's always looking for other opportunities. But if he's coming back and they've welcomed him back, then you're back. And go get it, kid.
Right.
Go have yourself a great year, and we'll let bygones be bygones. And, forgiveness is something that we do quite well in the sports world and as a human species, it seems. And so I don't want him to just sit there and having to feel like, oh, man, I'm 20 years old, and I just need to shed a new skin. I want him to come back and feel comfortable in his skin. And if number 1 makes him more comfortable and that's what he wanted all along, fair. But I would not have liked to find out that I just needed to hit the refresh button on who I am. I don't know if I would have liked to hear that. I want him to come back ready to just play great football.
Yeah, put that LSU crap in the past.
Yeah.
And play well. And if you do play well, everybody else is going to forget that LSU crap too.
Yeah.
If you don't play well, that might be a different problem.
Mhm.
But I don't anticipate him not playing well. I anticipate that fans will move on from it and he'll be fine.
Yeah. I didn't need him to go on the Swan and, get a new nose.
Yeah.
And a new hairdo.
I love that you pulled out the swan. When you first said it, I was like a bird, I guess. Yeah, like they.
No, I don't need some
the
like
show. Yeah, I remember that.
I don't need some beauty makeover because I don't even know the person I see in the mirror anymore. I don't feel beautiful.
Who am I?
Yeah, I would have been worried about. Like he's so committed to I'm so upset with myself for what I did to you by trying to leave that I just have to become a different human being. Now I was a worm and I went into the cocoon and now I'm a beautiful butterfly.
I was a worm. I think they're caterpillars that go into the cocoon.
Yeah, worm.
Fuzzy worms.
Yeah.
Worms.
Yeah, but I'm glad to find out that I just always wanted that number and now it's available.
Yeah. Easy,
Cut and dry. Yeah. And I think he actually looks better in number 1.
Yeah. I don't notice a difference, but sure.
Yeah. Warren Moon's number.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's get it done.
Let's go.
All right, headlines coming your way next, and Eric Edholm's going to join us as part of our Draftmas celebration. Day number 2 of Draftmas here. He writes for NFL.com, used to be one of our regulars here on this radio program. We're going to go over his latest. He's got 2 stories that are pretty much fresh off the presses. One is a 2-round mock draft that he has the perfect 2 guys that are going to the Seahawks, and then he has another trade scenario thing, and he has a Seahawk trade that he's mapped out for draft day. So we'll go over both of those things and a lot more with Eric Edholm next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
2-1 to Cal. Line drive, right field, base hit. Canzone is in, right on his heels, Cole Young. Cal Raleigh puts the Mariners on the board, and we got a ball game at the bottom of the 8th inning.
Couldn't capitalize on that, Julio.
That would have been nice.
Would have been nice. It would have been nice.
Would've
Not
been
saying you had to
real
do it.
nice. No,
Nobody's angry with you. Just saying it would have been nice.
would have been great.
Maybe to have a nice rally, beat the Yankees 2 out of 3,
Would have really appreciated it.
kind of put everything in the right direction going forward.
Yeah.
I realize we're just leaving the harbor and the whole voyage is ahead of us, but it would have been nice, just been nice. You come through in that situation.
Yeah.
Smooth sailing, going forward, out of the harbor, out onto the sea.
Would have been swell.
Yeah. No big deal.
Sure.
We forgive you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ain't mad about it.
Nope. No, we have moved on. That is for sure.
Was there even a game yesterday?
Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah.
Good morning to you all. My name is Chuck Powell. That is Ashley Ryan in there. It is 7 o'clock hour, our second hour of our 4-hour extravaganza that we have planned for you here today on this second day of Draftmas, the second day of April 2026. It is tremendous to have you all with us. And coming up in a moment to help us celebrate the NFL draft and the Draftmas holiday is Eric Edholm from NFL.com. He's got a mock draft. He's got trades he's mocked up. You want to talk about a guy that loves himself some Draftmas? Eric Edholm does it right.
Yeah, he does.
Probably got a honey-baked ham right now in the oven.
Probably.
Yeah.
He probably just wakes up every morning.
Yeah. You know what I want for lunch today, honey? A holiday honey-baked ham.
Yeah. Some fruitcake for dessert.
Oh, don't kid yourself. Edholm is nutty about fruitcake. All right, let's get to your headlines. They are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. For goodness sake, choose chill. The NFL draft won't come until April 23rd, but we had plenty of NFL news here today. Kirk Cousins has signed with the Raiders, according to Adam Schefter, and that's going to get a lot of people talking about what is going on with Fernando Mendoza. Not that they won't draft Fernando Mendoza, but it might hammer home some of those discussions that are being held that maybe the Raiders want to draft Mendoza and then have him sit for a year behind Cousins, or maybe they are entertaining some offers that they cannot resist from teams that want to get up to number 1 in the draft. Who knows, but let the speculation begin. Also from the NFL, Rams superstar wide receiver Puka Nacua, he's been acting really weird ever since the season came to a close, and now maybe we understand why. According to his attorney, Puka Nacua has checked into rehab and has been there for quite some time. So I guess maybe after the butt-biting incident, that Puka Nacua or his family thought, okay, we've now crossed the line.
Yeah. Maybe it's gone too far.
Yeah, and so he is in rehab. And from what I've gathered this morning, he's going to be there for a while. They're really going to try to not shortcut this thing.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Udub spring ball continues. Damon Williams has changed from number 2 to number 1. College basketball, Bill Self is not retiring at Kansas, so one of the best in the game will continue despite his health concerns and his frustration with the current state of college athletics. Final Four is going to be held on Saturday. We got you covered right here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. 3 o'clock start time, Illinois and UConn, Michigan, and Arizona will play the nightcap. Oh, by the way, I mentioned yesterday that some analytics people were saying that it's the 3rd greatest matchup in the history of college basketball. And then I didn't provide who that was. This wasn't just some, wasn't like Ed.
Who just went and did crunch some numbers.
Right, and put together a ranking list. It was actually Ken Palm.
Oh.
Like that, yeah, the people that everybody checks in on. Yeah, so like a kind of a legitimate source.
Okay.
But it's going to be a great couple of games on Saturday. Kraken will take on the Utah Mammoth tonight at 7 o'clock. It's awfully musty over there at Climate Pledge Arena right now. You know, that old dilapidated building.
Yep. Guess we need a new one if we want to get a basketball team.
What an uninformed statement.
Oh, my God.
From a guy that is apparently covers the NBA for a living.
I was yelling. I was like, is this the dumbest thing I've ever heard?
Mariners have a day off after losing yesterday to the New York Yankees 5-3. The M's off to a 3-4 start. Not great, but man, they have faced some great starting pitching so far, and maybe it explains why the heart of the order is struggling so much. They'll try to get well in Anaheim starting tomorrow against the Angels. All right, those are your headlines. Let us celebrate the Draftmas holiday with a good friend. Eric Edholm used to come on this show regularly. He writes for NFL.com. He does mock drafts. He's a mockumentarian. That's what he is.
Amen to that.
He has his doctorate in mock drafting. That's what he is.
I would try. He drinks mocktails.
He does while he mock drafts.
Yep.
Mockter.
Yeah. He's a mocker.
He earned his degree. This is Mockter. Eric Edholm joins us right here on Chuck and Buck in the morning. Good to talk to you again, Eric.
I'm enjoying a mocktail right now.
Are you? Yeah.
Yeah.
I floated it out there that you were so much into the Draftmas holiday spirit that maybe you already had a holiday honey-baked ham in the oven for lunch today because you want to get out ahead of the holiday traditions.
It feels like baked ham weather around here. It's like 43 and raining, so
Yeah.
I could certainly use that. Yeah.
I wish I had one in my oven right now.
Oh my gosh, so great.
Well, it's that time of the year, and so we just spend the entire month addressing rumors and speculation until we actually get to April 23rd. And I'll just start with the headline here today. What do you read into the Kirk Cousins signing with the Raiders here this morning?
Yeah, no, I think it was, it's been kind of rumored for a couple weeks, and, where was Kirk going to land? And I think it makes a lot of sense. And, Clint Kubiak kind of suggested that, a rookie quarterback may not be ready to start right away. Of course, we know who that rookie might be and watched him yesterday at his pro day, Fernando Mendoza. But, yeah, obviously I think just having a veteran option is a nice deal, and, having somewhat of a promising quarterback room is pretty new for them too, at least in recent years. So, yeah, no, obviously it's a good support staff there, I think, and I'll be fascinated to see how they build up the rest of the offense. And obviously Kirk would love an opportunity to start somewhere. Probably not going to happen, but who knows? The way Clint's talking, perhaps Cousins gets the first few games of the year until they feel Fernando's ready. I don't really think that's the way it's going to be, but you never know. Years ago, Carson Palmer sat for an entire year as the number one pick. I know it's a different generation, but crazy things can happen. And it is the Raiders. There's always that element of it.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea of a rookie, even a number one overall pick sitting a year. I think it's proved beneficial to a lot of the all-time greats to do that. Do you have any room in your mock drafting mind for the possibility that Fernando Mendoza won't be taken number one, or is this thing set in stone?
Yeah, I haven't heard any real buzz or talk. I've been making a few calls recently to teams picking a little later in round one to see what they've heard about what's going on at the top of the draft. And, there hasn't really been any discussion of that. I know there was some speculation around the combine that, the Jets could make a grandfather offer, the Cardinals could sweep in and try to blow them away or something. But I don't know what it would take to get them to move off that spot. They had 10 people there yesterday. They sent the GM, the head coach, and the offensive coordinator. They were there and watched a good performance. I thought Fernando drove the ball down the field well. He didn't have a ton of deep throws, but when he did, there was one that went 60+ in the air and threw it, seemed to have poise and command out there. Only one off-target pass that I saw. So, again, it was a very crisp showing. And I just think it would take such a big offer for them to get off this pick. And given the way that the Crosby thing fell apart already, they're probably better off just staying and picking Mendoza if they have conviction in them.
Eric Edholm is with us. He writes for NFL.com. Of course, he spends a lot of time talking about the draft there at NFL.com, and old friend of the radio show here, and he's with us. If you want to follow him, do so at Eric_Edholm, EDHOLM, as we celebrate with an old friend this Draftmas holiday, day number 2, just 3 weeks away from the actual NFL draft day. All right, let's talk about your thoughts on the Seahawks. You got two articles out fresh, hot off the presses here in the last week. I want to talk about your trade article that you wrote because you mocked something up for the Seahawks. You seem to be of the mind of most of us here in Seattle that with only 4 picks in the draft, John Schneider just can't live in that world and that he'll move out of that 32nd slot. So tell us what you concocted here, what you came up with.
Well, yeah, my editor pitched the story. He said, how about 5 trades that make sense? Like 5 trades that could happen, right? That they're within the reasonable range of exchange picks. And I thought, woo, this could be a stretch only because this is not a draft where, you know, you don't have a feeling that there's going to be a ton of trades. I think something with Ty Simpson, a few other guys. But as I went along, I found enough spots, including Seattle, where I felt like, okay, I can see this, right? And so, yeah, just what you're thinking, which is 4 picks, 1 after the top 100, you know, limited resources. Do they have a ton of needs and a ton of spots they're itching to fill? Probably not. But, you know, I think given the way that they've used those day 3 picks in the recent past and going back even farther, that's been a very important spot for the Seahawks and John Schneider. It's an area where they do a lot of good work. So I would be surprised if they didn't end up with more than 1 day 3 selection. I think trading out of 32 makes a lot of sense. You know, if you're going to stay up and watch the draft, be prepared. You're going to have to wait a while, A, and then B, you may be disappointed. But, yeah, I think it's a reasonable possibility, especially if there's a run on edge rushers. If they're not prepared to draft a running back at 32, if their guy isn't there. I know they do the draft a little differently than other people. It's obviously had success. I wouldn't be shocked by anything, but I think a trade down is possible.
Yeah, I think it's very possible. And I'm wondering where you are with Ty Simpson, because now I'm starting to see everybody say that he's falling, may even fall out of the first round. I mean, to me, Eric, that's the ideal scenario for the Seahawks if they're wanting to get out of pick number 32, is to have Simpson still on the board. And I'm sure there's a team or two that would like to have that 5th-year option on a quarterback if they're going to draft one. Do you think that there is a scenario where those worlds come together, that Simpson's still on the board for the Seahawks at 32 to trade out of that spot to a quarterback-needy franchise?
Yeah, if it is, it would be a team that's I mean, I guess it could be the Jets, but, you know, it'd be a team wanting to leapfrog the Jets at 33, too. You know, Arizona at 34, Pittsburgh maybe. You know, there's other possibilities. Cleveland certainly has the ammunition. But, yeah, you kind of look at how that second round lines up. And, look, dropping down 1 spot wouldn't be the – you know, I mean – having an entire night to reset your draft board, like if you move down to 33 or 34, you basically get to decide over a period of 12 hours you're going to draft, you know, more than that, 24 hours almost. So it's a good position to be in. Even moving down those 2 slots can give you a shocking level of security and sense of, you know, we get to really plan this thing out instead of making a pick in 10 minutes here. So that's a possibility. It's funny with Simpson, you know, I feel like there's a campaign out there to either boost his draft stock artificially or to completely tank it. You know, it's been kind of funny to hear the last reports in the last couple of weeks or so. So hard to say exactly what's going to happen, but in a draft where Mendoza's 1, Simpson is probably 2 in most people's boards, and there's a lot of unknowns at that spot, quarterback, I think he'll still do pretty well for himself.
It's called the Orlovsky effect, is what that's called.
Yeah, right.
Eric Edholm is with us from NFL.com. He's got another fresh article out talking about he's applied the top 2 picks that every NFL team has and who the ideal picks should be. And I love that Eric makes this very clear. He's not trying to read the room. He is trying to, in his own assessment, these are the 2 guys that they should take that I like for the team, and not trying to, you know, try to lean on rumors that he's hearing from out of the Seahawks facility, more of who he thinks are good fits for the Seahawks. And I'm a little surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised that you have Avion Terrell, the cornerback out of Clemson. That seems that's a name I've heard a lot. But I've also heard Jadarian Price, who you have going to the Seahawks at 64, but I've heard him mentioned a lot to the Seahawks at 32. So do you think Price could, I mean, obviously you do. Why would Price fall that far? What is it that you see that might make him available at the end of the second round?
Yeah, very much like quarterback. Running back is one of those positions that's viewed as a clear number one guy. In this case, Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame. His teammate, obviously, Jadarian Price, could have gone anywhere else in the country and may have helped himself. Who knows? Had he been more of a feature back, but he did enough there to show people that he can play. I think he's got a chance to be a top 50 pick, but I don't know that it's guaranteed. There's still kind of a stigma against the running back position. I know the run game has obviously cycled back into the league, and I think we're back on an upswing with the run game in the league, but backs themselves aren't always directly the beneficiaries of that. So he could slide. Again, it's just the question of, does another team like Mike Washington Jr. from Arkansas, Jonah Coleman from Washington, I think will go a little lower, but, there are a couple backs that could possibly slip ahead of him. Not many, but one or two. And again, it's a position that I think people are going to slow play a little bit this year. So that it surprised me when I went through my simulation and he was still there at 64. I thought there might be a spot along the way that another team would scoop him up. If he's there or within a short pitch of there, I think they could easily move up and get him. So, yeah, I mean, part of this was definitely me saying, here's what I think are good fits, but you also have to keep the team what they look for in mind. You're not going to be drafting guys that don't fit their system, obviously. So you do have to incorporate a little bit of just a sort of knowledge of what they want to do.
Eric Edholm, our guest here on Chuck and Buck in the Morning. Well, let's talk big picture then. Who is your favorite guy in this draft? I mean, that doesn't mean necessarily the best one, but who's the guy that Eric Edholm is just like, I really like this player, and I know they're talking about him going 15th, but this is the one that's going to really click in the NFL. Put it on the line here for us, Edholm.
All right, yeah. Well, I was going to say Sonny Styles from Ohio State. I mean, he's probably going to be a top 5 pick, but his teammate Caleb Downs may go a little lower just because safety. People aren't dying to take safeties in the top 10, but a pretty special player nonetheless. And boy, if Jordan Tyson from Arizona State could ever stay healthy, he could be a phenomenal receiver in this league. I mean, he's got the full package. It's just a matter of A, consistency, B, health. Those are the two big questions, and I'll be fascinated to see where he goes because he could be the first receiver taken off the board. He could be the fourth. I mean, that's the reality is that he's such a wild card because of the injury factor and just a little bit of consistency here and there. But, yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good tight end class. I like a lot of guys. If you want to go really deep, the one who's fascinated me has been Oscar Delpit at Georgia. I mean, for a guy who had 44 catches in 33 games, I think he can play in this league and he could catch 50 passes in an NFL season if things go right. I just think he was sorely underused there and a much better athlete than that they were able to display with him.
What do you make of this Mekhi Lemon situation? I mean, just a year ago, Shedeur Sanders was the talk of the draft because he failed the interview, if you will, and tumbled all the way down into the 5th round. I mean, this guy seems to be taking that even further this year. And I realize that he is a first-round talent, but he seems to be bombing every opportunity to try to impress people with his character. He seems actually indifferent to trying to impress people with his character. How do you think that affects him on draft night?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything quite that strong. I mean, unless there's something specific. I mean, I know that there was some talk about what happened at the Combine and stuff, but was there another incident or something I'm not aware of? Or
well, just like the acting like he didn't want to answer any questions, and then he apparently held a press conference at USC this past week to tell everybody, no, that's who I am. That's me. I'm a guy that is trying to sabotage anyone's belief that I have a personality. Yes, that's me.
Yeah. I think some of that stuff can be, used against the players sometimes. And I think the interview process, obviously, sometimes with those combine interviews, they're 15 minutes. It's shotgun dating, whatever you want to call it. Some of these guys, after they've been through a lot of them, they just kind of mentally check out a little bit. And that can affect their draft status. If you're going into a job interview, you don't look like you want to be there, you're not giving them much, they're going to say, why would I hire this guy? So it's possible. Those things do matter. I don't know how much emphasis is put on it, but I do know it's part of the equation. And obviously, I think he does have somewhat of a different personality. He can come off as apathy maybe, but I haven't spent enough time around him to really kind of know, okay, this is what we're dealing with, or you don't have to worry. And I haven't heard those specific complaints come from NFL teams, but I also haven't asked about them in the last couple of weeks. So, it's possible it's bigger than I'm aware of.
Okay. All right. Well, I hate to end on that one. Kind of caught you off guard with that, but we are out of time.
Okay.
Great to have you on. Interesting reads, both of those articles, and we're only 3 weeks away. It's almost here, man.
Yeah, can't wait, and should be fun. Even if you guys have to wait a little bit, that's a good thing. You won the ring, and
that's right,
well deserved.
Yeah, we'll just sit over here on our championship throne and wait it out. No big deal, Eric.
That's the way to do it.
Right. We're going to eat some Well, it just gives us an opportunity to eat some more championship chips, and
it's so good this time of year.
Yeah.
Some champion chips.
Yeah, some champion chips, some call them, and then on Friday we can, sip some championship beer. It's fine. We're fine.
Or some championship champs.
Champagne chips.
Yeah.
Yes.
Champagne ship beer.
Yeah, that one's harder to work in.
Well, enjoy it all, man. Thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate you.
Have a great day. See you guys.
Right. Eric Edholm joining us right here on Chuck and Buck in the morning. And, of course, you can follow Eric and get he writes a lot. He writes a lot of stuff, and it's not just mock drafts. He always takes a couple of different angles with it. So if you want to check out the entire articles, the entirety of both articles, then do so. He can follow him at Eric_Edholm, EDHOLM. All right, coming up next. I needed to prep people because we've only done this in the 8 o'clock hour in the past. We have a segment that we launched a couple of weeks ago, and we like it. It's called SUP, and it's pretty much just you asking the show a question. And it can be anything. It can be draft related since it is Draftmas. It could be baseball related. It could be personal. You can dive into our dark past if you would like. But the text that we're asking for has to begin with sup blank.
Yep.
Tell me about this. So you can say, sup, Ashley, tell me about this in your life. Or sup, Chuck, tell me about this. So 49451.
You can also use the YouTube chat as well.
Oh.
If you're listening on YouTube, you can text in there.
Look at that. Forgot all about, just keep forgetting that I'm on camera.
Yeah, you are looking good.
That's nice of you to lie.
Yeah.
All right. Sup is next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Foundation Specialist Broadcast Studio. Now back to Chuck and Buck in the Morning, powered by Tulalip Resort Casino, DraftKings Sportsbook, where the action never stops. On Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hello? Hey, who? What's up? Nothing, B. What's up with you? Nothing. What's up? What's up? What's up? So what's up, B?
Oh, it's another installment of SAP. Right here on Chuck and Buck in the Morning. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Ashley and I allowing you to pry into our professional and personal lives, maybe even into our thoughts on the sports world at large or the intimate stuff that we cover here in Seattle. It's entirely up to you. 49451. Ask us your question. Begin it with SUP. Direct it at someone specifically, sup Ashley, sup Chuck, and then ask your question. I think I heard Tulalip Resort Casino, which has DraftKings Sportsbook. It's got all sorts of table games and slots and restaurants and dining and all. I mean, it's just a carnival of the smorgasbord of adventure. But I hear they're considering putting a sup table right there in the middle of the casino.
You can just walk by and ask them what's up.
Right. I believe it's called the concierge desk.
Is that what that is?
Yeah. Hey,
okay.
Sup with the blackjack dealer over there on table 42.
Yeah. Why am I not winning?
Hey, sup with this ticket.
Yeah.
Why didn't UConn cover?
Hey.
Yeah.
Sup with really good food and some great drinks.
Sup with supper. Yeah. All right, let's get to the sups, if you will.
Let's get to the sups. Sup, Chuck?
Yes?
At what point do we have to start worrying about the top of the Mariners lineup not producing?
It's a long way away.
Yeah.
You know what? I have this for ABCs.
Okay, we can talk about it then.
Should I save it for then, or should I?
No.
But I feel like I need to answer the sup question. I'll just put it this way, that it's way too early. I keep pointing this out. I mean, it's the equivalent of being in the third quarter of the first game of the NFL season.
Yeah.
So if Sam Darnold was sitting there in game number 1 on a Wednesday, and Sam has thrown no touchdowns and 1 interception, and we're trailing, I mean, would we freak out at that point? I realize some of you probably would, but are we going to open Monday up? We're going to start tweeting out there like, I guess all the critics were right. You know, it's just so early, and baseball's just one of those games. I would have preferred had Julio not gotten off to a slow start, and Josh and Cal, but they are, and there's just a long way to go. But what I'll save for ABCs is also factor in the pitching that we faced so far this year. I'm not making excuses for them, but if you're not in your zone and it's cold,
yeah,
and the regular season has begun, and you're facing, you know, some of the best starting pitching that the sport has to offer, maybe there's some reasons why they're off to slow start. So I'm not worried at all.
All right, I like it.
If the question is when, okay. If we're still sitting here 25 games in and our 3 best hitters can't get out of their own way, yeah, then I'm going to get concerned.
Yeah, for sure. We've got this one from the 360. Sup, Ash? I was visiting my in-laws in Eastern Ohio and driving in the Youngstown, Ohio area, and I swear I heard you as the DJ on the station playing music. Am I going crazy? No, you are not going crazy. That was me in Eastern Ohio. And I'm also in Southern Illinois and lots of small towns.
Yeah, I know I wasn't asked this question, but people should finally find out. Ashley has several families.
I do.
Yes.
Yep. And I spend time working in radio in each city where my families live.
Right. Your husbands are all great.
They are. And they go by the names 5 Iron, 6 Iron, 4 Iron.
And Wedge.
Eric.
I love that you will only date guys who will accept golf club nicknames. Why don't you tell them the real reason while you're on there?
Yeah, I just have several jobs.
Yeah.
And one of them is that, I am a music DJ. I work on KZOK here in Seattle. I'm in Oregon, in Portland. I'm in San Diego. I'm Sacramento.
Yeah.
Vegas until Friday.
Yeah.
So and then I work for another company that has all little markets. So that's like 35 or 40 markets.
I do
around the
love
country.
that somebody that listens to you here just happens to be in Youngstown, Ohio, and then you just pop on.
And there I am.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. That's
I've
pretty
been
fun.
to Youngstown once. Went into a roadhouse.
Oh.
A Texas roadhouse.
Okay.
And kind of thought I was going to get murdered.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you made it out okay.
But I think I was just exaggerating that in my head. All right. What else do we have?
Sup, Chuck and Ash. If you had an entire weekend with no sports to watch or talk about on Monday, what would you do?
Oh, that's and I'm just staying at home, right?
Yeah.
I'm not traveling.
You're not traveling.
No sports at all. Boy, that's a rarity. Well, I love to write, so I'd probably use that to write, and I certainly love going outside. So I would probably, what I would do is I would get in my RV. I would probably go to a wonderful, like, scenic Seattle town, and then I'd probably spend the weekend writing and enjoying nature.
I like that plan.
That's probably what I would do. What about you?
I would definitely be binge watching some reality television.
Oh.
I'd be doing house projects, probably working on softball with Palmer in the backyard.
Okay.
And then I'd have a happy hour or two.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I don't think you're doing enough for yourself.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're like,
Well, the binge watching reality TV, it's not hard work. I'll tell you that much.
All right. What else we got?
We've got, where did I just lose that one? Oh, sup, Chuck, give me your martini specs, brands and ratios.
Unicorn has taken that over. She's the bartender on Martini Night.
Oh, nice.
We just kept, I pretty much just drink vodka in a cold glass.
Okay.
I mean, it's practically what it's come to, but she's celiac, so we had to find a gluten-free vodka, which most vodka is.
Yeah.
So we do Chopin, and I wouldn't go with anything else. And people always think that's like fancy and expensive. It's not. It's like one of the cheaper ones. But we go Chopin, and then 3 blue cheese olives, and you eat 1 per martini.
Oh, I like that.
Okay, and so you start off your taste buds with the blue cheese olive, and then you drink, and then you let the other 2 sit, and then you just go through the 3 olives and your 3 drinks by the end of the night.
Okay.
So that's the plan, and there's just a little bit of dirt in there, like a little bit of olive juice, but really about as tiny amount as you can imagine. And that's it. No vermouth, nothing.
All right. So vodka in a cold glass.
Yeah, it's shaken with ice, always shaken, not stirred. Always shaken, but cold glass filled with vodka and olives and blue cheese. That's
all right.
That's my drink.
I like it. We got another one for you here. Sup, Chuck, new baseball fan here. I'm sure this is a dumb question.
Okay.
But what the hell does it mean to pull the ball or hit it the other way?
Stupid. I'm glad you're asking that. Sometimes, we want to talk up here, but we obviously don't. We want to welcome new sports fans that
want to learn.
I'd like to get on board. I don't know what they're talking about. Pulling just means, okay, so if you're a left-handed batter, okay, and you hit it to the right side of second base, okay? So that means that you are, the term is, as opposed to pushing it the other way, you are pulling your hands through the ball and you are hitting it to the right side of second base. So you could pull it to the first baseman, second baseman, right fielder, right center field gap. That's pulling the baseball.
Okay.
And so they don't call it pushing.
Yeah.
When you hit it the opposite way. I don't think that's as common a term as pulling, but that's what they mean. And if you're a right-handed hitter, that means you're pulling on the left side of second base. So you're hitting the ball to the shortstop, third baseman vicinity, left field, and left center field. So that's what pulling means.
See, and that's a good description. And now someone's learned something
There
today.
you go.
I like that. And there are no dumb questions when you're trying to learn about sports.
Completely different term in football. Pulling in football is that you are an offensive lineman who loops around to the side where you're sending the play, ready to smash somebody.
Oh, all right. Fair. Here's our last one. Sup,
right.
weirdos? Going to the Mariners game for Humpy Plush Night. What should I get inside the ferry boat? I think you got to go fish and chips.
I love that entire text.
Yeah, me too. It made me laugh really hard. First of all, congrats on getting the Humpy plush. And I would go fish and chips in the ferry boat. Yeah, you can go nachos, but that just seems like a lot of nachos. And I can't eat cheese, so.
Okay, what is the ferry boat?
Oh, it's the.
Oh, you mean the actual ferry?
Yeah, the little thing that they now serve there, and then you can take it home and it floats. You can play with it in the bathtub.
Oh, and they serve how much on there?
You think you can get nachos? You can get fish and chips. You can get. I think there's like 3 or 4 options that you can get inside the ferry boat.
Wow, martinis?
Probably. I mean, who doesn't want a ferry boat full of martinis with blue cheese olives?
How do you enjoy Humpy the plushie without a martini in you?
Or several.
Or several. I love that, every part of that question. All right, let's go to the ABCs of the M's. Thanks for your questions. We appreciate it. And I will dive a little deeper into exactly what our hitters have been up against in the first 7 games of the year. Not making excuses for them, but might stand out as a reason or two. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Time for the ABCs of the M's here on Chuck and Buck in the Morning. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It's Ashley and Chuck with you. No Bucky Jacobson today. I know he's sorely missing the ABCs of the M's. It's pretty much the best thing in his life.
Well, except for trivia.
Yeah. We couldn't even do trivia today.
I know.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
It's really sad.
Because somebody isn't at work today.
Who's that?
Who the game is built around on his insistence.
Oh.
Yep. So we'll get through it. We got basically do a daily Mariners segment. I use the alphabet as my guide, and who knows where the alphabet takes us, but hopefully it'll take us to some interesting subjects. And we left off yesterday at the letter J, and J is for judgment. Judgment is maybe let's not be so quick to rush to judgment on the offense so far this season. I mean, yeah, we got to get better production, especially out of our big three in the middle of the order. They're just off to bad starts. I said I wouldn't start worrying about that for another 15, 20 games before I'd start worrying about it or wondering, what's happened. But I will say this, and I'm not going to say this as an excuse. It's just baseball is baseball, and and hitters go into slumps, and then they get hot. And you just hope that your three best hitters aren't all slumping at the exact same time because it's hard to win baseball games that way. And that's where we're at right now. We've got 7 games into this season, and Cal and Julio and Josh just aren't hitting. Bottom line. But maybe we do give a little bit of credit to who we are facing. The Cleveland Guardians and the New York Yankees have some of the best starting pitching that the world has to offer. And if you think that we struggled against Tanner Bybee, Gavin Williams, Max Fried, and Cam Schlittler, you should see what the other teams that they faced did against them. Gavin Williams just baffled the Los Angeles Dodgers. You know that team that's supposed to win 1,000 games this year? 7 shutout innings for Gavin Williams. Tanner Bybee, 4 innings, 1 run allowed the night before. Parker Messick, who we did not face, 6 innings, no runs allowed against the Dodgers. So Cleveland's starting pitchers against the Los Angeles Dodgers, the healthy Los Angeles Dodgers, allowed 1 run over 17 innings.
Yeah, I was going to say, too, and it's not like they were benching people. This was Ohtani and Tucker and Betts and Freeman and Smith and Hernandez. I mean, it was their starters.
And then the Yankee starters gave up 1 run the entire series to the San Francisco Giants. Same thing, 16 innings. Fried, Schlittler, who we faced both of those guys. So combined, Bybee, Williams, Schlittler, and Fried against other opponents, the Giants and the Dodgers, allowed 1 run over 11, 22 and a 2/3 innings.
That's pretty good.
Right?
Yeah.
We scored 6 times off of Bybee and Williams combined. So, yes, we got 3 important hitters off to very slow starts, but you never know what can keep a hitter from getting hot. And I'll tell you the number one thing, face really great starting pitching. And so we haven't gotten off the mat. Those 3 guys specifically have not gotten off the mat at this point, but they're going up against very good wrestlers.
Yeah.
And they pin their shoulders to the mat. And I do believe a day off, I can't believe I'm saying this, the team looked like it needed a day off. I think they're the only team in baseball that's played all 7 games to start the season. So they have a day off, and they're going to go to Los Angeles. And I'm not here to tell you the Angels have terrible starting pitching. This Reed Detmers kid seems to be having a great spring. But certainly this is going to be a walk in the park compared to what the Mariners have gone up against thus far. And those same pitchers that seem to dominate the Mariners more so dominated the Dodgers and the Giants lineup. So they're on their game. Hitting is hard. It's particularly hard at the beginning of the year. It's particularly hard at the beginning of the year when it's cold. And so right now, pitching that we've faced has looked awfully dominant, and I suspect that on Friday we'll see a couple of those guys, maybe not all 3 of them, but I think a couple of those guys are getting on track, and Cal kind of already feels like he's getting on track. He's had a couple of big hits in the span of 3 games against the Yankees. So I think we're fine. Don't worry about it. And maybe give a little bit of a credit to the opponent. And then K is for Kirby. They're going to have to let him challenge some pitches. I don't know what it is about teammates right now being comfortable with calling out other teammates, but we've already seen Paul Skeens stare down O'Neill Cruz in center field in game 1. We've already seen Matt Chapman tell his first baseman to catch the effing ball yesterday in the Giants game. And last night, Kirby threw a little bit out there like, we got to challenge that pitch. I know it was a strike. It was on the corner. And the Mariners have the rule that Cal's going to make those decisions. And I think that's going to suit everybody in the starting rotation and probably the bullpen just fine, except for one guy. And that's going to be George. And when George gets rattled or George thinks he's been wronged, when George thinks he's been wronged by an umpire, it gets bad. If George starts thinking he's going to get wronged by his own catcher, his battery mate, his pal, I don't know if we want George living. I think that at first we're going to have to give George, and I think everybody would understand that in the starting rotation. Just let George be able to challenge. And if he builds up a statistical resume that says, I'm not good at it, at least you have evidence to show him. But George really wants to be in command when he is on a mound, and he does not like others taking away from causing him to not have success. Umpires, fielders, and certainly catchers. He did not want Sebi Zavala catching him a couple of years ago. You could see it in his face. Okay? And so I think that you might have to make an exception, and I think everybody else will understand. George, I think, is going to have to be allowed to challenge until he proves he shouldn't.
Yeah, and I think that's fair.
Yeah.
And then if he proves he is great at it, you keep letting him do it. If he proves he's really bad at it, then all right, he had his chance.
Well, and Cal, think about what Cal told us at spring training. Cal really wants to save them. He thinks it totally, and I agree with him, needs to be situational. And I can't have George challenging things when you're down 3-0 in the count to try to get back into the count with the bases empty and 2 outs. Can't have that. But I also think George is going to have to learn that lesson, because if you tell him he can't do it and he knows that the option out there is out there to do it, and if he thinks that Cal's not getting the job done for him, then you might not have as an effective George. So I don't know. There's a lot of speculation about this, but I think that he's going to have to be made an exception over there.
Yeah, and it's early, so this is the time to do it. It's early in the season. Let's figure it out with some trial and error. Right.
And if he struggles with it, or he takes both your challenges away, now you've got ammunition to say, see, we can't do it this way.
Yeah.
You're going to have to play ball with us here on this. But until he fails at it, I don't think he's going to accept that he's not allowed to do that. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of 2 cents, I got 3 or 4 cents on Colt Emerson. When is he going to be activated? We'll discuss it next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Good morning to you all. It is Chuck Powell and Ashley Ryan with you. No Bucky Jacobson this week. Happy Draftmas to you all as well. Day number 2 of our Draftmas celebration. All sorts of Draftmas things going to happen before the end of the show today. Stocking stuffers coming up at 9:30, our daily segment. Also, we introduce a brand new Draftmas feature this hour. You know, we try to keep it fresh. Most holidays just, I guess, rest on their laurels.
It's because they're lazy.
Yeah, you know, things like
Straight up.
Thanksgiving, just turkey every year, I guess. We try to keep it fresh, though, here during Draftmas season as the inventors of the holiday. And so we will have one of our brand new features that we will debut coming up a little bit later on this hour. And a lot of other things to discuss, including our camera usage, day number 2 of our camera usage as well. I'm glad that they got it to us just on the day of Draftmas. It was like a little present for ourselves, but now you can see everything that we do. And I am going to forget, Ashley. I'm going to forget a lot. I'm going to forget a lot that I am on camera, and I am just hoping that I unknowingly don't have a lot of bad habits that people will be able to stare at now. But I'm not sure.
I will
Not
say,
sure about that. I really don't like things in or around my nose, so I do a lot of this.
I've never noticed that.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, good, because I'm awfully self-conscious about it. Like my nose gets really is really sensitive to like anything. And so anyway, I'm a little worried about that.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Also, your camera that's for YouTube is on that side over there. It's that one. Yeah.
Oh,
see,
it's this
that.
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you're looking right at him.
Oh, I see.
But we did get a text on the YouTube chat that was like, it's really weird to watch you guys talk. And I was like, yeah, I bet it would be.
Exactly.
When you've only listened and then all of a sudden you're like, wow, they're like people with mouths.
Uh-huh. It's
And
kind of
they
like when
move.
you see a music video, like you know the song, and then you see the music video, and it takes on a whole new...
Yeah, you're like, oh, that's the interpretation they went with.
Oh, seeing the person sing, I do think changes it a little bit.
It does.
Sometimes for the worse.
I hear it.
And I don't
hear
know
ya.
which category we belong in, but who knows? Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I don't know which category we belong in either. That's sad.
Yeah, but I hope I don't have anything that gets caught on camera that I don't want to. Like selling drugs, for example. Sometimes I do that. I'll try to keep it off camera.
Right. Well, and obviously, as is well documented on this show, my heroin addiction.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sell drugs too, Ashley.
Yeah, to me in the breaks, but that's why we turn the cameras off.
Hopefully that doesn't get caught on camera.
Yeah.
As an example.
Yes.
Right.
Of things we don't want to share.
Can I ask, though, before we dive into Colt Emerson again here, what is it with the individual's fascination with spreading false stories? Like, what are they getting out of it?
In which sense?
In the last 24 hours, I've seen someone out there tweet out that Colt Emerson's been activated.
Okay.
I saw another story that Chase DeLauder, who we faced a couple days ago, he fouled a ball off his foot in the Dodgers series, and I saw he went on the 60-day IL. And I just saw yesterday the Detroit Tigers have signed Tarek Skubal to a 10-year, $401 million contract. Now, so it does cause you, like, because I don't know all of these sources. I don't know all of the reputable sources and the disreputable sources. And so it caused me for 3 different times yesterday, like, is that true? And then I had to go find out, no, nobody else of any substance is reporting that. It's just not true. So obviously there are just people out there that want to break stories. And I get that they are going to get likes that way. They're going to get views that way. But how much do you need a like and a view? What career are you trying to launch that you need a like and a view, and so you make up a story? What's the thrill that a person gets out of that? I'm not sure I get that.
I think the thrill, sadly, is that they get the attention. They get people to believe something. And yesterday was April Fool's Day, so maybe.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe people were just. Yeah. I just put that together too because I was like, I mean, I see it on other days that aren't that, right? There's parody accounts where they want to seem like a sports reporter. And
I'm not just bringing this up based on yesterday, but maybe that's why I had so many.
That's probably why there were so many yesterday. Yeah, but no, it happens all the time, and it's annoying because then you have to go look to find out I think they have to label themselves as a parody account, but you have to go to the account and make sure this is real or it's not real.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what happened with Hard Knocks the other day. I was like, okay, is that really Bob Condotta?
Right. I mean, it's one thing to try to be funny with a fake story, but that's not what's happening. It's just I like lying to people and tricking them.
Yeah.
And then getting called out for it. I am now snickering in my mom's basement over the chaos I created in the world just now.
Yeah.
That's
clever.
clever.
What it seems like they're doing, and that is a pathetic existence.
It really is. It truly is. So Colt Emerson has not been activated. That was a lie, fabricated by a liar.
Yep.
Yeah. But it's coming soon. I don't think there's any doubt that it's on the horizon. And I know a lot of people are wondering, all right, he's under contract now, so when's it going to happen and where is it going to happen? Well, as they will tell you in the baseball world, some of these things kind of take care of themselves. And so my guess is, and frankly, this is the thing to be most encouraged about with Colt Emerson and his future, is that Jerry DiPoto can't stop talking about him. Like, can't stop praising him. I mean, just yesterday he was asked about it. Now, maybe it was an April Fool's joke.
Maybe.
But just yesterday he was asked about it, and he's like, he's checked every box but one. Extended game views of major league / near major league caliber pitching. That's the only box that we have to check. So we want to get an extended look at that while he's in Tacoma, that, you know, jumping up to the next level, and you're either facing major league caliber talent or guys that are right on the fringe of major league caliber talent that know how to get hitters out. So we want to expose him to that, and we don't know. There's not a really designated amount of time that we need to expose him before we'll know it when we see it. I'm paraphrasing. That was one of the great efforts of parafrasing ever.
I mean, I thought you did a great job.
Word for word. You thought that was word for word?
Yeah, I was like, oh,
Yeah.
Jerry, okay, yeah.
But just the fact, going back to spring training, I mean, once upon a time, the rule was that even if you thought he was ready, you didn't say that publicly. We were in December, and Jerry and Justin were like, he might make the team out of spring. No. So that's how much they think of him. That's how much they think that he can handle the pressure of being called up and signing an 8-year, $95 million contract without having played a single game of Major League Baseball. That's how much faith that they have in him, that they can actually kind of, in a normal way, add to that pressure, and he's not going to fold. They can say in December, we've got a 20-year-old who's Major League ready. It's just a matter of time. You can get to spring training, and you've got veterans everywhere trying to make the club, and you're saying, when this guy's ready, he's taking somebody's job this year.
Yeah.
It's going to happen at some point this year. Right before the season started, we asked Jerry about it. Probably May. Somewhere in May seems to be the area in which that they are concentrating. And so they're just, his own words, looking to check that last box before they activate him. So there is a strong belief that Colt Emerson is Major League ready, and we just need a little bit of fine-tuning, a little bit of exposure down in Tacoma before he's activated onto this team.
And that's really exciting. And you can tell, I mean, every time you guys have asked Jerry and Justin about him, I mean, especially in spring training, Justin was not holding his excitement back at all.
Mm-mm.
And, I mean, it was even to the point where it was kind of what he had said was breaking news. Like, he's coming, he's going to play this year. It's just a matter of when.
I'll tell you how close he is. Because the month that they're saying they're going to give him, they're sort of acting, they've loosely said it, but maybe around mid-May or so. So that sort of gives you, this is what I'm talking about when you say sometimes these things take care of themselves. In 6 weeks' time, professional baseball, you're probably going to have an injury.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's probably going to get injured. I mean, knock on wood, I'm not trying to jinx anything, but somebody's probably going to get injured in that process. And so that's what I mean. Like, that kind of might take care of it. If you're trying to figure out the roster crunch, whose job does he take? Because JP's going to take Rivas. Rivas will go back to Tacoma, or he'll go into the utility role at that point. But, I mean, he's going to take somebody's spot. It could very well be that we'll wait 5-6 weeks and see what roster spot opens up in that span of time. And then if no roster spot does open up, then we'll force the issue. This is how close, though, I think he is. If, like, one of those roster spots opened up tomorrow, like if we had an injury and, God forbid, knock on my head, knock on your head, I think they'd activate him. Yeah. Like if somebody went down, because it's not like it has to be that specific position. That's what Brendan Donovan gives you. If it doesn't have to be a third baseman, shortstop, or second baseman, it could be anybody on the roster, because you can put Emerson at third base, shortstop, or second, and Donovan can play outfield for you. That's the flexibility that Donovan gives you in that situation. So it doesn't have to be somebody that plays infield that would theoretically get hurt and clears a space for Emerson. No, anybody offensively gets hurt, and then Emerson, it's activated, and then Donovan turns into this jack of all trades, which is where he's thrived. But a different type of jack of all trades, more like a super utility. Dylan Moore was a utility player. Mm-hmm. Don't get it twisted. Super utility is somebody that plays every single day, but you don't know what position they're going to play all over the place. And that's what Donovan is going to thrive at. He's not going to go into a platoon role. Donovan's going to play every day, but it might be left field one game. It might be right field one game. It might be second base one game. It might be first base one game. I think they'll probably give him a first baseman. It might be DH most of the time. But that's not going to get in the way of Colt Emerson. So that's how close I think Colt Emerson is to being on the Mariners 2026, we're going to win the World Series roster, is that I think if there was an injury now, they'd activate him.
Wow.
I really do.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, you don't offer him an 8-year, $95 million contract with a 9th-year option if you're not planning on having him up here soon. Mm-hmm. So that wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I was thinking when they did that, I was like, well, I feel like he'll be up here in the next 2 weeks.
Maybe.
When that contract came
out. I've said this the entire process. When they feel he's ready to be one of the starting 9, because you're not bringing him up and then putting him in a platoon role or a bench role or anything like that. Nope. When they feel he's one of the 9 best hitters, everyday players in this organization, because they don't want to rush it too much, and then he struggles because they don't want to have to experience sending him back down.
Right.
They want him ready because when he comes up, he's here for good. Okay? And so that's another reason why they're taking a little bit more time to get there. But I think right now they believe he's one of the 9 best players in this organization. Like, he is major league ready. But let's make a little bit more sure, because we just don't want that experience of him struggling so severely in a championship or bust kind of year that we have to then pull him off the team. And what is that going to do to his psyche? And what is that going to do PR-wise? Because we just signed him to an 8-year, $95 million
deal. Then
you
give all the Mariners fans reason to be angry. Look at what they did. It is another Evan White situation when it's not another Evan White situation.
So they're buying some time with that, making sure, putting him in the best position to succeed for all of the reasons that I just stated. But I think in their hearts and minds, they already feel he's one of the 9 best players in this organization. And that's how they're going to treat him when he comes up. And they'll figure out the role based on other circumstances, other issues that are, whether that's injury or whether that's a slump or whether that's just a guy that they're not altogether married to for now and into the future. And there might be, I'm not going to speculate on who that might be at this stage, but there's a guy they have in mind that if he's just not a part of their future like Emerson is, that they'll sacrifice that guy for the opportunity to get Emerson's clock started. So that's my broad brush stroke of this entire thing.
Yeah, and I mean, as a Mariners fan, I'm very excited just to see, because it's an added element, right? You're watching your team, you're watching them play, hopefully getting wins, but on top of it, you've now got this excitement of when is he coming up and what's going to happen here, and when he comes up, like how big of an impact is he going to make immediately? I mean, it's an entire new thing. It's like you just are going to get this great addition to your team early on.
Now, I had Peter Tweeter send me a nice, interesting text. He's like, weren't they talking about this with Jared Kelenic too?
And we've gotten a couple of questions about that.
And how much would that look like it would have backfired? I think it's a great point. I think it's a fair point, and I think it belongs in the conversation. The only pushback I would give on that is I don't know how far down the road they had gotten with Jared Kelenic. I think it was thrown out there as a possibility, and Kelenic kind of shot it down himself publicly. I'm not sure that they were at the point with him. I could be wrong. I'm not saying that I know, but I'm not sure they were at the point with him where they were sure. I mean, I had a couple conversations in back-to-back springs with Scott Service. I mean, the first time I ever asked Scott Service about Jared Kelenic, he just looked at me like, have you met him? That's what he said. Have you met him? And it wasn't like ripping on him. It was, this cat's different. This dude has a different way that he walks, talks, acts, conducts himself. And they already knew that the talent is all there, but we got to get the mentals right. And so I'm not sure they ever got to the point where they were ready to hand him a contract. Evan White was, as I mentioned yesterday, I think that was an example of John Stanton wanted to sign those kinds of deals. That's the kind of stuff that he wanted to do, and I do think they put the cart before the horse on him because they thought clubhouse, yes, first base, best defensive first baseman arguably in the world already. So at least he's going to give us that. And so I think that was John Stanton saying, I want to establish. And I think they just got a little hasty with that sort of approach to contracts. This one, I think, is a lot more thought out. I think Emerson checks way more boxes than either one of those guys. And so I'm not trying to make excuses for them, but I do think that represents why this situation's a little bit different than those other two.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to take risks, whether we like it or not, right? And do they all work out? No, that's why it's a risk. So they're taking this risk. They think that they've calculated it very well and that it's less risky, and there you go.
Yeah, and I mentioned this yesterday, and I'm just going to go through it quickly. Here are the reasons why potentially that they are doing this now, because I know a lot of people are freaked out about it. Number one, there's a collective bargaining agreement change that's going to happen here in the next year or so. And it might lead to a lockout. It might lead to a strike. We don't know how much baseball we could potentially miss because of this new collective bargaining agreement. Rob Manfred is bound and determined to get a salary cap into the sport. There is never anything that the Baseball Association, Players Association, has ever pushed back on more. So he's got his work cut out for him. And it means he's going to have to dangle a very juicy, delicious carrot in front of the players. What if one of the things that they might be willing to offer the players is earlier free agency? Oh. Like right now you have to wait 6 years. What if Rob Manfred is so determined to get a salary cap, he's like, I'll make it 4. I'll cut 2 years off of that. 4 years, and you can become free agents if you give me a salary cap. All of a sudden, Players Association, now that's interesting.
Yeah, you can't just dismiss that.
Right. And I'm not saying that's happening, but what if?
Right.
What if? So what if organizations know this? What if Jerry and Justin know this? Now it makes a whole hell of a lot more sense. You just bought 3 years of his free agency from him already. What if it's really 5?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about stealing? I think they stole him on its face. I think they stole him with this contract. I think the agent did him as his service.
Thank you.
But if maybe the baseball people know that what changes might be possible in the future, and that is encouraging organizations to sign deals like this, because I can promise you it's not the last one. Connor Griffin from Pittsburgh, J.J. Weatherholt from St. Louis, Kevin McGonigal from Detroit, They're all going to be offered contract. They're all working on deals on those guys to get them signed. And Connor Griffin has not made his debut either. So other teams are lining up to do the exact same thing. In a couple of cases, they already have. I said it yesterday. Milwaukee already did it with Cooper Pratt, who's not near the prospect that Emerson is. And he did it in the same week. They just did it 3 days before the Mariners signed Emerson. So this is something that all organizations, at least the mid to small market organizations, are considering right now and are doing at a more rapid pace. And I think they know something. I think they know something about the future, and it's why it's become such an impetus in the sport. And just the final thing that I will say, if this is happening, think about the JSN contract. What did we say about the JSN contract? Sign him now. The longer you wait, the more expensive that he gets. Just give him the next brick in the road. And he took it. Mm-hmm. He took the next highest contract. He didn't try to break the mold. He just took the next highest contract. He just became the highest paid receiver in the National Football League, and he's going to be surpassed by the next superstar. We thought it was Nakua, but he's on Gophers. And so we thought that maybe that was going to be, but he just took the next brick in the road. Well, if you know that's how the cars are aligning, why wouldn't you be the first? Why wouldn't you want to get ahead of Pittsburgh in the Connor Griffin contract and St. Louis in the J.J. Weatherholt contract and Detroit in the Kevin McGonigal contract? Be the one that sets the tone rather than chase the money. And I think that's another splendid reason why the Mariners signed Emerson, even though it makes a lot of Mariner fans uncomfortable.
Yeah, and it seems to be making a lot of them uncomfortable. But yeah, I just think in that case, yes, you're saving yourselves money. If you have to now wait, or if you wait for those contracts to come out, now you're allowing him to have the leverage to say, well, look at what Pittsburgh did. Look at what this team did. Look at what this team did. I want more.
Yeah. Speaking of Connor Griffin, I just saw breaking news. He just got called up. He's going to debut tomorrow for the Pirates. I think he's 19 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, so there you go.
That's a big moment.
All right, it is Draftmas. We have a brand new feature that we will debut next. It's Santa's Back Sack on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Foundation Specialist Broadcast Studio. Now back to Chuck and Buck in the Morning, powered by Tulalip Resort Casino, DraftKings Sportsbook, where the action never stops. On Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
It's Draftmas time, it's Draftmas time. Smell of pigskin in the air. It's Draftmas time, yeah, Draftmas time. There's speculation everywhere. Some teams are trading up and some are trading down. They hope to make the most of every single round. It's Draftmas time, it's Draftmas time. A magical time of the year. Hey! Let's not waste that pick this year.
Oh, I hear you.
Makes me want to play the piano.
Oh, I wish I could.
Me
I could
too.
have one
Some
wish.
fans will celebrate and others disapprove. Analysts will grade each team's every move. It's Draftmas time. It's Draftmas time. A magical time of the year.
Bring it on.
Magical time of the year. Yeah. The pick is in.
Good morning. Happy Draftmas, everyone. Chuck and Buck, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Yeah, I always wanted to play the piano. I wish I would have dedicated myself to it earlier in life. Or the guitar, either one. You know, I wish that, like, skills could be sexually transmitted.
Yeah.
Yeah, why does
That
it always have to
wouldn't
be, like,
be bad.
diseases and
Right?
stuff?
Gross stuff.
Gross stuff. Why couldn't I, like, sleep with Tori Amos and then wake up the next morning like, oh, my gosh. I think I caught something from you.
Yeah. That would have been a lot different.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, I can play like 3 songs on the piano, but none of them fully through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, that's our Draftmas classic. We have other Draftmas songs we've yet to bring back up off the album.
Yeah. I just went and found them all.
Okay, good.
I forgot we had more.
Yeah, we've got more. We seem to add one every year, but I don't know. That one's number one for years right there. Excellent song, our Draftmas carol. And so, yes, here we are, day number 2 of the Draftmas season here on Chuck and Buck in the Morning. We'll get you ready for April 23rd, as only we do. And we have a brand new feature this year to introduce. It is called Santa's Backsack. And the reason is we're doing a little shorter. We only have 3 weeks. I mean, we're 3 weeks away from the NFL draft. I don't know if we're going to be able to get to every position in the Draftmas catalog in 3 weeks' time. And so I thought to myself, well, maybe we won't review the running back and cornerback positions because we need to talk about them so much between now and the 23rd. Maybe we just divide those up equally over the next 3 weeks, practically talk about running backs available in the draft and cornerbacks available in the draft on a daily basis, because those seem to be the 2 areas, along with edge rusher, that are in most need for a Super Bowl champion. And so today we just take a look at backs. I mean, we can't look at edge rushers in a segment called Santa's Backsack.
No, that'd be weird.
The only thing in the sack are backs.
Yeah, that's it. It's a sack full of backs.
It's a sack full of backs. It's a back sack.
Yeah.
And so let's take a look at a running back from Santa's backsack, and that is Jadarian Price. We just had Eric Edholm on in our last hour. He has Jadarian Price mocked to the Seahawks, not in the first round, in the second round, 64th overall. But most mocks don't have Jadarian Price out of Notre Dame lasting that long. I asked Greg Bell about the running back position and how far down might John Schneider trade and still get the running back of his choice.
The question will be, of course, will the player they still would have taken at 32 be available down to the top of the second round that they trade down to? And there is a lot of smoke around a running back, specifically a Notre Dame running back, Jadarian Price. A lot of people have him rated as the 40th overall pick or talent in this draft. That doesn't mean he'll go 40-some because of needs and teams that would – we all know the draft doesn't go down a list from 1 to 40 or 50 or 60 of players taken how they're ranked. It depends on what the needs are and where you draft a player, and a quarterback especially, who might only be the 15th or 20th overall ranking, will get in the top 3 or 4 because of the position. Having said all that, a guy like Price could potentially go to the Seahawks at top of round 2, and if so, that's when the Seahawks would make that type of move. So that's the calculation they're doing. How far down can we move and still get the needs that we need?
Yeah. I don't think he's going to make it all the way to 64. People really seem to be impressed by this young man.
Yeah, that seems like it would be a big drop.
Draftmas catalog says that's a $3 Schneiderbuck player right there.
Yeah, that ain't at 64.
No, that's not at 64. 5'11", 203 pounds, 4.49 40, 35-inch vert, so he's an athlete. Backed up Jeremiah Love. I think that's more positive than negative because he didn't take the wear and tear most running backs do at the college level. I mean, Terrell Davis was like the third-string running back at Georgia. And he just
worked out well for Denver.
It worked out tremendously for the Broncos. I mean, I'm sure that he just found a different gear as a professional, but he was just so fresh. He didn't take any damage while he was in college. He never got to see the field, and he didn't have NIL transfer portal stuff back then. So, guys didn't move on a whim to get more playing time. Here's a guy in Jadarian Price that obviously could have gone just about anywhere in the country. He's considered the second best running back in the draft and decided, no, I'm going to stay here in Notre Dame, get my degree at Notre Dame, and I'm just going to keep backing up Jeremiah Love. I think an agent would tell him that's a pretty smart strategy because for a running back to save the wear and tear on your body, you're probably hitting the NFL fresher than most running backs. So I think it's more positive than negative that he was a career backup at Notre Dame. And the guy he was backing up is Adrian Peterson, for goodness sake, basically. 6.2 yards per carry when he did get the ball at Notre Dame, described as buttery smooth. I love my running backs to be described as buttery smooth.
Yeah.
I don't want
that and my croissants.
Yeah, I don't want him to be described as chunky.
No, he doesn't have the same appeal for sure.
Eric Edholm, though, told us just last hour he's got him 64th overall to the Seahawks. So he does like the pairing. He just thinks Price is going to fall a little further than what the other mockers are saying right now. I don't. I think Greg's got the right of it. If that is your guy, and that's a big if, I think that you do move out of that first round, try to get somewhere in the upper third of the second round, and hope that you can grab Jadarian Price. But I know John, and I don't think he's going to be sold on just one guy. It's not going to be Jadarian Price or bust. If it is, you just take him if he's available at 32. I'm sure he's got on his board a group of running backs that he'd be happy getting in the second to third round, and he'll grab one of those guys before day number 2 comes to a close. All right, what else is in Santa's back sack? There's not just running backs in there.
Oh, really? There's others in there?
There's cornerbacks in there as well.
Santa's quite strong.
Oh, I know. He's got unreal strength.
He really does.
Yeah. It's like Aaron Judge had a baby with Myles Garrett.
That's exactly how I was going to describe it.
Avion Terrell was the other player that Ed Holm mentioned in his 2-round mock draft going to the Seahawks. This one does fit. This seems to be on board with most of the mockers out there. The Clemson product that could fall as far as 32. I've seen him go higher than that. I've seen him go lower than that. But that seems about the right area. 5'11", 186 pounds. That's not a Pete Carroll cornerback, I'll tell you that much. What is a Mike McDonald cornerback? A Mike McDonald cornerback, as Greg has told us and many others, is about versatility. I want a guy that I can move all around the football field. I want him to play inside. I want him to be able to play outside. I might even put him over the top if I have to. Well, that's basically the number one attribute used to describe Avion Terrell, who's considered one of the best cornerbacks in this draft, and that is the athleticism to play inside, outside, to be that versatile weapon in your secondary. That makes a lot of sense to me. Doesn't have the ideal size, but neither does Devin Witherspoon.
Right, and that's working out well.
And that's worked out tremendously. I mean, he's not Devin Witherspoon, but when you're thinking about having to replace a Reek Woolen, and you could never have enough cornerback depth, and you also have a Kobe Bryant missing now from your secondary, I got to believe they're going to go early in the secondary in this draft. Wouldn't be surprised if that is the pick in the first round, is to get a cornerback in the first round. And so Avian Terrell does make a lot of sense to me to go to the Seattle Seahawks.
All right. Yeah.
$3 player. $3 Schneider. Yeah.
That is almost half of my Schneider bucks, but.
Well, that's the going rate for a late first round draft pick.
Hey, it's not like we're making up the prices. So, I mean, if that's the going rate, that's the going rate. Not much I can do about that.
And I do think that he is a candidate to possibly fall out of the first round early in the second round, but probably no later than mid-second round. So, again, not just a candidate at 32, but also I think a candidate if the Seahawks know what other people are thinking, which I've heard that they do.
Okay.
Then a candidate to also move back somewhere into the second round, and you still might be able to get him. So that does seem like a very interesting couple of guys, and that's why we dealt with Jadarian Price and Avion Terrell as the first two people that we pulled out of Santa's backsack.
And that was just coincidence, right?
No, it was done
that was how
completely by design.
Oh, okay. You didn't just reach in and be like, oh, look what I found.
No, but maybe we'll do that tomorrow.
It's all right. I kind of liked this way. I mean.
No, I think you're right. I think that's cute.
All right.
Yeah.
Now I got to get you a Santa sack.
Yeah.
I've got one at home.
Yeah.
I'll bring it.
Santa's backsack could sound gross.
It does, actually.
It does?
Yeah. That's why I like it.
But yeah, it's just a big giant red sack filled with running backs and cornerbacks. So wherever anybody else's mind went, that's on you.
Mine was straight in the gutter.
All right, coming up next, major sporting event this Saturday, and it's going to be on our radio stations. So I think we should talk about it. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Hey, good morning to you. It is Chuck and Ashley with you. Angie Menink will join us for the first time this baseball season coming up at the top of the hour. Looking forward to chatting with her at 9 o'clock. I do want to let you know that you got NCAA tournament action returning on Saturday right here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. 3 o'clock, the first game, Illinois versus UConn. Second game will be Arizona versus Michigan. And, of course, your brackets are coming down to it. Why not take in this spectacle at DraftKings Sportsbook over there at the Tulalip Resort Casino?
I can't think of a better idea. That sounds perfect.
I mean, do you have at your house a carnival of cash going on?
I wish I did.
Yeah.
Is that what they've got going on at Tulalip?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
A whole carnival? Mm-hmm. All the cash?
I looked in all of my drawers last night, and I couldn't find a carnival of cash starting anywhere.
Were you looking in actual drawers, or were you looking in your underwear?
Both.
Okay. And you couldn't find it anywhere?
Nope. No. There's no carnival of cash in my house. There's only one if I want to watch basketball while a carnival of cash is surrounding me. Then it's Tulalip Resort Casino or Quilceda Creek Casino. They are inviting you there. $75,000 carnival of cash this April. Win with over 200 weekly prizes. One lucky winner will get a $10,000 grand prize at Tulalip Resort Casino and Quilceda. Play your favorite games and earn entries all month long with your One Club card. You can find all the details to the Carnival of Cash at Tulalip.com. Tulalip.com.
Sign me up.
Yeah, and sign me up for these two games. What a great Final Four we have. I think I've already said in the past that, I mean, a Cinderella story only goes so far for me. Butler was a great one because I really think they had a legitimate shot and almost did win the national championship. That's phenomenal. Mm-hmm. But there have been a few over the years where I don't know if I've ever bought the 14 seed or the 12 seed getting in. This to me is a perfect collection. You got a couple of ones, you got a 2, you got a 3. They're all playing probably their best basketball of the entire season right now. This is quite the collision course. I mean, they were smoking. With the exception of UConn, everybody just smoking all of their opponents to get to this point. So I think it's an outstanding Final Four. And Michigan-Arizona is going to be possibly one of the great games that we've ever seen. On paper, it seems to be shaping up that way. But Illinois and UConn's fascinating itself. There's no question about it. And I think it's kind of good. I mean, I grew up in Illinois. I grew up an Illinois fan. It's kind of fun to be the team that the entire country is rooting for because no one wants to see the other team's coach win ever again.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody is anti-Dan Hurley, or most people, most sane people. And so I'm definitely cheering for Illinois, but I was trying to think, like, which game am I more excited to see?
Good question.
And I don't know that I could choose. I'm really excited to see them both.
I got to go Illinois UConn.
Yeah.
But I've got some personal rooting interest
Right.
there. The other game is better on paper, but this one's just not bad. I mean,
just
this
think
one's
they're going to both
fantastic.
be so good.
Even the coaching matchup. I mean, I think Dan Hurley probably does coach circles around Brad Underwood, but you want to see an angry off. Oh, my gosh. There's nobody that gets angrier in a game than Brad Underwood. You're going to have two people with really bad tempers on the sideline. So if you like that sort of thing, you're a Lou Piniella type. Man, you got two angry elves over on the sideline.
Hope one of them kicks dirt on the other one.
That'd be great. I think they definitely got the advantage coaching wise, and they've got the experience factor. I mean, I'm a little surprised Illinois is a 2.5-point favorite in this game.
Yeah, I didn't know that they were.
I think they're playing better basketball going into the game, but that's just based on the fact that they've just been steamrolling people here in the tournament where UConn's had a couple close ones. But I'm still surprised. I mean, that Caravan's won a national championship. He's a heck of a player. There's no doubt that the freshman Mullins that hit the game-winning shot is going to come in riding high. Terrace Reed Jr., their big man down low, has been about as good as anybody in this tournament. He had one of the great tournament games of all time at the beginning of the tournament. So they do present some problems, but obviously Illinois does as well. And Keaton Wagler is one of the best young players in college basketball. And then they've got all the Eastern Europeans that, hit threes and protect the rim. That's sort of their secret to success. So just an outstanding, fun matchup for Saturday, and I can't wait for it to come around.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's going to be must-watch television.
And you do have Illinois still in your bracket?
I do. I have them going to the championship.
but with no chance to win.
Right. I don't think I can win. I mean,
Okay.
I suppose, I don't know. I don't think I can, but
It's a good call, though.
yeah. I mean, I'm pretty smart at times.
I mean, I'm an Illinois fan, and I watched a lot of Illinois basketball this year, and I really like this team, but I couldn't even bring myself to take them all the way to the championship game.
Yeah. I'd say it was smart to pick them to go to the championship, to face Arizona and lose to Arizona, but how we got there on the rest of it, really.
So you got Illinois and Arizona left?
Yeah.
And you don't have a shot?
Nope. I don't know. I
That's
don't know because
interesting.
I haven't done enough to figure out what I think I might still have a small chance because there's nobody ahead of me that I could see that has those two. But
Yeah.
I might be so far behind.
Right. I get
from
the
how
math.
terrible the rest of my bracket was.
Yeah, but you bunch up the points at the end, right?
Yeah, I just
mean,
don't know how many there are.
I mean,
Okay,
usually
yeah.
you get like 1 point in round one. This is the typical one.
Yeah.
And then you get 2 if you get it, and then it just keeps doubling. So by the
Yeah.
time you get to the championship game, it's like 16 into the championship. And then if you have the champion, it's like 32.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people ahead of me that have Arizona winning. They just don't have who Arizona was playing in.
I know,
so
but you
that's why
got-
I think I'm so far behind that I don't know I can make
Yeah.
up
Got it.
the ground.
Yeah, but who else has a chance to get 64 possible points yet?
That's right.
On their bracket.
That's right.
So, all right. Well, good luck to you.
Thank
I
you.
really want you to win that. I want you to be right about that.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, me too.
For a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
And Dan Hurley not winning is only the second best reason.
I just want him to get
that I
angry again
have.
and take one jacket sleeve off his shoulder.
Underwood might fight him. I mean, Underwood looks like he's ready to punch somebody
have some
at
halftime entertainment.
all times.
I'm in.
Yeah. Now there's a Final Four memory for you.
Yep.
Remember that year Brad Underwood got Dan Hurley in a headlock and pummeled him 3 times in the jaw?
My coach almost fought the coach from UCLA once. It was pretty exciting.
Remember when he went old Nolan Ryan on Robin Ventura on Dan Hurley's skull?
Let's do it.
Remember that?
Yeah.
All right, Angie Menink joins us next. Can't wait for our first baseball conversation of the new year with Angie. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Hey, good morning to you. 9 o'clock hour here on Chuck and Buck in the morning. No Bucky Jacobson here this week. We got a lot of things to cover in our final hour here on this Thursday. Stocking stuffers to celebrate Draftmas. I see them over. We've lit the hearth. Yes, the logs are crackling. The chestnuts are roasting.
It's the coziest.
Yeah, and the nog is flowing in our nog fountain.
I might have had too much.
Yeah, I really appreciate Marshall stepping up and buying us a nog fountain this year.
That guy's a good guy.
Yeah, he really stepped up yesterday.
Yeah.
Got us some stuff to feel more
It's
festive
like, what do you guys
around here.
need?
Yep.
What do you guys need? Nog fountain, you got it.
That thing costs like tens of thousands of dollars.
It was
So
pricey.
really stepped up. Also, one last thing coming your way as well. But is she here?
She's here.
Has she come?
She has arrived.
All right, finally, for the first time this baseball season, we get the privilege of chatting with, I used to say Root Sports, but we can't say that. Mariners TV's Angie Menink now joins us right here on Chuck and Buck. Good morning to you.
Good morning. You know, many years ago, I remember somebody ruined eggnog for me.
Oh.
Because, like, I think I had it was like my second eggnog latte, and they were like, oh, liquid Big Mac? And I was like, I'm sorry, pardon me? And they were like, yeah, like eggnog lattes are like liquid Big Macs. And I was like, I hate you. I absolutely hate you. So but how nice that you guys have an eggnog fountain.
Were they saying that from like
delightful.
a caloric standpoint or consistency standpoint, or did they think that they tasted like Big Macs?
Fat grams?
I think that's probably, yeah.
You know,
Yeah. You can't
35 grams of fat. I don't know. Whatever.
Can't think about that on the holidays. Matter of fact, I'll eat a Big Mac with an eggnog chaser. I'll do it.
I would too, but then I'd be sick.
I will dip the Big Mac in the vat of eggnog
Oh, my
and eat
gosh.
it that way. How about that?
Just eggnog squared.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's the holidays. Tell your calorie counting friend to buzz off. We're celebrating around here. Well, happy baseball season to you.
It's so good to be back.
Yeah.
It's so fun.
Yeah.
So, and you know, I know that some things haven't gone the way people would have liked, and then others have gone spectacularly well, and that's what's just made me kind of smile. Is like, yes, this is baseball. You know, however you think things are going to go, it's like life. You know, life is what happens while you're making all your plans. However you think things are going to go, it never does. And that's what makes it so incredibly awesome.
Well, let's talk about something that we hope that are real. Why is Brendan Donovan and what we see out of him offensively anyway real? And why should I believe that Cole Young has arrived? Because they've been two of the positive stories so far this year.
Yeah, I'm kind of nerding out on Brendan Ryan already, or Brendan Donovan already. Just like so many little things that this guy does. He's such a grinder. I mean, going into the wall the other day in foul territory, how many pitches did that save your pitcher? You know, him beating out the back leg of a double play. And then you know, that's the difference between him, the inning not being over, and now all of a sudden the double. And he scores from first on the double. I mean, you got to get a great jump. You got to be, you know, I know it's kind of an easy read into left, but just like all of the little things that this guy does, he is as good as advertised. And thrilled for Cole Young, you know, a guy that went into the off season and just said, I'm going to work, and I'm just going to keep working. And he's done that. I don't think, I'm not trying to take anything away from Cole, that he's the most, you know, athletically gifted guy out there, but I love guys that work and the work pays off. And that's what you are seeing, you know, with Cole Young. There's guys that are quicker, that are guys that are faster, but this guy has put in the work, and we're seeing it already. And you know, he's changed his approach. I think he's not coming around the ball as much. He's staying up the middle, and that's allowing him to hit lefties better. It's allowing him to hit, you know, right-handed pitching better as well. It's a good approach, and I hope he stays with it.
He feels like a threat. I mean, I did not feel that way about Cole Young last year, but now every time he comes to the plate, I'm like, oh, he just feels like a threat up there right now. Who's got the better hair, Donovan or Ben Gamel? Has Donovan replaced Ben Gamel on the greatest hairdo list you've ever put together?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he might. He might.
Some good salad. Some good salad
his
that guy's got.
His flow game is strong for sure. And he might. I hate to even bring these things up because I know guys are so touchy on this. Brendan Donovan may have a better hairline than McDaniel. Yeah, I know.
Look at you.
And might put him over the edge.
Yeah, so it's
so hard to tell. So often with baseball players, you never see them because they have their hats on. But
his hair has a high upside still, where
exactly.
maybe
because his forehead is not high. Yes.
Angie Menink is with us here on Chuck and Buck. All right, let's talk about the elephant in the room. 3 and 4 start with our 3 best hitters just starting about as ice cold as you possibly can. Cal Raleigh, Josh Naylor, Julio Rodriguez. What's wrong?
I don't want to, point and just go look at the WBC, but I think that baseball is a game that you have to do a lot. You can't do a little. You've heard about like Cal Raleigh trying to cram for the test at the end there and try to get as many at bats as he can. Baseball isn't a game like that. And it's not even at bats. I know everybody keeps talking about, how he didn't get as many at bats. I think it's the grind that's necessary behind the scenes. And I also think, I can point to the value of Bobby Magallanes and Kevin Seitzer, the hitting coaches, because those guys know these guys' swings in and out, and they can make like a little tiny adjustment as far as where their hands are, where their bat angle is at their launch point. And I don't think they've had that. It's like these guys go into spring training and going back to Brendan Donovan. I mean, that guy was like living in the cage for 4 hours a day. And they didn't have that of spring training. They didn't have their normal facilities to be able to, put in 1 hour one day and 4 the next, and then 3, the following day. And a guy that knows their swing frame by frame to say, hey, I'm seeing this. Try putting your hands here. Try putting this here. Hey, I feel like you're coming, your weight's coming, just a little bit forward. Look at your head here and look at this. I don't think that's happened. I think that is what has been missing. It's not necessarily just the number of at-bats and that, that want, need, or desire to cram for the test and try to get in as many at-bats. It's the work.
Yeah,
that was missing because of the WBC.
Well, I like that. I like the way you broke that down. I was just blaming it on the WBC without a really clear definition or explanation.
Just go with that. We're saying the same thing. We're seeing from the same hymn book. Do it. WBC is a lot shorter than what I just went through.
Why is the Emerson Hancock outing? Why should I believe that that's real? And then secondarily, it's crazy because I saw your tweet about how kind a person he is. Isn't it crazy? You follow such a cool team for a living that Logan Gilbert's like the 3rd nicest guy on the roster. Nowhere else in the world is Logan Gilbert the 3rd nicest person in the room. But that's how awesome dudes they've gathered here in Seattle.
Oh my gosh. And when I saw Emerson, I was like jumping on him, and I was tugging. And I was like, what did you do yesterday? What did you do? I was like, I'm so happy for you. He was like, oh my gosh, Angie. And I'm like, and that's the thing, is he will come up to you and say your name. I mean, I know that sounds like a dumb thing, oh, what a human thing. I feel like a cartoon. He knows my name. He said my name. But that's the way Emerson is. And so you're just absolutely thrilled for, his success, because he, as good as a baseball player he is, he's just such a great, human being. And again, these aren't things this should not be the test. Oh, you actually asked somebody how they're doing, you actually know they have kids, versus my job is to know everything about you. But as far as if it's real, I don't know, ask me after his next start. But this is a game where, these guys just don't go and most of them anyway, don't go and get off-season jobs. The money is good enough that they can just spend their off-season training versus driving for FedEx. And so, he's another guy that has just, he never has stopped working. And sometimes, that's what happens when the carrot is dangled in front of you and you've had to play the role, like he has. It's like, hey, we need the sixth starter. You're up. Okay, go back to AAA and work on things. Hey, we need you again. And, you have this back and forth, and you really want to be here. And you get such a taste of being here that it makes you, when you're not here, work even harder to get back here. And so he's had that struggle / luxury. I'm thrilled. Like, he's going to have to miss bats. Velocity is a real thing, and he's not been a guy that's lit up the radar again, but his velo is up. And the other thing that has happened with him kind of year after year is it's there in the spring, is it there in July? And so is this going to be able to, continue? That's a big thing, because velocity really does affect swing decisions. And when guys, have to get going with their swing, and then he's got all this movement and all this change of speeds. So as long as he's got that velo, I think this could be very real for him.
In our last minute here together, and great to have you on, but we haven't had you on yet so far this season. So just your outlook. I mean, is it feeling to you like a World Series type year? Is this the type of roster that has been assembled here in Seattle? And I'm sure that 7 games and a 3-4 start is not taking you away from your preseason prediction.
I'm going to say this very slowly, because this guy worries me every time. Cam Schlittler, last night's pitcher for the Yankees, he was doing an interview with Susan Waldman, who's just an absolute legend with the Yankees. And I was like, hey, did you say anything interesting? And she said, he wouldn't stop talking about you guys. The guy that has to stand 60 feet, 6 inches away from you and try to get you out, he has a really good idea of what he's up against. He sees the swings that you put on his best stuff. And he said he works all night long trying to keep the Mariners off balance. That speaks volumes to me with the stuff that guy has, and said that's a playoff team over there. So what other people say about you, and particularly guys that are trying really hard to and are really good at getting you out, and they walk away, even though they got the best of you, and went, that was hard. I think that bodes well for this team. And again, with what the very top of this order is doing, what the bottom, we haven't even seen the best, I think, out of our pitching staff, even though they've been very, very good. Very, very good. When you get 2, 3, 4 going, like, look out. Yeah. Look out. And 2, 3, 4 are too good. They're going to get there. Yep. It's just, unfortunately, they haven't had a lot, but they will. It's a 162-game season, and they get there. And Josh Naylor looks great. I said that to him yesterday. I was like, you're a pro. Sure, at bats look great. I mean, Julio squared up a ball. What was it, 107 off the bat or something? And he doesn't get a hit off of that? Like, what? Why? That's not fair. So they're coming. It's coming. They're going to fall. So. Yeah.
All right. Well, we're just at the beginning of it. Great to have you. Now I feel like now we're ready for the season. We had to talk to Angie first. So
you have your eggnog fountain.
That's right. I'll get you a cup or two. So thank you very much. Great to chat with you. Enjoy the ride, and we'll talk to you very soon.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Angie Menink from Mariners TV. Of course, new television deal over there. And so we're all now seeing her on 1261. So we appreciate her joining us here this morning. And I think a lot of great analysis right there from Angie this morning that explains a lot of things. I have talked a lot of baseball here today. We got stocking stuffers coming up in the next segment. But I'm going to transition a little awkwardly to this because I think Ashley will appreciate this. Can you imagine? Could you imagine trying to teach NFL math in a classroom?
Oh, my gosh, no.
Could you imagine, like, a kid trying to wrap his brain around numbers and addition and subtraction and division and everything else. And they think that they're almost there. And I realize they teach math differently now in a lot of schools than what I was raised on. Not sure I agree with doing it that way, but whatever.
It's actually nice as a parent, though, because I'm like, sorry, I don't know how that's done.
But imagine if you threw NFL math, like if John Schneider, like, all right, today we're going to teach you salary cap math. And then, I mean, the kids, they were just like, minds would get blown.
They'd be like, wait, but this money's not real?
They would go home crying. The story about Kirk Cousins, I want you to just bear me out on this one.
Okay.
So Kirk Cousins signed with the Raiders today. That's an interesting story enough. Adam Schefter update, comp update. Kirk Cousins will sign a 5-year.
Oh.
Right. I can stop right there.
Yeah.
Like, well, that math doesn't make sense right there.
Yeah.
5-year, $172 million deal with the Raiders. Okay?
Okay.
Think about that. I mean, Kirk Cousins is absolutely on his last leg. I don't even know if he has a leg left. And yet, 5 years, $172 million. Now, it goes on. But in reality, it's just a 1-year, fully guaranteed $20 million deal that also contains a club option for 2 years at $80 million. But the Falcons will only pay $8.7 million this season. The Raiders, another $1.3 million, and Las Vegas also agreed to pay its new quarterback a fully guaranteed $10 million roster bonus on the third day of the 2027 new league year. How in the F could anybody make sense of that if they didn't have a little bit of background on how to do NFL math? Is that not just the most convoluted story that you've ever read in your entire life? So, yes, fully guaranteed. He's getting $20 million to sign with the Raiders, and then a club option for 2 years that I'm assuming they would never dream of picking up, especially if they're taking Fernando Mendoza. If you take Fernando Mendoza number one, and then you're picking up a 2-year option at $80 million for Kirk Cousins after this season, something has gone wrong with Fernando Mendoza. He might have been kidnapped during the course of the football season for you to be even entertaining that. So I don't know why. I don't know why NFL math has to do this. I don't know why we've got to go through the process of announcing a 5-year, $172 million deal for a player, which only means 1 year, $20 million. And yet he only counts 8.7 against the cap.
Yeah, I can't even.
How do you even wrap your brains around that? How could anyone do that math? I mean, I know that there's weird math, and that's the only thing that keeps me from being confused about that. But the fact that you could announce a 5-year, $172 million deal, it's really only 1 year's $20 million, and that it only counts $8.7 million against the cap. Whoo!
Yeah, I feel like I'm like Zach Galifianakis right now in The Hangover with all the numbers going through, but they're not adding up to anything for me. I guess some would say Rain Man as well, but or Beautiful Mind.
It would make more sense if Kirk Cousins showed up for the first day of Raiders camp with Carlos and a Bjorn.
I could understand that. And Heather Graham on his side.
Yeah, and Heather Graham's standing next to him. They'd be like, okay, I don't know what's going on here, Kirk, on the first day of practice, but makes a lot more sense than your contract.
Yeah, and he'd pulled out his own tooth, maybe like just a combo of all of the characters. Yeah, that makes more sense.
NFL math. They should teach a class on it.
They should.
I mean, they do offer now, like in college, you can like take classes to become an NFL executive.
Yeah, I wish they'd had that when I was a kid. That'd be fun.
I'm sure that they do teach capology in there with Professor Joel Corey at the front, explaining what everything means. But man, just show that to somebody that doesn't follow football and say, make sense of that.
Maybe like those numbers don't add up. Correct. And they never will.
He just got really rich. Oh my gosh. 5 years, 170. No. He's only getting 20. I don't understand. It's just 20.
Yeah, it's NFL math.
Why then 5 years, 172? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's
yeah.
like it's like okay, perfect Nate Bargatze, George Washington skit here.
Yes, we need to bring it back. Get the boat.
And why, General Washington, is he getting 5 years, $172 million? No one knows.
Yeah, but everybody accepts it.
All right, coming up next, stocking stuffers time. Happy Draftmas, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
From the R&R Foundation Specialist Broadcast Studio. Now back to Chuck and Buck in the Morning, powered by Tulalip Resort Casino, DraftKings Sportsbook, where the action never stops. On Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
So silky.
Jack Frost nipping at
Silky
your
and smooth.
nose.
So very smooth.
Yuletide carols being sung by choir. And folks dressed up like Eskimos.
Not appropriate. Happy Draftmas, everybody. It's here. It's day number 2,
Feels
April
good.
2nd. It does feel good. It feels good to be in the holiday spirit. And so I'm glad you're there with us. And even though you're not here at our studio around our fireplace and hearth to celebrate the holiday, you're in our hearts. Every single one of you.
Right
Yep.
here.
Yep, exactly. There's a lot of space in there. Pile in.
Yeah.
It's like the SUV of hearts.
We're not turning anyone away.
Yeah. Like the mom van of hearts.
Yeah.
What Ashley and I have.
That's right.
Yep. So just clown car it. Just get up in there. Just pile
Clown car.
in. Just
I'm
invite
just picturing
everyone.
a lot of people.
Yep. All of your friends and family. Just load her up. Load her up.
What could possibly go wrong?
Hey, it's time for stocking stuffers. It is a staple of our Draftmas celebration. They are hung by the chimney with care. Stocking stuffers are filled with our stockings are filled with NFL draft rumors, and so yes, we open them one at a time on a daily basis to find out what the latest buzz is around the league. And I'm going to start with one that I'm going to just create because I don't hear it buzzing.
Oh.
And I believe that it will start buzzing before we get to draft day, but I'm not hearing this being brought up whatsoever. The name is Jeremiah Love, and Jeremiah Love is the number 1 running back without question in this draft class. The kid out of Notre Dame, I mean, he's big, he's fast, he's agile. I mean, he just looks the part. He's got a great name. I mean, there's really nothing to love, but not to love about Jeremiah Love. And yeah, they've got him. There's not a draft that has any running back going higher than him. And he keeps creeping up the list. I mean, started off as, you know what, these guys, dime a dozen, blah, 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 blah. He could go as high as 9 to the Kansas City Chiefs. Well, he hasn't been forecasted to go that low in quite some time. I mean, he's making his way up to number 5 to the Giants or even number 4 to the Tennessee Titans. And I'm starting the rumor, you haven't gone far enough.
Oh.
Saquon Barkley and others, and even the Seahawks this past year, and their commitment to the run, I think is going to change the way, and not drastically, it's going to adjust the way the teams are going to draft this upcoming season. I think running backs are going to start moving a little bit back up the board. And if you've got one as special as this, because I really am one of those, I'm kind of a disciple of the running backs are a dime a dozen. I don't like overdrafting running backs. I think we took Zach Charbonnet too high. But I also have always said about it, when there's a special dude, you can't take him high enough. When there's a truly special guy.
Yeah, if you don't want to lose him.
Yeah, then I think you could justify him going as high as number 2 in the draft. Now, I don't think he's going to reach that high, but I'm going to give you the team that Jeremiah Love's going to end up on. You want a stocking stuffer.
I'm all ears.
He's going to end up with the Arizona Cardinals at number 3.
I don't love that for us.
And I realize that they have committed to a bunch of slow, plodding running backs for some reason because they're not a great organization. But like they've signed Connor and they signed Algier, which I think is the same person. And so they've kind of committed to slow, durable, physical. I wouldn't even say durable. Slow, physical, plodding running backs that can move piles. But where's their playmaker? They don't have one of those. This guy's a playmaker. And that's the thing I know about the Arizona Cardinals. I've known both Bidwells. The old man wanted some sort of shiny object to show in front of his fan base.
To dangle.
To move tickets. And young son Michael hasn't fallen far from the tree, except he's more arrogant and douchier.
Perfect combo.
Yeah, and so people, they hate him in Arizona. So I think this is an organization that still to this day regrets not taking Adrian Peterson in 2007. They let him fall to the Vikings at number 7 and ended up with Levi Brown, even though all the talk that draft was to take Adrian Peterson, and they didn't do it. This is an organization going all the way back to Bill Bidwell in 1993 that with the 3rd pick overall took Garrison Hurst. They didn't have another star on the team. Steve Berline was their quarterback. Ricky Prohl was their number 1 receiver, for goodness sake. He was the Rams' number 4 receiver when they actually won.
Right.
So they don't have a star player. Kyler Murray didn't work out for them. Harrison doesn't seem to be working out for them. They need somebody to dangle in front of their fans to give them some excitement.
Keep them coming.
Yeah, and I think it's going to end up being, I think Love's going to climb all the way to number 3. I think that's going to be the typical Arizona Cardinal. We need a star to move merchandise and to move tickets, and a tackle's not going to do that, even if it does make the most sense. They say Jeremiah Love is the best prospect in this draft, regardless of position. And I think the Cardinals are going to take him number 3. Wow. I'm starting a rumor today. Usually I unwrap rumors that are already started. I'm starting a rumor today.
I like that you're starting the rumor and just going with it and taking the initiative to see if it sticks.
Yeah.
But I don't love that Love would be in our division.
No, I don't either.
Because when the Arizona Cardinals have had great running backs, they've been...
Yeah. But I think it's probably not the why. I mean, there's a reason that nobody's mocking him to Arizona, because they believe the wiser decision is they need to fix their trenches.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not the wisest decision to take him, so maybe you root for that, but even though he is a spectacular player.
And I hear what you're saying, too, about them needing to do something to appease their fans, because you can't just have a crap product year after year after year and expect them to keep buying tickets.
They're in a bad way.
Yeah.
They're in a bad way, that organization. I mean, look, I mean, I know Cardinal fans get ripped on, but since they now have generation, I mean, such a town of where people move to Arizona, but now they've got a couple of generations there where most of the fans have grown up Arizona Cardinal fans. They support the team. They've had a long run of sellouts. They support the team. I think it's the lowest they've been in quite some time, that they thought they were building something special and it crashed and burned. Oh. Like the last couple of years, they were supposed to take steps forward and they've crashed and burned. And so a lot of doubt with Arizona Cardinals football again. And so I think this is going to be like a cheap ploy to try to win them back over. And that is to get them the shiny object that is the Adrian Peterson-like running back that's in this class. So just a theory. We'll see if it comes to fruition. Let me go to a couple of other stocking stuffers here. How about this one? The Detroit Lions may have tipped their hand a little bit. They did not bring back Taylor Decker. They are operating right now without a left tackle. That is one area in a draft that most people are describing as a down draft that seems to be very strong. There seem to be some really good left tackles in this upcoming draft, from Caden Proctor, the monster, out of Alabama, Spencer Fano out of Utah, Moaga, the All-American out of Miami, Monroe Freeling out of Georgia, who seems to be the flavor of the month right now at this position. So there are probably 4 left tackles that people believe are plug-and-play type left tackles. And it sounds like Detroit is attaching, or a lot of people are attaching one of those 4 to Detroit, but they have left themselves with such an open hole, it might seem too obvious that they're trying to take advantage of a tackle-rich draft. And so what they're wondering now, and what people are starting to rumor about, is that if these tackles start firing off the board earlier than Detroit thought, that they may be compelled to move up from 17 to get up into position. I mean, they have Super Bowl aspirations, right? I mean, they're coming off a wildly disappointing year, and they've let their left tackle walk. I mean, you're not making your team better exposing Jared Goff's backside. He's not exactly the quickest dude in the building. So they need to protect Jared Goff And so a left tackle need, their left tackle need might be one of the biggest needs in the entire draft. And if they're going to sit there, and they might not have the luxury of just sitting there waiting for one of the 4 or 5 tackles that are first-round worthy to fall into their lap. So that's something worth keeping an eye on. And finally, from Stocking Stuffers, let's address the A.J. Brown rumor again. I am just of the belief that he's going to get moved. And you can see a lot of mock drafts right now having the Eagles take a wide receiver. And the reason is that even if they do keep A.J. Brown in the interim, that it's not a long-term solution for them. But I'd take it even further. I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire usually with these NFL trades. And this has been a raging inferno really for the last year, basically. And so I think they are going to move him. And at one point, the Rams were highly connected to A.J. Brown. That's another thing you don't want to see coming into the division necessarily.
That's not what we need.
But you do wonder if they re-enter that conversation with what Puka's got going on right now. I don't think that Rams fan have to worry about Puka Nacua. I think that he's getting the help that he seeks, and my guess is that he's going to be fine. There certainly wasn't anything wrong with his game this past year. No. That's for damn sure. But if they were already thinking about teaming the two together, and now suddenly we've got a little bit of doubt for the first time in Nakua's career as to, how this thing's going to proceed. Maybe that's worth revisiting if you are the Rams. And they still have Devontae Adams, by the way, as well. So I don't think that feels like a marriage to me, but I do believe that that all of the mockers out there that keep taking wide receivers for the Philadelphia Eagles, I think they're in the same boat that I am. I think they're going to move A.J. Brown this year. There's just, it's beyond smoke with this guy. And so maybe it does make sense that the Eagles go wide receiver in the first round of the draft. And finally, let Devontae Smith show if he's a wide receiver 1.
Yeah.
I think that's a terrible idea.
Yeah, and you'd really answer the question if Jalen Hurts or A.J. Brown was holding him back, don't you?
Well, a lot of the talk is that it's A.J., that it's Hurts, Jalen Hurts, and not A.J.
They'll
Brown.
find out for real.
I heard a really good, interesting comment about that said, boy, you should really look at something where A.J. Brown can be that disruptive, that vocal, seem like that big of a pain in the ass, and yet the team is siding with him.
Mm-hmm.
Like most of the players are siding with him as if to say, I don't like that he's saying it, but somebody needed to.
Right.
And
they're not mad. Yeah.
That's a really interesting spin on what's going on there in Philadelphia. But I don't think they'll get rid of the quarterback. I think they will get rid of the wide receiver. All right. We close out the show with one last thing next at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Oh, don't miss the March Madness action at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM and Sports Radio 950 KJR AM. It's taking you through the NCAA tournament this year thanks to our fine sponsors, Twin Peaks, Dave Smith Motors, WSECU, and the Evergreen Council on Problem Gambling. Final Four starts again on Saturday, 3 o'clock. It'll be Illinois versus UConn.
Illinois.
And Arizona versus Michigan. But really, the game I'm most interested in is Illinois.
Yeah, buddy.
Versus UConn.
Yeah.
All right, time for one last thing to close out the radio program. What do you got, Ashley?
Well, I just wanted to say that, now that this is our second day on YouTube and we're like basically seasoned vets at this whole thing. Yeah. The chat really does.
Got a lot of ladies hitting me up.
Have you? Yeah, just being like, wow, sir, didn't know you were so ruggedly handsome. I
like
just
Mike Benton.
Yeah, one and the same. The chat's a fun new element. We've got a lot of people who've been active there all show, and they're.
Do I even want to know?
Yeah, no, they're all. It's great. They're asking good questions and saying hi and being awesome. So I just wanted to give a shout out to the chatters on the YouTube channel. Thanks for participating. Thanks for listening to the show, and I promise I'm working on answering more. I'm trying to be.
So you are being interactive with them.
Yep.
Should I have it up? I don't even have it up.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask, and so I thought maybe in the breaks you and Bucky could do that. So we'll get Jeff to get that set up in there because it's kind of nice. They've been asking some questions throughout the show and different things.
I'm really not for anybody that thinks they're getting at me on the
They don't seem to be trying to do that.
No. I just mean in general, like the text line. I understand. I hear reported that it can get pretty nasty on the text line at sometimes for all the shows.
Oh yeah.
If you think you're getting to me, I never look at it.
Yeah, he does not.
Yeah, and it's not that I don't care. It's not that I don't like, you feeling like the show's more interactive. It's just that I think too many times talk show hosts will get hung up on one criticism, probably from an unreliable source, and I just don't want to react because then you feel. It's like natural. You feel compelled to defend your opinion against one person's criticism of your take. So then you spend the next segment, which you had planned to do something else, reacting to something that just because one person felt that way. So I keep it away from me so that I don't use that as reason to go back after something. I say what I say. There'll be other times to discuss it. Not saying I'm always right, but which I'm not. I'm telling you, I'm not always right. But certainly, I don't want it to flavor my next conversation about it. So
I totally understand.
Yeah, sometimes even on Twitter, I think that as a group, because it's social media is still pretty new, that we'll just take one criticism and then feel like we need to address it on the airwaves. I don't ever want to feel that way. So now I'm a little compelled. I kind of want to do and interact on the video, on the chat, but then again, that kind of falls into the same bubble. It's new, and I think a lot of our people that really like us probably went to go watch it on YouTube the last couple of days, but I don't know if I want to continuously see a stream. The compliments too. I don't even, even though everybody likes getting compliments over criticism, even that. I don't want to color what I'm going to say next.
No, and I can understand that.
So that's just my philosophy.
I get it. I just think it is a fun element.
Yeah.
It's nice. And I appreciate their participation.
For sure.
I'm going to try to be better at responding to them. I am pretty good at responding to texts. I don't get to everybody, but I do respond to a lot of the people on the text line.
Yeah.
My favorite is when people insult us or do something and I respond and then they're like, well, you don't have to respond to me. You're right, I don't, but I try to respond to everybody to let you know your text was read.
Okay.
So there you go.
I think maybe we need to have the conversation about why we choose to or not to respond.
Yeah, I think that's good. It's good.
Good
Good info.
All right. Well, keep it coming. I hope you're enjoying it. I mean, I feel a little exposed. I forget about the cameras most of the time. I'm not sure if I've done things I shouldn't have done in front of the camera. I have no idea, just out of habit. But I promise I will shave at some point in my life and look a little more presentable.
Just not after bourbons.
Yeah, the barber was busy.
Yeah, the barber.
Last night. drinking
Had other
bourbon.
appointments.
Yeah, damn barber. Never count on
Yeah,
that
you
guy.
can't really. They're
Yeah.
unreliable.
Yeah,
They're
he's
always
the worst.
choosing bourbon over shaving.
I almost got through a show. It'll be my one last thing without talking about ABS. Be the first time.
Yeah, that's actually pretty crazy.
Yeah, first time. It would have been the first show, but I didn't quite make it because I'm going to bring it up as my one last thing because we had history made yesterday. It did happen.
What happened?
The game ended on an ABS overturn in the Baltimore Orioles game.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Umpire called it a ball. Catcher challenged it. I guess they had both challenges remaining, and he's like, might as well use it. And it barely clipped the strike zone. And so the game ended on an overturned call. So
I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, I don't know how I'm going to feel about that come World Series time. If a World Series ends that way, can you imagine?
Oh my God, no. That would be the worst.
Yeah. That's better than if a World Series ended, and I'm talking about the entire series, by a challenge. That would be even worse. Because at least an overturn, I mean, the celebration going on and the hitter's just sitting there tapping his head like, hey. Like, can you imagine with all that chaos?
No, that's what I'm trying to think about now. Like, I don't know how. No, I would not. I don't like that.
It would be even worse, though, if it was a challenge like a play at home plate and then everybody got on. And then, because in that case, everybody's got to go back out on the field and resume a game that you'd already celebrated a championship. You've already done your dog pile.
Dog pile.
It's hard to come back from a dog pile and try to focus on winning a baseball game.
You got to unpile.
You do. So anyway, history was made yesterday. It's already happened. And I think it is worth pointing out about the ABS challenge system. I know that a lot of people after the WBC game, like, oh, I'm so glad we're having ABS. We never have to have a blown ball strike call decide the end of a game ever again. You are out of your flipping minds because most of these ABS challenges are getting burned up before the ninth inning. So that's still here to stay.
Yeah.
We're still going to have games that end with a bad home plate umpire ball strike call. That's not leaving us.
Right.
We will certainly have fewer. By nature of the rule, we will have fewer because we now have the option to challenge if we've kept a challenge remaining. But we are not by a long shot done with bad umpire calls ending baseball games.
No, there's no way.
No way. Just to warn you. All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Friday edition of Chuck and Buck in the Morning starting at 6 a.m. Coming up next, Mark James, Christopher Kidd, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
I have no problem with the Cole Emerson contract, and I don't understand why any of you would. I think it's just the fact that Jerry Dipoto and Justin Hollander and the brain trust there, they know what they've got. And they're willing to give this guy nearly $100 million because they know that barring some unforeseen injury, there's no way that this guy is going to be a bust. That's why you give him that kind of money. I mean, that's like the NFL first pick in the draft, Sam Bradford type money before they fixed it when Cam Newton came in, became the number one pick. And then they basically said, we're not doing this anymore. We're not having the number one pick in the draft making more money than Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, and Aaron Rodgers. We're not doing that crap anymore. So I don't have any issue with it. I don't know why anybody out there would, but let's just see what happens. My question is, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when Cole Emerson's going to be up here. And I would imagine it's going to be in the next couple of weeks. Because you're not going to pay a guy $95 million to be in frickin' Tacoma or Arkansas, right? I mean, he's going to be up here very soon. So hopefully sooner than later. But this team right now, not looking good at all. And like I said, when you have the heart of your lineup and they're like it's just, you're not going to win games. So my question is, why has Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez, and Josh Naylor, why are they all batting so poorly? I don't know why. I really don't. I'd like to find out why. Is it something that, and here's the thing. I'm even someone who has kind of been a little bit, how would you say, I wouldn't say pulling punches, but I know this is what Julio does. But when you have the heart of your lineup batting a collective .091, I'm surprised this team has won a game. I really am. And then you have the guy that's supposed to be your ace who is crapping the bed and pissing the bed. That's a problem. That's a major, major problem. I'm worried about that more than I am the Cole Emerson contract. The Cole Emerson contract's over a year. We've got bigger problems over there. It's like, yeah, I mean, and there's something I've got, by the way, you talk about big problems. Oh, and I've got something big to tell you coming up next. But Pat McAfee, he's everywhere. He's anywhere. He's ubiquitous. He's broadcasted his show from the NFL draft, from Radio Row, from anywhere he wants to, WrestleMania. But he wants to broadcast his show from one of the biggest sporting events in the world every year. And let's just say they are giving Heisman Trophy
Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
MJ in the midday. Well, Pat McAfee, we are living in his world, man. He is, we are definitely living in a Pat McAfee world. He is everywhere. He's blown up. He took a pay cut to go to ESPN, and he broadcasts his show wherever he damn well pleases, except for one place. And I've been there on a Sunday 3 years in a row. An event unlike any other. The Masters in Augusta, Georgia. Pat McAfee wants to broadcast his show from the Masters. Well, let's just say that they're giving him the Vince McMahon no chance in hell.
Obviously, the internet goes on to say, we don't need Jason Kelce at the Masters. And that's probably a valid point, if I had to guess. And I'm only saying that strictly because we have attempted to be a part of the Wednesday coverage of the Masters at the Par 3 thing for 3 consecutive years now. And for the people that are mad about Jason Kelce being a part of the Masters, I got a good piece of news for you. They've told us to go to hell. Mm-hmm. So I think you should be happy about that they do try to preserve it as a whole. They have a certain thing that they are looking for. So I think Jason Kelce, who's a dog, who's funny, who's relatable, and is a very good athlete, and is probably friends with a lot of these guys that are going to be golfing in there, I think he will provide a bonus for that Par 3 coverage. But to the people that were upset saying that the Masters are the only thing you got left, know that they've turned us down very loudly numerous times, which I think should be good news for the state of their golf and the way they view it all.
Oh, and the people who are upset, too, it's like, hey, this isn't Thursday. This isn't the opening round and Kelsey's going to be walking around. This is Wednesday when it is fun. When, the families are out there and the kids are taking putts. It's like Jason Kelce should be there because it also gives other fans, kind of like myself, who haven't been massive golf guys or kind of been around the golf culture, to kind of bridge that gap. So for them to be mad about a Wednesday of Masters is just absurd.
There will still be a standard.
Yes.
That's what I think people there will still be a Masters standard. And that's why the only reason why I'm saying they've told us, yeah, right, a couple times, because they're still very much the people that are making those decisions are very we're not doing that, which we understand and respect. It's the Masters. For God's sake, it's down there in Augusta. We understand that as a whole.
I'd rather see Pat McAfee at the Masters than Kelce, Jason Kelce, Travis Kelce, the Kelce family. The only thing more insufferable that I've had to endure over the course of the last, what is it now? November, December, January, February, March, 5+ months, 5.5 months, is the Boozer family. And that's the only thing. I literally, if I never see Jason Kelce's stupid effing beard on TV and his brother, and we all know who he's with and all that stuff, if I never see them on TV again or ever again, it couldn't be too soon. It couldn't be too soon. I cannot stand the Kelce family. I've had it with them. I was actually pissed and disappointed that the Chiefs brought him back. He got a 3-year deal, even though he'll probably, who knows, he might end up fulfilling the entire 3-year contract. But I have no time, no patience, and zero tolerance for the Kelces. And here's the thing, Pat McAfee, and I'm not saying Jason Kelce's bad on the air, but he's not that lovable, funny guy that everybody thinks he is. Not everybody thinks he's so cute. Present company speaking. I just don't. I mean, I know him and his brother. They have some big podcasts, and that's great, and good for them. Good for them. But, I don't have to like it. And I can't stand it. And Jason's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Travis certainly will be in the Hall of Fame, first ballot. Then again, it depends on who's voting. If Tony Dungy and Bill Polian are voting, they might have to wait until their 12th ballot to get into the Hall of Fame after what they did to Bill Belichick. But those guys are certainly surefire future Hall of Famers. I'm not a fan. At least Pat McAfee is an entity. At least he's a talent. At least he's a guy that's on the air every day. He works his ass off. And I was talking about this with somebody on my way home yesterday, a buddy of mine who's a lawyer up in Boston. And I was talking about when I first got to fill in for Jim Rome. It was kind of a big deal for me. I've looked up to Jim Rome my entire life, and you get to fill in for Rome. It was kind of a big deal for me. And my father loved it. He thought it was a really big deal. I had Steph Curry on, and the amazing thing, Jim Rome's crew told me, how did you get Steph Curry on when we can't even get Steph Curry on to come on with Jim Rome? I'm like, well, Steph and we're tight like that. And if you don't believe me, ask Dick Fane. He knows. Dick Fane saw it about 6 weeks ago after the Sixers game at the Chase Center, right? And then I got Michael Vick on. And I had a guy who's a friend of mine who runs this media advertising agency. And at the time, he's like, oh, do you want to get Pat McAfee on? And I'm like, why? Why? I just got Steph Curry on. I just got Michael Vick on. Why would I want? Now, you got to remember, this is 2015, 2016. This isn't Pat McAfee 2025, which, now, come on. At the time, why would I want an effing punter on my show? Why? Oh, he's kind of, he's building up a social. I'm like, I don't care about that. I want names that people are familiar with. I don't want a punter from the Colts. But now McAfee's become the biggest sports media star in the world this side of Stephen A. Smith. And he's earned it. So I've got nothing but the utmost respect and admiration for Pat McAfee because he can't be on ESPN enough as far as I'm concerned. ESPN needs Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee does not need ESPN. And that's why him and Stephen A. Smith are on another level. They don't need the four-letter network. The four-letter network needs both of them badly. That's why, and I've learned a bunch of things about when people try to negotiate. Maria Taylor, she found out that the hard way. Oh, I want Stephen A. Smith money. And they're like, well, they gave her the Vince McMahon, no chance in hell. You're a glorified, they basically told her, you're a glorified prompter reader. This is where we value you. And she got her money with NBC. Kudos to her. She was more valuable to NBC than she was to ESPN. ESPN's like, we can get anyone to be in that position. Laura Rutledge, we can get anyone. Doesn't matter. But, yeah. So, McAfee, if the Masters were smart, they let McAfee broadcast there on a Wednesday, not a Thursday, but on Wednesday. They would let him do it if they were smart. But they're old school. I get it. Traditional and all that stuff. But if you're going to allow Jason Kelce, you should definitely allow Pat McAfee. Just saying. That's all I am saying on that one. Coming up next, somebody has been very impressed with Mike McDonald. Hitting to all fields. Coming up next, we'll tell you who and why Mike McDonald continues to impress even at the NFL owners meetings in Phoenix. George Sedano, ESPN, will join us coming up at 11.
93.3 KJR FM.
Three in the air.
The one nugget that I thought was really interesting, the Seattle coach Mike McDonald, I sit down at his table, Ben Volen from the Boston Globe asks him, hey, what was the one coolest thing or the spoils of winning the Super Bowl? And I thought Mike McDonald's answer was fascinating. It wasn't getting to play at a certain golf course. It wasn't the opportunity to meet a famous celebrity. It wasn't the chance to go on Jimmy Fallon or Jimmy Kimmel or one of these shows. Mike McDonald's point was the greatest part about winning the Super Bowl is it defends our way of life. I said, whoa, that's off the top of the dome. What do you mean defends your... And he said, it sounds dramatic, but we bleed and we pour all of our time and all of our energy into culture and building something. And we preach this and we believe it. And when you win the Super Bowl, all of that time and all the things that you preach, it is justified. This is why we do things this way. This is why we ask you to put in that extra work. This is why we tell you this is how it is to be a Seahawk. Think about the mental exercise that is. You're asked as an individual, what was the coolest thing about winning the Super Bowl? And his immediate reaction, and this is why he is a special coach, his immediate reaction was it justified all the things that we talk about all day long. And it shows that at the end of the road, the way we're doing it is actually right. That takes a special individual to think about the team, the culture, and everything that you put into it, and not, I got to play TPC Sawgrass, or I was able to go with my wife on vacation and I met Kevin Costner because we're at a cool hotel. No, Mike McDonald's a rare breed.
Peter Schrager on Mike McDonald. We realize that. Kid, I found something. I'm going to just state this for the record. I think the YouTube channel's working now. We're good. So we're good on that. As you can see, I am dressed too sweet. Rest in peace, Scott Hall, Hulk Hogan. I got my NWO sweatshirt on today. NWO for life. I got more reactions and people said stuff to me in San Francisco than probably any article of clothing that I've ever worn in my entire life, including Armani suits. Nobody cares about them. You wear that, you put out that NWO sweatshirt though. They're doing the the for life sign and all that stuff. Please, this is for everybody here. Do not take the remote control out of the studio for the television. I don't know who did it. I know they were, trying to get the YouTube, so that's fine. The remote control for this studio should never come out of the studio ever. It's kind of like when we print out stuff for the show, and I always rely on that stapler to be there every day, and some idiot, some doofus, some moron takes it, brings it to his desk, and never brings it back. There's always that guy. Well, that's actually something that's fine. I could deal with a missing stapler. What I can't deal with is a missing remote control. Because when I came in for the first 45 minutes of the show, I had the replay of the Mariners game from yesterday. I already lived that crap. All right, I already saw them get shut out for 7 innings. Okay? They got shut out for a grand total of 16 straight innings until they broke through in the bottom of the 8th inning with a futile rally. I don't need to watch that crap again. Okay? So just don't take the remote control out of the studio. Why would you? Why would you? It's programmed for this TV and this TV only. Do not let it come. Thankfully, Jess found it, and she saved my sanity. Okay? It's bad enough that I have to pay $40 extra a month to watch the Mariners on cable. I don't need to be reminded of it, especially after another piss-poor performance where they got shut out for 7 straight cold, wet, and rainy innings by Cam Schlittler yesterday. After also getting shut out by Max Fried for 7 innings the night before. I don't need to be reminded of it. I am not trying to hide behind the mic. I just put the mic where my mouth is at all. No, I keep my chair very low, just so you know, because I don't like my chair to be high. I don't like sitting at high tops at sports bars. I like my chair to be as low as possible. So I am on the stream, and it is very lonely in here. Well, hey, I'm I'm with you, MJ. The Kelseys are annoying and starting to really wear on me whenever I see their stupid faces. Go Cougs. Amen to that. Finally, MJ and I agree on something. It only took a year and a half. Can't stand the Kelseys. They're just, it's like Gronk. I had to deal with Gronk the last 3 years that he was in New England with the Patriots. And it's not funny anymore. It's like the dumb jock meathead act gets old after a while. And this one, I'm not even gonna, but I'm gonna read it anyway. What will it ultimately take to get Jeremiah Love? Would the Hawks even entertain a trade? No, stupid. No, they wouldn't. Why would you ever want to trade for a freaking running back who wasn't guaranteed to be the next Derrick Henry or Adrian Peterson? Jeremiah Love? Ask Jeremiah Love how many yards he rushed against the Miami Hurricanes. So that 40-yard thing that he did at the Combine, he had more yards on his 40-yard dash than he did in the entire game against Miami. No. We didn't win a Super Bowl with John Schneider by trading up to take an effing running back. Bro, seriously? I hope you're high. I hope you're on, you got some great ganja, sweet roots, or I don't know what you're on. But if you would trade to take a running back in the top 5, dude, that's why you're a fan. And that's why you'll never work in an NFL front office. Ever. And I'm sorry to be harsh, but that's just stupid, dude. Stupid. With a capital S. I mean, that's just moronic. Okay? And you're the defending Super Bowl champs. The last thing you need is a running back. We'll get one in the second or third round. Jeremiah Love, dude, he had 33 yards against Miami. You want to trade up to the top 10? Oh, let's give a first, a second, and third round. What an idiot. What a moron. Dude, you can't be that stupid, but then again, I guess you are. George Sedano coming up next. He is not stupid.
Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Sports headlines brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose Chill Kraken host the Utah Mammoth tonight at 7 o'clock. You can listen to all that action right here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Mariners got shut out for 16 straight innings. They were able to rally a little bit in the 8th and the 9th inning to no avail after getting completely controlled and dominated by the Yankees 5-3. They hit the road as they will take on the LA Angels of Anaheim on Friday. Kirk Cousins has agreed to a 5-year deal with the Raiders. He will bring a veteran presence for the number 1 pick, Fernando Mendoza, and former Wisconsin tight end Jack Pugh, who stepped away from football 3 years ago to concentrate on his mental health, died at the age of 24. No official cause of death was announced, and assistant GMs Mike Schmitz and Sergei Oliva were suspended for 2 weeks after the Blazers said they reported the violations. Those are sports headlines brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. All right. No stranger, indeed. George Sedano, ESPN LA. He's all over the place. Yes, he interviewed Victor Wembanyama, who, I mean, in my opinion, I think he should be the MVP of the NBA, but it is what it is. Sedano, the NFL owners meetings is going on in Phoenix, and I just want to know, man, I wish I could live as rent-free as the Seahawks are in the Rams' heads, that Sean McVay just cannot stop on the competition committee to keep the Seahawks kind of name out of his mouth after everything that transpired in their last 2 meetings last year.
I'm not familiar with what you're saying. I'm being serious. Like I heard the Kyle Shanahan stuff about the Rams, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, but like they want the thing with the Zach Charbonnet 2-point conversion. They don't want that to be where you can't pick it up or whatever. And this wasn't something that is like a tush push that like the Seahawks plan on doing. Zach Charbonnet picked up the ball and it was a 2-point conversion. They're trying to get that disallowed. And I don't know, it just feels sort of like, that the Seahawks now, where I felt like when Mike McDonald was hired 2 years ago, the Rams were the gold standard. Now the Seahawks are the gold standard. And it feels like the Rams and Les Snead are trying to, take down the Seahawks. And I mean, listen, they just won the Super Bowl, so I'm not speaking out of turn here, right?
Yeah, I just think, that Zach Charbonnet play is a bit of a fluky, weird play. And I think that, I get the sense that what they want is clarity to the rule, because there's a level of interpretation of how that play went. Correct me if I'm wrong, but, it was a deflected backward pass, right? That was ruled incomplete in real time. And then he had picked it up and ran it in, right? And then was overruled later. The call was overturned to a live ball. I just think that they want some level of clarity because, first of all, the review took a couple of minutes, it felt like, in that situation. And I just think that if you're them, you just want that to have clarity so that it doesn't happen. Forget about just them, just anyone moving forward. Like, what is the rule? Like, was it clear where it was conclusive to overturn? Did it need to take that long? I think there's more to it than just they're bagging on the Seahawks.
Yeah, I know. And listen, like, it was a war. I mean, these are the best two teams in the NFL. I mean, I think we can agree upon that, right? I mean, the NFC Championship game, I said it, George, going into that weekend on NFC Championship Sunday, I said Roger Goodell should be here with the Vince Lombardi trophy because whoever wins this game is going to win the Super Bowl. And, I mean, and we saw what happened a couple weeks later. And the Rams would have done the same thing to the Patriots. They would have done it. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, we talked about it leading into that game, that was the game that everybody really needed to keep their eyes on. But yeah, so look, these two teams are very close. The division is going to be hard fought again. It's going to continue to be the case. And that's why I didn't know about this particular thing. Like, I knew that there was this proposal because they clearly were upset about the way that thing turned out in real time and certainly there afterwards. But yeah, look, I get their proposed rule change, which is, basically that a deflected backward pass is treated as like a restricted fumble, right? That it can't be advanced in that scenario. So yeah, I mean, I don't think that would be wrong to have a level of clarity. It just so happens the Seahawks benefited from it, which, by the way, doesn't necessarily mean that would have changed any of the outcome in what happened in the NFC title game.
No, it's a good point. And listen, the only thing that would have changed the outcome in the NFC title game was that stupid taunting penalty by Reek Woolen. That almost changed everything.
Honestly, at that point, I thought that was the demise of the Seahawks, and I said, "Oh boy, this is going to be this guy's worst nightmare."
Right?
Yeah.
No doubt about it. Hey, George, I got to ask you about this. So what is it up with the fact that, because I have this little conspiracy theory, George Sedano from ESPN joining us, is that I feel that the NFL came to the Seahawks and they said, we want you to go to Australia. And the Seahawks said, no, we're Super Bowl champs. We're not going anywhere. And he said, okay, well, you're going to get Hard Knocks. And I feel like Hard Knocks was the compromise to not going to Australia. So you're on the flagship station for the Rams. The Rams are going to Australia. What about some reports out there? Mike Florio was on this station yesterday, and there was some talks out there that the Rams wanted that particular game to be in another country because they didn't want to be outdrawn by 49er fans in their own stadium. Any truth to that?
Well, I mean, Kyle Shanahan said that.
Kyle Shanahan said that. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if Mike Florio necessarily reported that. I don't know what came first. I do know and Mike does a great job, but I do know Kyle Shanahan said that.
Right.
I'll just say this. The Niners definitely, the fans come down for that. I mean, first of all, you can drive. It's a 45-minute flight. There are plenty of Niner fans in L.A. already to begin with. L.A. is in a weird spot because there was no football here for 20 years, and they've had to build something over the last 10. And 9 of them have been with McVay, and things have gone well in that regard. But, that just doesn't happen overnight, man. You got to have generations of fans to do that. I mean, I grew up in South Florida, right? You went to school there.
Yep.
I grew up, and I was a kid going to these games in the 90s. And the Dolphins were good with Dan Marino. And there'd still be a ton of Bills fans and Patriots fans and Jets fans there. The same thing with the Heat when the Knicks were in town. And there was a lot of transplanted Northeasterners there. So, that's just part of it. But with the Rams, I mean, the other aspect of it is what I mentioned. It's just the fact that there was no football for 20 years. Not professional football. I mean, hell, USC was treated like the professional football team.
No, they were. And they were. Let's be real. And Reggie Bush was NIL before NIL was a thing. I even remember, you talk about, teams overtaking a stadium, Mets fans going down to Joe Robbie, Hard Rock now, and when the Marlins were playing there, and it was just, anytime the Mets played the Marlins, it was, let's go Mets. I mean, it was so, but why would, for me, a divisional game the only issue I have with that, George, is just that's like certain games, like if it was the Rams versus the Bengals or the Jets or the Browns, fine. You want a divisional game over in Australia? That just feels like that should be settled on, hostile environment, American territory. I don't know why you would want a divisional game to be over there.
I don't disagree with you, but we also saw the Chargers and Chiefs play in Brazil.
That's true.
So,
good point. Yeah.
I mean, this is not a specific thing to two teams. This is a thing that the NFL wants to do. And a lot of it depends on the organization and their willingness to help the league expand internationally. Okay. And look, I think it's an uphill battle, okay, with American football in these other countries, okay? And look, we love American football here. The NFL is king in this country. There is no question. And I think that it has grown in popularity in other countries. You go to Mexico, man, they love the Cowboys. They love the Raiders. They love the Patriots, okay? You go to other countries, and there are legit fans. However, when you go to Europe, particularly, it's funny because I have friends who live in London, and they have been having these games in London for years. And I asked them, what does the local news say about when the NFL comes to town? Well, they're like, they always do this thing where they'll go like out on the street, and they'll be like, hey, did you know the American football is coming to this weekend to Wembley Stadium or wherever? And they're like, oh, really? Is that this weekend? Oh, yeah, no idea, whatever, no interest. So it's like, it's a hard thing. This isn't soccer. This isn't basketball, which is the second biggest international sport. Like, this is a hard sport to figure out because the rules are different than anything the rest of the world has ever done. The way the rosters are constructed, the size of the human beings, like there's a lot of things at play here. I commend the NFL for doing it. They certainly have the resources to fund it, and they should continue to do it. But, yeah, I get why people here would be upset if you have divisional games overseas, because I'm with you. It probably should not be the case, and it should be these interconference games or whatnot. But they want to give the international crowds, quote-unquote, our best, and they feel like that's the recipe for success.
Wow. George Sedano joining us here on MJ in the midday. Also, on a more somber note, it was announced yesterday Puka Nacua is going to enter rehab. That came out of complete left field. What do you know about that?
Well, to my knowledge, it's not one of these like rehabs where like Tiger Woods is going away for 2 months or whatever. It's you can come in and out, right? He's still going to train for football. He's actually working out with Cooper Kupp, who he is still very close with. They train together in the off seasons and will continue to do so. But he is spending a lot of time there on a daily basis, many, many hours, most of the waking hours that he's not working out. And he is going through a process here where, look, there is a level of maturity that needs to come with being in the limelight, a professional athlete in any city, let alone Los Angeles, okay? So I think that if you look at the series of events that have transpired in the last, I don't know, particularly in the last 6-7 months, I think that he clearly needed some guidance and some help. So I'm glad that the organization confronted him about this and, you know, are holding him to a certain standard. And I think it's good for him to also realize, hey, I do need some help because I don't know about you, but I remember being 24 years old and thinking I knew everything, okay?
Oh, yeah. I remember being 34 years old thinking I knew everything.
Correct. But now imagine being 24 years old and being on the precipice of a $200 million contract.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like,
yeah.
I'm a firm believer in sports, whether it comes to physical health, mental health, et cetera. I'm a big believer of, hey, you got to save people from themselves sometimes. And I think that this is a combination of the people closest to him, himself, and the organization doing right by him at this particular point.
And Sean McVay has come out and said he's one of us. We love him. He's part of us. And listen, he is on that precipice, George, of getting that Jackson Smith and Jigba type contract where he's, you know, Puka's going to be the next highest paid receiver in NFL history. But they're just saying, hey, man, you got to tighten it up. And I respect that. I mean, listen, that's what great ownership and management does. The Rams have done it for such a long time. And you know would be awesome. And I feel, George, to kind of make a Final Four reference, but even to a higher degree, George, is that we've got Arizona and Michigan coming up on Saturday. And that seems to be obviously the heavyweight title. A lot of people are looking at UConn, Illinois as just
it's it's the Rams Seahawks.
That's it.
The Final Four.
That's it.
Yeah.
You just took the words right out of my mouth, George. And I just wish because I know the Rams and the Seahawks again this year, I just can sense it. I have this premonition. They're going to be the best two teams in the NFL again this season. I just firmly believe that. I just wish that they could, like, when the playoffs come around, we could maybe just for the playoffs put one in the AFC and the other in the so they could be in the Super Bowl, because like we're gonna get. It's like, George, you're getting the series finale before the series finale. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like, it sucks. Like Arizona, Michigan, come on. I mean, and I think UConn would have a shot on Monday night. I do. But like, you're getting the better game instead of where you would get the better. We want the best game to be at the end. I knew. Everybody knew. I'm not like, sitting here telling you I'm like the newest version of Jimmy the Greek. I knew the Patriots-Seahawks game was going to be a complete anticlimactic nothing, and it was. But you knew that the Seahawks and the Rams was going to be everything, and it lived up to that and then some. But you just said it, George. Arizona, Michigan, Seahawks, Rams.
Yeah, and look, this isn't new to sports either, right? For, in the 90s, we used to see the Niners and Cowboys go at it, right? And we knew that one of them was going to win the Super Bowl pretty much at that point against the AFC. Look at those Michael Jordan Bulls teams, right? And no disrespect to the Sonics, and I know GP did a hell of a job doing his best and locking up Jordan in ways that we didn't see a lot of people do before that. But generally speaking, those Eastern Conference finals, whether it was the Knicks or the Pacers, were the more competitive series. Those series went 7. None of the final series for the Bulls ever went 7. So we've seen this before in sports. Ideally, we'd love for the championship round to be the most enticing round and the most exciting round. We saw that in the World Series last year with the Dodgers and the Blue Jays, right? Like, I think that's what you want in a perfect world. We just don't always get it, unfortunately. And it's worse, I think, particularly in a one-game sample. Like when you see this Super Bowl this past year, and, look, I was watching this thing on a plane. I was doing a Celtics-Knicks game that afternoon, and I watched I was exhausted. I remember, like, taking a nap, and I told the flight attendant, I said, hey, can you do me a favor? Could you just wake me up when the Super Bowl starts? And she's like, yeah, absolutely. So she does, and I'm watching. And in my head, I'm like, I should have just stayed asleep. I had flown into Boston on a red eye from doing a game the day before, and I had slept like 3 hours max. And I'm like, I slept like an hour and change before the Super Bowl started. And I'm like, I should have just stayed asleep. Like, this is not going to be worth it. And I knew it wasn't going to be worth it. I knew Seattle was going to dominate them.
Right. And George, one of our friends of the show, 2 friends of the show, Ian Eagle, who was on yesterday, who had the epic call in the UConn Duke thriller on Sunday, and Charles Davis, they called the Super Bowl for, I believe, international. And Charles Davis told us afterwards, he said, when Ian and I, after the Seahawks went up 9-0, he said, we all looked at each other and we said, this thing is over. And I go, even at 9-0, he said 9-0 felt like 31-0.
Yep. That's how I felt.
Yeah.
I at that point, I was like, all right, I'm staying up to watch the halftime at this point. Like, and then, I mean, look, I did stay up the entire flight to watch the game because it kind of coincided with the game. So, I had 6 hours from Boston back to LA. But yeah, I mean, it really was not competitive. But look, I think what you do is you need to cherish those moments because as crazy as all those moments are, right? Like the Cowboys and Niners, let's talk about that for a second. They didn't play in the same division. Okay, like that. When the Patriots and Colts were going at it with Brady and Manning, they didn't play in the same division. Okay, that's what makes this even more unique and more special is that these two teams play in the same division. And I'm still not writing off the Niners as being capable of winning the division either at this point.
No, you can't. Listen, George, it went to Week 18. If the Seahawks lose that Saturday night Week 18 game at Levi Stadium, the 49ers were the 1 seed. Like they were the 1 seed. Listen, you mentioned the Sonics. Obviously, we got news that everybody here is overjoyed about last week that the NBA has officially come out and saying they're going to explore expansion in Seattle and Las Vegas. What do you think that would mean to bring and get the NBA, specifically the Sonics, back here in Seattle? What would that mean to the league that you've covered for so long?
I would be absolutely stunned if Seattle doesn't have a team by the 28-29 season. Like, completely floored if that's the case. I think that Adam Silver, and look, I've met all the commissioners, but I'm obviously closest to Adam because I've had more interactions with him. But I believe Adam Silver genuinely and truly is a fan of basketball, and Adam Silver is also truly and genuinely a guy who wants to do right by the fans. And when you look at Seattle, it was not a fan thing by any stretch of the imagination. We know how good the fan base is up there for every sport, okay? So it became a financial situation, an ownership situation, a building situation. Well, all those things will be remedied here. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And look, did he have to, I'm sure the price of expansion will probably be higher than I think people anticipated, because he had to sell it to his other owners who were like, wait, we got to split the pie 2 more ways. But I do think that the group of owners, for the most part, in that sport, generally want to do right by the audience. And Seattle feels like one of those places where, they got done dirty a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It is what it is. It's water under the bridge at this point. And it's got to be even more painful that OKC is this good.
Oh,
right?
I know.
Like at this point.
Yeah.
So, but look, those OKC fans are great too. This is not me taking a shot at them. That is one of the most, and I'm not trying to needle you guys. That's a great place to watch a game because those people have nothing else professionally. Like, that is their professional team, and they rally around that place. But Seattle had that too, despite having multiple sports. And Seattle deserves to have an NBA team. They deserve to have their history back. They deserve to get all the Sonic stuff back. And all that stuff, I think, will be corrected sooner rather than later. I'm actually a little more hesitant, if we're being honest, about expansion in Vegas. Because now you're no longer first to market there. And I know the NBA has strongholds in Vegas. Team USA practices there. Summer League is there, et cetera. But Vegas is in a weird spot. There's a decline in tourists there. I understand it's a winter sport. You get more of the high rollers during the winter there. But the hockey team was first to market. And the small-ish community there loves that team. And they've won pretty much right out of the chute almost.
I know.
And then the football is an event, right? Raider fans, there's a ton of them in LA. There's a ton of them in the Bay. They can drive there, fly there, whatever. And, you want to talk about opposing teams taking over a building. That's happened plenty in Las Vegas.
By the way, George, I know about a particular hotel. I'm not going to mention it. They're actually, one of their sort of things that they have to do is they're trying to now look at whatever team's coming in to play the Raiders and give the opposing team city's fans deals to come and stay at their hotel.
Yeah, I get it because Vegas is going through some harder times right now when it comes to that stuff. So it's an event, and we're talking about 8-9 dates or something like that, right? Maybe an extra one with the preseason, or an extra 1 or 2 with the preseason. But then you've got NBA coming in, and I think the NBA will still do fine. Don't get me wrong, but because when the Lakers are in town, there's going to be a bazillion Laker fans there, right? It's again easy trip. When Wemby's in town, he's an attraction. People are going to be there. Steph Curry, there are name brands that will come into town and they'll see the opposing team. But building an actual fan base there, I think, will be challenging. And I haven't even talked about the Oakland A's situation, or the Sacramento A's, or whatever the hell we want to call them. And them playing in the summer, even in a dome, in a 35,000-seat stadium. I almost feel like I don't know if there's enough local fans there to support 4 teams. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. I hope so. I just think Major League Baseball particularly will be at the biggest disadvantage because the summer in Vegas is miserable. And I say that as someone who goes there for a couple of days for Summer League. And I love Vegas. I'm a Vegas guy, but I can't wait to get in and out of there in July. So, like, I am genuinely curious to see how Las Vegas does as a four-sports town, because I do have some reservations about that. But not Seattle, no way. We could put that thing there tomorrow, and it'll be packed.
Well, George, always love your insight and your perspective. And I will tell you this, the national championship game in college football next year is at Allegiant Stadium in Vegas.
I'm aware.
And George, are you aware of this? That following season, in August of 2027, a certain school that will hopefully be playing in that national championship next January is opening up in Allegiant Stadium to play the University of Utah.
I am aware of that as well.
All right.
So,
all right.
I'm aware of all of it.
I've already gotten certain people from a certain hotel reaching out to me. Hey, we want your alum to come here for that August in 2027. I'm like, oh, hey, let's concentrate first on January 2027 first.
Yeah, there's a long way to go. But for those that may not be familiar, you're referring to the University of Miami.
Yeah.
And I think that the University of Miami is, well positioned to be a power moving forward here in the NIL era. And, there's a lot of juice behind that school. And, I've always said this. There are a couple of schools that I think that matter. Beyond like just the SEC matters. Like,
sure.
If you've ever been to one of the, and I know people hate hearing that stuff, but if you've ever been to one of those games, like you get it. They do just care more, right?
Yep.
So the investment, because of the level of care by the fans, the donors, et cetera, raised the stakes. But now everybody else started to catch up, right? There are other teams catching up, and we've seen this across sports. Miami is one of them. I think USC was a little behind the times, and now I think USC will have a big year this year. But those two schools in particular, I think Washington is in this category too because it's Seattle. I think there are schools that are positioned in big markets, Miami, Washington, USC. But Washington and USC particularly because of the West Coast representation, which we don't get enough of, I think, in the college football landscape. But let's just use those three as an example. I think those three schools, Texas, probably, we'll throw in Texas too, Austin, big enough. I think if those four schools are good, and I know Texas is in the SEC now, but if those four schools are good and competing, I think it changes the dynamics in college football. But particularly the Washington, Miami, and USC, because you have big city brands.
Bingo.
Right, who
Bingo.
have to compete with professional teams, but they for big moments, those fans will show out. Okay.
Yep.
Washington fans showed out when they were in the title game a couple years ago, when they were in the 14 playoff a couple years ago. USC fans will show out in droves. We saw Miami fans show out. You and I were in Dallas for the Cotton Bowl.
Yep.
And there were plenty of them in Glendale. The Indiana fans took over Miami Stadium, but that's also like a Haley's Comet situation at that particular time, where Indiana, one of the losingest programs in all of sports, got their chance to be in a national championship game. But I think that those three brands, I think, because they're in big cities, in the big moments will show up. And I think that is what college football needs, is that they need not only just great conferences and the SEC and the Big Ten, they need the big brands. Because even beyond those big cities, obviously Notre Dame is in that conversation. I think Nebraska needs to be back in a big way.
I know.
Because I think that, and I'd love to see it happen. But Nebraska has one of the largest alumni bases in all the country.
Yeah.
So, there are certain brands that resonate that have been dormant for a minute, or certainly have their ups and downs, that need to be back for college football's sake. And the ones I mentioned are certainly part of that, and your alma mater is definitely in that conversation.
Yeah, no doubt. George Sedano, ESPN LA. Where are you off to next? What game you cover next for the NBA?
So I am off the NBA until the playoffs start. I am calling the G League finals with my guy Corey Alexander, who
he's
normally
great.
calls ACC games and some NBA games. Yeah, so he and I will be just kind of sitting back waiting to see what that looks like. And, the G League is interesting because, this time of year, there's a lot of recognizable names in that league. And the NBA, if you think about it, if you really look at it, over 50% of the league has spent time in the G League now. It's a true minor league system. So those games are pretty fun. I've done a few here and there, and I'm looking forward to calling the finals. And that's it. But yeah, that's kind of my schedule. I do have an ESPN Radio Lakers Warriors game in there somewhere too that I'm calling. But that's just it. And then playoff basketball starting April 18th and 19th. Yeah.
Can't wait. Watch out. Well, I'm not going on a limb here, but I think the Spurs, man, they are ready. They are ready, man.
They might be.
George, and you might be doing that Western Conference Finals, man. That would be epic. And I can tell you here, there'll be a lot of people rooting for the Spurs.
I kind of figured as much. Yeah.
George Sedano, ESPN. Always a pleasure, my friend. Thank you, sir.
You got it, man. Thanks for having me.
All right, George Sedano back on the other side. Nick Baumgartner, what are the Seahawks going to do? The draft is 3 weeks from tonight. Tonight. What are the Hawks going to do? Nick Baumgartner at noon. going to play in the music. I'm wearing the NWO sweatshirt today. NWO for life. Rest in peace, Scott Hall, Hulk Hogan. What's up to Kevin Nash and Six Pac, as he was called when he was with the NWO? A certain coach, not Mike McDonald, but Joe Mazzulla, talked about winning the Coach of the Year this season. And he said, quote, "I don't need it. I think it's a stupid award. They shouldn't have it. I think it's more about the players. It's more about the work that the staff puts in. It's just that simple. I really don't ever want to be asked or talk about it again. It's just that dumb. So the players play. It's about them. Staff works their ass off. I'm grateful to have them." End quote. Well, tell us how you really feel, Joe. And I don't disagree, but they've got to do things like this, right? I mean, you know what I think is stupid? Along those lines, the ESPYs. The ESPYs didn't exist prior to the early 90s. Now, the one good thing about the ESPYs is they give the Jim Valvano Courage of the Year award. And that to me is that's a good part. But I don't need to see, Tristan Thompson on a red carpet with his, floozy of the week. I just don't need to see it. I don't care. And it just doesn't matter. Oh, this is the team. Oh, really? Like, watch. Coming up in July, when it's the dead time of the year, the Seahawks will be nominated for two things: Team of the Year and Game of the Year. The Game of the Year will probably be the Thursday night game on Prime versus the Rams. And it's like, I don't give a crap. I don't need the Seahawks to be the Team of the Year. They won the Super Bowl. They are the Team of the Year. And I don't need some stupid, the Play of the Year. It's dumb. It's dumb. It's like when the MTV used to have the movie awards. And one of their awards was Best Kiss. And it's like, that's when you just don't take them seriously. Best Kiss? That's an award? Okay. All right, fine. Somebody got hosed yesterday at an NBA game. And if you want to call it an NBA game, actually, there'll be more NBA talent on the floor this weekend in Indianapolis with Arizona, Michigan, UConn, and Illinois than there is at a Wizards game. But a guy did a blindfolded shot on mascot night for $10,000, and here's what it sounded like.
This is the one, though. Jackson, it's all on you. This might be history if you get this done. For $10,000. Oh, my.
Yes, sir.
Somebody's wrist! The mascots are going crazy. The contestants going crazy. The crowd is going crazy. Jackson! Oh my gosh! You didn't see it. We all saw it. You want to see it? All right, take a look at the screen for the replay. That was crazy. You go up with it right here, and you see how it just doesn't actually go in.
Bruh.
Bro.
Bruh.
I'm not gonna lie, sir. I really hate April Fool's Day. I'm so sorry. We're gonna hook you up with an autographed jersey, some courtside seats for next season. Can you make some noise for him? He was a good sport.
So that's what they did. He blindfolded them. They made it seem like he hit the shot. Since then, the Wizards have issued an apology. And giving him courtside seats to a Wizards game next year isn't exactly a reward. It's more like a punishment, unless they're playing OKC or San Antonio.
I don't know. They got a nice little squad, MJ.
The Wizards?
Yeah, they got Anthony Davis and Trae Young.
Dude, they're nowhere near the kid. They're one of the worst teams in the NBA.
Yeah, but they got talent. Anthony Davis, if he's healthy.
Kid, he's on the 17th hole of his career. He's almost done.
He's still really good.
I mean, Trey Young is just he's a great talent, but the look at the Hawks got rid of him, now they're the 5 seed. They're better without him.
I think they'll be fine.
Kid, they're 17-59. They're the worst team in the NBA. They got talent.
I don't think they'll be the worst team in the NBA next year.
But they are
next year.
Okay, but
to get courtside seats is pretty fun.
I know. No, I won't. That I won't. But I'm just being facetious.
I can
in
see
other
if
words,
they say
but
courtside seats.
they're literally the worst team in the NBA.
Oh yeah, we know that. But having Trey Young and AD in a pick and roll is going to be.
I mean, I thought at least you would have said Alex Sarr or CJ McCollum. I would have been like, all right.
You want to talk about old dudes? CJ McCollum is 1 year out of the league. Like he's
no.
old.
By the way, he came the same time as Anthony Davis did, dude.
Well, he's old.
Like I know, he is old, but he's
been hooping, so I'll give him that.
Yeah.
And he stayed healthy for the most part. Anthony Davis is just unfortunately Mr. Glass.
Yeah.
He breaks every play.
Yeah.
But to your point,
I mean, the problem with the Wizards is they're at the bottom. They're like NBA hell, man. That's just where they are. And, you have to issue an apology, I guess, because somebody was offended by it. I don't think the guy was offended by it, but they felt that they needed to do it. It was a harmless April Fool's joke. Harmless. Didn't hurt anybody. Nobody got fired. It wasn't anything that was mean-spirited. It just was what it was. I mean, was it a good joke? No, most April Fool's jokes are not. Nick Baumgartner, what are the Seahawks going to do? They're on the clock 3 weeks from tonight. NFL draft next.
think you could tell us what to wear? You think that you're better? Well, you better get ready. Bow to the masters. Break it down!
All right, are you ready for our guy, Nick Baumgardner? He comes in every single time. He brings the heat, no doubt about it. The NFL draft is 3 weeks from tonight. And as it stands, as of this very moment, the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock with the 32nd pick overall in the first round of the draft, subject to change, we hope. Nick, it's getting close, man. 3 weeks away from one of the greatest events in sports every year. I love it because you have fans of every team at this event. And, there's not a scoreboard to sort of regulate anything. But what really for you, though, stands out the most that you love about the NFL draft?
Oh, my God. I mean, it's so many things to me. It's just like, I've been watching this since I was a kid. I mean, I was one of the kids who grew up with, in the old days when it was 20 minutes per pick in between in the first round. The first round took like 7 hours to get through, but it was all on ESPN and ESPN2. And it was like a look into the future of the league. That's what it is every year. I mean, I also love college football. And so it's also, the best sort of like line straddle between the two. It's where it's like the perfect melding of the two for me. It always has been, and it really is. It's just a look into the future of not just the NFL but football in general.
No, it's awesome. It's the holy matrimony of college football and the NFL, and it's all in one night. And well, not one night; it's 3 nights now. But it's the first round is on Thursday night, then you get the second round, third round on Friday night, and it's one of the best things that Roger Goodell has done in his tenureship as NFL commissioner, by far and away, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely, without question. I mean, I think that's when you look at what the NFL draft has become. It's not only one of the best things Roger Goodell has done, in his tenure, and I don't think anybody would argue that, but like it's one of the best things anybody's come up with. I think in sports. I mean, this thing,
I love it, Nick. I love it.
I'm here in Detroit. And they had it here a couple of years ago, and it was like the Super Bowl. It was like the same type of impact, for the city and everything else that they had when they had the Super Bowl here last time. So it's insane. I mean, and to come up with that out of nowhere, I think it's being copied now. I think some of the other leagues are starting to copy it too.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I still remember the first year they had that. It was Nashville, somewhere in there, where they had the outdoor party, and you were like, are you kidding me? Are they going to do this? Like, from now on? Like, are they going to have like a thing every year? And I was like, this is amazing. And so it's just been yeah, it's awesome. It's like WrestleMania. It just keeps growing, right?
Yeah, but good. Not like where that product continues to regress. NFL doesn't regress. It only gets better.
Outpriced. Yeah.
Right.
No one's being outpriced of tickets.
No. And nobody's paying for an over, like a complete, like horrible creative product that the WWE has become right now. All right. So with that being said, Seahawks sitting here at number 32. Let's start there. Mm-hmm. If they keep the pick, Nick, who do you think that John Schneider pulls the trigger on for 32nd overall? I'm hoping he doesn't, but if he does, who do you think it could or should be?
I'm curious. That was my first question, really, and I'm probably with you. I don't think that they're going to keep it. I think there'd be too many opportunities there for them to get out of it. Because my one thing that I look at for them is if they could find a way to get Jadarian Price, Notre Dame's backup running back, the guy that's the guy that's behind Jeremiah Love that nobody talks about.
Yeah,
really, really good football player. I don't know if I would do it at 32, maybe if you had the conviction in doing it, but like I would probably try to get out of there. And if I got stuck, I would probably look at one of the edges. Honestly, if I had to pick at 32, I'd probably look at one of the edges. Cassius Howell, Zion Young. I would even give you one more that nobody talks about. Malachi Lawrence from UCF. A lot of people have him lower in, as a second or third round pick. Even I think he could flirt with the first round, and that's obviously the bottom of the first there. So there are edges, really good football players who can come in and do some things for you. But I almost feel like there'll be too many opportunities for them to get out of there and get better value.
I'm going to throw a name out there for you if they stay at 32. Mm-hmm. He went to 3 schools, Auburn, Colorado, and ended up at Tennessee. Colton Hood.
Yeah, the corner. Yes, I like him a lot. And, he was one of those guys who his tape is what I always go back to because the Senior Bowl for him was up and down. And then he ran really well at the combine. And then I go back and watch his tape, and it's very consistent. And he doesn't have a lot of there's not a deep, resume there, right? He doesn't have a ton of experience. However, he got kind of thrown into the fire that year because Jermon McCoy, the other corner at Tennessee, was hurt, didn't play, so he became their one. And they didn't really miss a beat. I mean, he put up numbers that were pretty much similar to what McCoy had in the year prior when everybody kind of thought he was going to be CB1. So I definitely think he's a first-round pick. I would also, there's a couple corners there too. Chris Johnson from San Diego State, I would throw him in that same category. I think he's really, really good. I think he's better than a lot of folks sort of give him credit for. Avion Terrell, I don't think he'll make it that far. But these corners tend to slide. So if like a guy like Avion Terrell fell, that would be an outstanding. Then I would say don't trade it, take the pick because he's really, really good. I think he could be like a top 20 player in this draft. But corners, you never know.
Yeah, and who do you see also as a good fit there in the second and third round? No fourth or fifth round pick today because of the Rashid Shaheed trade.
Second round, yeah. So after that, I would say that's when it starts to look at running back for me, I think, because I don't know if Price is going to make it to 64. I'd almost wondered if they'd go up and get him or move out of the first. And
what about Mike Washington Jr. out of Arkansas?
Yeah, I was going to say I would think you could wait on him. The other guy I would consider at 64. There's only one other guy I would probably consider is Emmett Johnson from Nebraska, who I think is a really good player, and I think he could fill exactly what they're looking for. Whereas Washington, I think he's going to be good. There's less sort of proof on tape. He was more of a workout postseason guy, but he was really, really good in a lot of the postseason stuff. I don't think he's going to go before the top three there. I think it'll be Love, obviously, and then Price, Johnson, and I think Washington's probably fighting for 4 with somebody like Demond Claiborne, who's smaller. I would prefer Washington if I were them. So I'm thinking Johnson or Washington if you can't get Jadarian Price. But those are the running backs. That's kind of the trio I would probably look at if I were them. And then another corner I would throw at you, too, if you don't go corner early. Later there in maybe the bottom of the third would be like a Malik Muhammad from Texas, who's big and long, can do a lot of stuff. And then also, I don't know where Keontae Scott, the kid from Miami, is going to go.
I know.
If anybody can figure out a place for him to play, it would be Mike McDonald. So like that's a good spot down there at 96.
Yeah.
To maybe get a freaky guy again, or maybe get a guy who's a tweener or one of those guys, because there's a ton of them this year. There's so many of them.
You mentioned edge. Could a couple edges be there at 32 if the Seahawks keep their pick? Cassius Howell, Texas A&M, Akeem Mesidor, Miami.
Yeah, I think Mesidor could be there. There's some people that are really high on him, and I'm not opposed to that. Like I've heard SI is like, top 20 for some people, top 25 for a lot of people. So I think he could be gone because he's one of these guys that is just really solid. I don't know if he's got like long-term crazy upside. He's an older player. He's kind of limited with the size and some of the things he can and can't do, but he plays so hard and he's so violent that I think he might go before 32, but I wouldn't be shocked if he falls there. And he's one that I think every playoff team or every team that, is in that mix right now, they feel like they have a playoff level roster. They should be if they're a team that needs an edge, they should be looking at him. Because I think he's one of those guys in that range from 20 to 30, maybe 32, maybe as low as 35. He's one of those guys in that range that I think could come in and immediately will be ready to go out of the box, will be able to fit with whatever culture you have, and will be able to make his presence felt right away. I don't know if he's going to be like a 15-sack guy or anything crazy like that, but he will be a good football player, with a high floor, and I think that'll happen pretty quickly.
He's older, too, Akeem Mesidor. He's like 25.
He's older, right.
So he is.
Yeah.
Nick Baumgartner, NFL draft analyst and expert from The Athletic. So, Nick, the Raiders sign Kirk Cousins. First, it's sort of like, why? Now it starts to make sense. They don't want to rush. They don't want to, really kind of, have Fernando Mendoza suffer from sort of PTSD, shell shock, rookie, comes in, deer in the headlights. So, that being said, Fernando Mendoza, what is his ceiling? Who's a comp currently or maybe previously in the league of a quarterback that you compare his game most to?
Well, it's funny because I think the Raiders might have just signed him. To be quite honest with you. Kirk Cousins is
right. Okay,
is one of them. He is absolutely one of them. There's two that I tend to go with. I actually like the other one better. I like, and I'll steal this one from Dane Brugler was the first one who told me this one. He's a more athletic or a faster Jared
Goff. Yes,
is what he is.
Yes,
he's taller. Yeah. He's got a really good arm. It's very accurate. He's not afraid to throw the ball into tight spots over the middle, and he will stand in there, and you can rattle his teeth and knock him around, and he's going to get up every single time. He's got a lot of that in him. Some of that Tom Brady stuff, which he made famous all day. You could knock him around as much as you wanted, and he was going to get up every single time. So that is Mendoza. I think he's going to be a better player, I think, than Cousins. But I don't know if he'll be as good as Goff. I think he'll be somewhere in the middle of that. I think he'll be a good football player, a good starter, and a guy that most importantly for me, when I look, and it's the same thing that I thought about last year with Cam Ward. And I did not want the Titans to take him for obvious reasons. I still don't, love that. But I remember saying even then, I was like, he'll be able to survive it. He's tough enough mentally to get through, the rocky waters here. And even if Fernando had to start, even if they didn't sign Cousins, which I think is a good idea, even if he had to go in there and take it, I think he's tough enough mentally to take the lumps and then still be there on the other side of it as a guy who's going to be better for it in the long run, as opposed to when we see guys like Justin Fields, they fall apart and we never get him back, right? That's not him. Mendoza is cut from a different cloth, I think, mentally, and I think he's got a lot of the stuff that teams look for in a starting quarterback.
Yeah, athletic Jared. Dane Brugler was right on the money on that. Who's the best player in the draft, in your opinion, overall, regardless of his position, and why?
My number one is Jeremiah Love, Notre Dame running back. I think that when I look at this class, there's a lot of really good defensive players in this group, really interesting talents, guys I think that could be great, that could be outstanding. Sonny Styles, Arvell Reese, and there's a lot of guys I think that will be very good, but I'm not sure there's anybody that stands out as a whoa, that knocks you over. And then I look at the other side of the ball, and we just talked about Mendoza, kind of where he's at, but I think the one guy in this draft that I look at and say, that could be a star very quickly, and I wouldn't be surprised at all, is Jeremiah Love. I mean, he's been so good throughout his entire career. Last year, I think he was easily the best offensive weapon in college football. I thought he should have won the Heisman. No offense to Fernando, obviously, but I thought he was by far the best player there. He's unselfish. He blocks. He catches the ball. He lines up all over the place. I think he's got some of the LaDainian Tomlinson. You don't ever have to take this guy off the field, which is, we've seen that from Bijan. We've seen that from Jahmyr Gibbs and Christian McCaffrey. I think he's of that category, better player than Ashton Jeanty. I don't think it matters where he goes. I think he's going to be able to make an impact pretty quickly no matter what.
It probably, and I'm not big on taking running backs in the first round, yet alone the top 10, but I would imagine the Giants, who have been searching for a replacement for Saquon Barkley, seems to be the place that they would more than likely, the Giants would pull the trigger, get a guy now that you have someone to alleviate pressure off of Jackson Dart. And there he is in Jeremiah Love. And that, to me, makes perfect sense. My best player in this draft, Kenyon Sadiq, tight end, Oregon.
No, love him.
Love him. I think he's unbelievable.
Yeah. He might have the highest ceiling of anybody. And you know what he is? He's the guy, to me, that is like, when we talk about looking into the future, this is the ultimate future tight end, modern tight end prototype is what he is. I mean, this is what he's changed. And I think everybody knew this. A lot of the scouts knew it coming out that he was going to do this and work out the way he did and have the season that he had. I think he's changed. He's going to change what teams look for in terms of, like, what's the best we can get out of a tight end, because you're going to do anything with this guy. I mean, he can line up outside receiver. You can run him in the slot. He's going to beat guys. He can block in line. You can move him around. And he's, I think, 20, right on the nose. He's extremely young. He's got a long way to go. And I don't even know yet if we've, what all the things he's going to be able to do for an NFL team. If he goes to the right place, I think it could be just amazing. And I totally agree with you. I don't know if it's going to be amazing right away. We'll see. But he's got really a lot of special stuff to him.
Baumgartner, the Athletic NFL draft analyst. I'm going to give you a bunch of, I'm going to throw these at you. Carnell Tate, Jordan, Tyson, I'm going to give you all the Makai Lemon, USC, and all the best receivers in this draft. Who's the best that you would rank? Denzel Boston and Omar Cooper. So who's the guy that you would rank number one and why out of all of them?
So if he's healthy, Jordan Tyson would be my number one. If he is healthy, I think he's the one guy in this group that could be a true number one receiver for a team. He can do everything. He's 6'1.5", 6'2", solid player, about 210 pounds, 205, somewhere in there. And he's physical. He blocks. I mean, he's an outstanding blocker, blocks people into the ground, takes pride in it, is awesome in the air. Played a lot like Puka Nacua did, quite frankly, with his body control and everything else in the air during his time there in school, and was just, every time he was on the field, you knew where he was and he was making an impact. The problem with him is he's had injuries every single year, there at Arizona State, so it's hard to rely on him. My backup would be Tate, because I think he's a safer bet probably, honestly, and I still think he could be a guy that also maybe could blossom into a one day as someone who is way better, I think, than people have thought about after that 40 time came out. I don't think that 40 time surprised any scout. Everybody was well aware of what kind of player he is. I don't think the 40 time is going to matter. I think it's a little bit like what we saw with Tat McMillan last year. This is a guy who can win in the air. He's physical. He got a lot better last year as a junior opposite Jeremiah Smith and didn't get lost in the shadow of Jeremiah Smith either, quite frankly, which I thought was important to see. So I think he's a guy that's ascending as well and could, maybe be better than I think a lot of people are giving him credit for.
Who's a buyer beware pick for you of someone that you think that, you're going to look back at this draft in a few years and say, why did he go in the first round?
The guy that makes me the most nervous is Caden Proctor from Alabama. And it's never going to be a question of why did he go in the first round, because it's obvious. He's 6'8", 350, and he's a very special athlete. But when you watch his tape, it's incredibly inconsistent, and it's been that way. It was really, really poor his first 2 years there. It was much better his third year, but it was very inconsistent in pass pro. His hands are all over the place. He lunges a lot. He bends at the, he's a waist bender when he doesn't need to be. He transferred to Iowa for like 3 months and then transferred back. He's a young guy. I think that there's a lot of growing up to do football-wise and maybe even some off the field. So he's one that is talented as he is, and, he's one of the 15 best athletes probably in the class, no question. I have a hard time, looking away from all the other stuff, I guess. So it's like, what am I getting there? The teams are going to know more than I am when they go through their interviews. But he's the one that makes me the most nervous right now.
And for what it's worth, I've seen different mocks, and I saw one of them today. First pick in the third round, Arizona taking Carson Beck. Do you think with being under, obviously they're playing next year for Arch Manning, for Sorsby, for Mensa, like they're obviously. But what do you think of Carson Beck? What kind of team should he go to? Would it be good to go to Arizona? We better to go to a team where he's not needed and just can sit there and learn the system and back up holding a clipboard?
See, for me, honestly, after Ty Simpson, all these guys go in the same bucket. And then, Garrett Nussmeier, Beck, Klubnik, and I don't dislike these guys. Like, I like Nussmeier. I like Cade Klubnik. Carson Beck, I'm going to have to see. I mean, we've seen some up and down from him over the years. I kind of think he might be what he is. But they're all guys who are going to be, I think, backup quarterbacks. I don't think that they are going to be starters in the league. I don't think the teams look at them necessarily as guys who are going to come in and start and take a job. I think the best spot for any of those guys, though, honestly, is Arizona, because if you get, or maybe the Jets, or if you could get a chance to get on the field there, anywhere where you get a chance to get on the field is the best spot for those guys to go to. But like long term, if I were Garrett Nussmeier or Beck or Klubnik, like long term, I'd like a team that has an established starter to pick me, and I can start picking that guy's brain and learn how to be a backup and figure it out from there. Because I think that's how you stick in the NFL as a quarterback anymore. If you're not a star who comes in and is a no doubter and is ready to go like a Mendoza, we know he's going to be good and all that, and he's going to get another chance if it doesn't work out and all that stuff. If you're those other guys, the only way you stay around is if you prove that you're really smart, that you understand the offense, that you can do what you need to do if a starter gets hurt, and that you can support that guy during the game. right? So like I'd want to go in a situation where I can start learning and start proving some worth immediately, because that's life in the NFL, right? As a backup, it's not necessarily I'm here to take the job in a year. That's not how it works. This is not a developmental league. You're there to assist the starter more or less. So I think that's still important, and I think there's a lot of guys in this draft that could fill that role.
All right. I you know what? Of all the players in this draft, the kid that really, I think, if he lives up to his size and not, didn't come from a Power 4 college program, didn't play in the college football playoff, but I can't get enough of McNeil Warren out of Toledo. Emmanuel EM Dub is, this guy,
I know.
6'4", 202. He ran a 4.52 at the combine, and he was a third-team All-America. That's unbelievable.
He is this year's. He's not Nicky Manwari, because no one is Nicky Manwari.
Okay,
but he's this year's that. He's this year's closest thing to that. Him or Sonny Styles, but I think he's that, because like him in the defensive backfield, when you watch him on tape, he hits like a truck, and he loves it, and he loves to get downhill, and he's an instinctive, savvy defender as a safety as well. He's not like a linebacker running around that has no coverage skills. Like, this is a guy, I think, if we're talking about all the hybrids, Styles is your, kind of your linebacker hybrid who's going to be a front seven defender. But we're talking about the back seven hybrids. That's the one, McNeil Warren, that makes me the most excited. I think Dylan Thieneman is a safety. I don't know if you'll get as much of the move around stuff from him, but McNeil Warren, with that size and the range and the willingness to hit and the instincts in the run game, I think he could fill the same type of role that Nick does for Seattle for other defenses. Now, I don't know if the impact would be exactly the same, because he's not quite as fast and all that stuff, but I think he could wear that hat for a lot of teams. And I think that he's a guy, too, when you look at his tape over the years at Toledo, he got better every year. And I don't think he's opposed. Like a lot of Jason Candle's guys there that came through, Quinion, all those other guys that have come through, there's been a bunch of them last couple of years. All of them were sort of open to doing whatever. Like, they were like, I'll do whatever you need me to do. Like, so I think he's got the mindset for it. He's obviously got the tools for it. And I'm excited to see where he goes and then to see how he performs next year.
All right, Nick Baumgartner, the Athletic NFL Draft. We will certainly talk to you again before 3 weeks and see as things play out, trades, get made. And, one thing I have learned, and you know this too, whatever comes out from now until for the next 3 weeks, don't believe it, because it's just agents putting fake news in the media.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Absolutely. Especially once you get once you get past April Fools. Once you get past April 1st, don't believe anything you read or hear. It's all nonsense.
No. It's all April Fools, really. Really, it's what it is.
Right. It really is. You're right.
All right, Nick Baumgartner. Thanks a lot, Nick. Appreciate the time.
Yes, sir.
All right, there he is, Nick Baumgartner. We will come back on the other side. You want your text to be read in real time? What do you say? Text of the day, 49451. Coming up next. All right. I'm betting Nick Baumgartner isn't going to say the Seahawks should trade up to get a running back. That was in regards to someone who texted in earlier in the show. And and by the way, that guy and I, he understands that my thing is just I don't like taking any running backs in the first round. I sure as hell don't want to take anyone in the top 10. I explicitly said, I told the play-by-play voice of the Raiders last year at the Final Four in San Antonio, I'm like, who do you think the Raiders should take at 6? He's like, Ashton Genty. No, it's just stupid. And I was right. Right. The Raiders, like, for lack of a better term, they're an abortion. Like the Browns and the Jets. You know what I mean? Like, it's like the foundation of your house is rotting from termites and roaches and rats. So you say, I'm going to go out and buy a new car. Like, it doesn't make any sense. And I'm not as sold on Jeremiah Love as everybody else is. I don't think he's the next Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry or Adrian Peterson. I just don't. So the texter said, oh, well, the Seahawks should trade up to get Jeremiah. I'm like, dude, this isn't fantasy football. John Schneider didn't become the best general manager in the world by doing something absolutely idiotic and effing stupid, like trading up into the top 10 to take a running back. That's not how they just won their second Super Bowl. Running backs are like hot chicks on South Beach in Miami. If one of them, you break up with one, there's plenty more down Ocean Drive, Collins, and Washington that you can pick from. Those are running backs. They're a dime a dozen.
MJ, why do you think there's no love for Jonah Coleman? He's been better than both the running backs that you guys have talked about. He's better than Washington, Price, and I think Johnson. I don't understand why he's not getting any love, and he's right down the street.
He is. He's tough. He's durable. He's not fast. He's not fast. So, you know, I mean, I don't know. I'm not big on, like, I never liked when, like, I hate the Dolphins anyway. I don't like Dolphins to take Hurricanes, and I'm not big on the unless you feel that hometown player is exactly what you need and is the best player at that position. I'm not big on that. Regards to you, I'm just reading the text line. With regards to you and the other shows on YouTube, what kind of loser watches radio? I really don't get it. Most of you are on radio for a reason. Softy comes to mind. Whatever. Add it to the things this generation does that I'll never understand. Chris and Burian. Well, you know, Chris, it is what it is, man. You know? NBC Sports Boston has existed for 15 years of them simulcasting 98.5 The Sports Hub. Seriously. It really has. I mean, just saying. I would tell you if there was a local sports channel here in the Pacific Northwest like NBC Sports Boston and they put, you know, cameras to simulcast the shows, probably do a lot better than the crap they've got on there.
MJ, say JP is back at full health and Colt Emerson is called up. So JP, Colt, Donovan, and Cole Young are available. Who would you put at second base, shortstop, and third base?
Donovan at second. Colt Emerson at short and Cole Young at third. And with the ability to change my mind. But Donovan definitely at second because he can't play third. We've seen that time and time again. Let's see here. Two Rams defenders, Curl and Turner, did the exact same BS as Reek in that game as well. Absolute garbage officiating for a marquee matchup. Yeah, no, I know. But Reek kept doing it, and they kept warning him for doing it. And he kept doing it and over again. And that's why he's no longer here. We knew he wouldn't be here, and that's why he's not here.
At least the Jets tried with the trenches first. They just happened to be, I don't know, the Jets.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And the guy, by the way, who suggested about the Seahawks trading up to the top 10 to take Jeremiah Love, he said, bro, just to show you I'm not high or stupid, the Falcons and Lions drafted their 2 starting running backs in the first round. Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs. But I don't think Jeremiah Love is Bijan Robinson or Jahmyr Gibbs. And I wouldn't have done that either. I just wouldn't have. That's just me.
Today's fun $27 6-leg Major League Baseball parlay at plus 148. All 6 starting pitchers in the 3 games today to each have 3 strikeouts.
Okay. Good luck on that. Good luck. I hope you get it. If you had a son, would you not recommend him to be a running back? No, I would not. If I had a son, I wouldn't want him to play football. I'd want him to play something that
by the time your son is of age, MJ, you know they're launching a professional flag football league, right?
Yeah, but I think a sport that you can make so much money in.
Soccer.
Well, no, golf. Put a clubs in his hands.
But you have to win, though. You could be on a soccer team and get paid.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, but you got to be really great. I mean, you got to be in the Premier League.
Is one of those sports that if you
I mean, you got to be really great to be a great golfer on the PGA
but
Tour
I think
too.
it's exponentially. It's just 10 times harder. To be a great golfer opposed to be a great soccer player.
But the thing is, for golf, is that you can do it until you're like dead.
Yeah, soccer's a short span. You can't be fast unless you're a 6'6" goalie.
Right.
Which your son would probably be.
Yeah. But if you're like golf, you can do it till you're 84 years old. You know what I mean? So
imagine if Shaq played soccer. He'd probably be a really good goalie.
God. Oh my God.
He could be. I know. He could be.
Well, especially when he was really, you know, Shaq was felt, man.
You know what? Screw that. My bad. Wembanyama in the goal.
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
Good luck scoring on him.
Oh my God.
If he was if he just had the hand-eye coordination like that, he'd be the 7'7" Spider-Man.
And amen to someone who texted in about the guy who said the Seahawks should trade up in the top 10 to take Jeremiah Love. He said, by the way, didn't Detroit and Atlanta miss the playoffs? Yes, they did. They did miss the playoffs. So there you go.
Last one from me. Wemby, Flag, Luka, Shea. The Western Conference is set the F up for some great ball in the future.
Oh, I know.
Wish I didn't have to include OKC there, but Shea has been elite.
A lot of how you take what a person says comes from facial expressions. I want to see as well as hear the host. Also, endless people work from home. I have 3 monitors for work and 1 for entertainment. All right, I appreciate that. Joel here. To the guy in Burien, Chris, freaking out about broadcasting the radio with cameras. Calm down. Put the Cheetos down. Sweep the basement at your mom's home and thinking baseball video games make you an expert at your mom's house. Hashtag clean your room. Oh, no. Oh, no, Joel. You didn't go with the clean your room.
This is going to be a war of words on the text line.
No. No. It says kid must be doing some sketchy things in that studio or too cool to be on camera. No, we're having technical difficulties working it all out. He's not doing anything sketchy. I can assure you on that. The draft in Nashville had one of Pat McAfee's greatest shoots of all time. Epic Colts pick announcement. And let's see here. How come you didn't go off on Nick Baumgartner and call him stupid like that guy saying that we should draft a running back in the first round? Drafting a running back in the first round, to me, is nonsensical. Trading up to the top 10 to take a running back is a fireable offense. And that's what the guy was suggesting. Trade in the top 10 and take Jeremiah Love. No. Do you know what? I mean, listen, man. How this is funny. Hey, MJ, take it easy on the texter who said to trade up to draft a running back. He just had a baby, Dirks. That was from yesterday when someone tried to make an excuse on the text line for how bad Logan Gilbert is and said, oh, he's a new dad. And then people destroyed him for that, saying that's the most PNW thing I've ever heard. He's a new dad. Yeah, that's not a valid reason for sucking in your last 8 starts going back to last year. So there's that. There it is. All right, we appreciate everybody involved on the text line. We'll talk to the mayor coming up next. right, Ian Furness coming up next. We got thanks to George Sedano, Nick Baumgartner for joining us today. Mayor, it's a big game tonight for the Kraken.
Yeah, they're all big, and they got to start winning some of these games that are big. Right?
I know.
mean, they're all big, but you got to start winning a big game or two along the way.
Yeah, that especially when you got 9 to go. I mean, this is it. It's stretch runs.
It's the way we go. I see you watching the NBA up here. Where's Mark Spears at? Is he on there today?
No, he's not.
That's too bad.
No, he's not. I was talking about someone today. I said I think the thing that just came off so bad about Mark Spears was not only just the fact that like you can't tell anyone how things are in their home if you're not living in their home. They know how their home is.
Yes.
You don't know how Seattle is if you're not here in Seattle. Like, you know how the Bay Area, I ain't going to tell you about the Chase Center. You're there all the time. And I think that the thing is like, well, I'm like, yeah, it's just like, and I think when you do that, you can't tell people like, oh, well, this isn't like that in Philly. I'm not in Philly. I don't know how it's like.
Right. I've never done national radio, and nor do I have any desire or want to. And a big part of it is because I just don't care about things outside of my own backyard.
Right. Exactly.
I don't have that type of passion. I mean, some people do, and that's all they want to do, and I get that. But and nor what you just said. I don't know. How can I tell you what's going on in city X, Y, or Z if I'm not there and I'm not immersed in it every day, or I don't have the passion for it, right? So all those things kind of come in. So, yeah, when you have somebody come on and, we were pretty hard on him, but, I mean, when you have somebody come on and even after you pushed back and said, no, it's a new building, he still says at the very end, he circles back to it and says, I just, and kind of the backhanded kiss-ass thing of, they kind of, I just think Seattle needs something better. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like
the arena is there's no issue with the arena.
Well,
like
to the other side, it's spectacular.
Yeah, I know.
It's they did everything right in that building, and in our city, we've never had we look at all the stadiums over the years. I mean, the Kingdome was a concrete monstrosity that served its purpose, but it was definitely not flashy, definitely not state of the art, even compared to like the Astrodome at the time or the Sky Dome.
Yeah.
And then you go down the road of, the Coliseum was a glorified exhibition hall that they made into an arena, and then they ended up renovating it. It was the worst building probably in all of sports on a variety of levels, whether it be, one loading dock or the too many club seats that nobody wanted to buy, all those things. And so now we get, and then even look at downtown. I mean, T-Mobile is spectacular.
Yes.
And they did that one right.
It held up well.
You could make an argument that Lumen is dated.
Right.
You could make an argument now by today's NFL standards.
Yeah.
But those standards are SoFi, Jerry's World, Mercedes-Benz, those types of places, right? Bank of America. Is it Bank of America in Minneapolis? Whatever the one is there. That one's, I think that's the best building. Like, it's phenomenal. But Lumen serves its purpose fine. And really, there's no need for a new stadium. They've done enough renovations over the years. Climate Pledge was built perfectly.
Yeah.
Given what the parameters were, using that plot of land and keeping the roof, and even I doubted it, Mark. If you went back and listened to shows in 18 and 19, 2018, 2019, I was like, this isn't going to work. Like, it's just not. How can it? And then the first time we walked in there, not the pictures I posted yesterday, where it was, as you can see, there was nothing there. There's no renovation. There's nothing there. But we walked in there a year later, and I remember walking in with Kevin Shockey, my producer. We went in at the very top, kind of where I do my stuff.
Yeah. All right.
And we walk in on street level, and I'm like, this is weird. Like, and then I look down, I'm like, holy, whoa. Like,
so you could see, and you could see the vision. You could see,
and it was about probably 80%, 90% done when they allowed us to walk in there and check it out. And the one thing I noticed in that area, they had, obviously there's no ice or anything. They just had the flat floor, but you could see markings of the hockey, like the blue, red, blue, lines. And you could also see where the basketball floor would be. Oh, and I remember sitting up there going, wow, I'd sit here for a basketball game.
Yeah.
And that's in the end zone up high.
Yeah.
They did everything right.
Yeah, they did.
One way of saying they did everything right.
Yeah, by the way, if this comes through on the air, just FYI, I'm just playing around here. Hold on. No, it didn't. Did that come through on the air, kid? No? All right. I was hitting one of Softy's.
Oh, yeah, his little button bar. What was it?
What's that, Dick?
Oh, indeed.
I was hitting one of those. I didn't go through. Why did it go through?
Well, it probably wasn't potted up.
Oh, kid, can I pick one, a random one? Can you pot it up or no?
With how they've configured this, I don't even know where that is.
Any changes to what we're doing right now might knock us off the air.
No,
Mark.
I was going to say we don't need engineers doing any more stuff to the studio.
Yeah.
We gotta, we don't.
Hey, we're on YouTube though.
I know.
I can do it. I'd have to just change one of these.
Yeah.
I know which one it is, what it's called. It's host guest mix.
Oh,
and basically when I pot it up, I just leave it up through the whole show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we should have something that just plays like the Dick Fane commercial about the phone call from 20 years ago.
I'm gonna sit this one out, guys.
We should have that one. What do you got coming up today?
Busy show. Eno Saris, his first weekly visit from the Athletic, senior MLB writer. He wrote a story. I got to find it right here. Let's see. We're a week into the season. 4 numbers from MLB's first week of the season that matter. What and those aren't your not. Those, Eno's he's a baseball nerd, so he does a little.
Right.
It's not batting average stuff.
Sure.
Bat speed.
All right.
And he talked about the top end bat speed guys and surgers, guys who have improved their bat speed.
Right.
Guess who's not on that list? Anybody named the Seattle Mariners. So I'm going to ask him about are our guys that we're concerned about, not just because they haven't hit, and that would be the big 3, Naylor, Cal, Julio. What are the other numbers? Like the bat speed is a big indicator. I go back in time. I remember Mark vividly. I don't remember a lot of things. I'm old. I do remember the end of John Olerud's career here. And I remember one of the things that we heard a lot was, wow, in 1 year's time, his bat speed diminished by whatever it was. And it made a difference.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm wondering if bat speed is an issue for these guys. So we'll talk about that because, it's not okay. We know they're not hitting. Like, why are they not hitting?
Jesus, I mean, 3 of them. They're like
it's bad. It's bad.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about Logan Gilbert. He's had a rough start, but Eno spent some time with him and the Mariners pitching staff in the summer. So we'll talk or spring training. So we'll talk about that. And then 2:00, our buddy Steve Palazzolo, 33rd team.
Oh,
formerly of PFF. He left 2 years ago, luckily for him, because he still has a job. We'll talk about the Seahawks heading into the draft. So,
all right. Sounds good. We will see you tomorrow right here on MJ in the Midday.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All right, headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Mariners dropped the rubber match with the Yankees yesterday while we were on the air. 5-3 was the final. They did have a little bit of a rally. They were trailing 4-0 in the game. Got a couple in the bottom of the 8th. Yankees added an insurance run top of the 9th. Go on to win 5-3. Cal Raleigh, a little bit of a highlight, drove in a couple runs. Dom Canzone with the third RBI in the game as well. Teams off today. Begin the road trip with the Angels tomorrow. 6:38 first pitch in Anaheim, although they're called the Los Angeles Angels. You figure that one out. Kraken return home night to host the Utah Mammoth. 7 o'clock puck drop, 6:30 pregame right here on your home for the Kraken, 93.3 KJR FM. They are somehow still in the playoff race, but probably need to start, I don't know, winning games, including tonight. Big one, 4-point game against a Western Conference foe, the Utah Mammoth. Again, 6:30 pregame with the captain, Mike Benton, 7 o'clock drop of the puck. Rams receiver Puka Nacua has checked into rehab. According to his attorney, has been in a substantial amount of time since the latest allegations broke. His attorney says he's in rehab in an attempt to improve his overall behavior in every aspect of his life. Decision on where the Chicago Bears' new stadium is going to be located is expected to come late spring, early summer, according to reports. The team will choose between building a dome stadium in either Hammond, Indiana, or Arlington Heights, Illinois. God, how do you have the Chicago Bears playing in Indiana? That would make no sense.
Absolutely not.
Whatsoever. Although, as I say that, Jessamyn's a fan of the New York/New Jersey Jets. Jets.
At least they used to practice on Long Island, you know?
That's an at least.
That's my gravitational pull. They worked out at Hofstra, where I grew up running around at Margiana Hall.
Isn't it weird, though? The New York Jets, New York Giants are playing in New Jersey.
Yeah, the only real New York team is the Bills.
That's a good point. All right, let's go.
The Ian Furness Show is presented by Snoqualmie Casino. Text us at 49451 and hit the talkback mic on the iHeartRadio app. This is the new Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All righty then, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome into the radio show on a Thursday afternoon. We got a little baseball, got a little football, and we'll sneak a little hockey in there as well. All coming up in the next 2 hours' time. As always, you can chime in. Want to hear from you. Tacoma Dodge text line. Shop Tacoma Dodge, Chrysler Jeep Ram at the corner of 38th and South Tacoma Way. The intersection of savings. 49451 for your thoughts, comments, your questions, your even concerns if you have those. I believe we're going to be on the YouTube again today. Is that right?
We are audio right now, and we're working on getting that camera up to see your beautiful face.
Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. I will tell you this. We did this yesterday, Jess, and so when we do get the video up and it's all fully functional, youtube.com, one of the things we found yesterday, and you're feeling better? You feeling better? We better?
Yes, thank you.
You were listed as day-to-day, and you came back probably a day too early.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
I did, but I did not tear anything on my way out.
Good,
I just
good.
said, you know what? I subbed myself on the bench.
Yeah, that's sometimes you just got to sit it out. And so I'm glad to see you back. Glad to see you doing well. Andrew's working with Softy later on this afternoon as Jackson has his weirdest vacation ever. 4 days, and then he comes back for a Friday.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he has Sounders on Saturday, so maybe just giving himself a little bit of wiggle room just to, unpack, get it all together.
I'm a big Jackson fan. He does things in a very unique way. Good for a lot of us take a vacation and then like the following Monday off, add the little buffer day.
Yeah,
Jackson instead, he gives himself no buffer day. He comes back a day early on a Friday. Although Friday, look, it's probably a mail it in Friday, so away we go. So I get it. That's fine. Okay, coming up at 1:20 today, Eno Saris is going to join us. This is his first official of his weekly visits this year, brought to you by Georgetown Brewing. Eno is one of our favorite people, senior MLB writer for The Athletic, kind of jumps into some numbers. He wrote a story. I mentioned this to Mark a moment ago in our crosstalk, and it just jumped off the page. I know, hey, we got Eno on. Let's go see what he's written lately. The headline in his story in The Athletic that came out yesterday, 4 numbers from MLB's first week of the season that matter. Because we're always told, don't worry about the first week. Don't stress out. Don't worry about things. It's all going to be okay. It's a long season, 162. And all that's true. Mariners just had a 7-game series in which they went 3-4, but they played 2 good teams, 2 playoff teams from a year ago. But I did, listen, you have to be living as a sports fan in Seattle, have to be living in a hole in a cave and have no contact with the outside world, not to know that there is a concern or there's the start that these guys are having, Cal, Naylor, and Julio. It hasn't been good. Now, Cal did have a 2-run single yesterday. His hits have been big, just the 2 that he's had. And as everyone's documented, it took him 7 games last year before he hit his first of 60 home runs and all those things. But Eno's story I thought was interesting because, and we'll ask him about this, it focused in on not batting average, not WRC plus, or any of that. Bat speed is at the top of the list of what he was looking at this year. What's the bat speed? Also exit velo. And I know we always joke about exit velo. We have a fun time joking about exit velo, even with the Mollywop guys at times and Anders and everybody. But exit velo and bat speed. Because those are 2 indicators of some things along the way. So we'll ask him about that. His story were guys that have been surging and doing better from a year ago in those 2 categories. I didn't see any Mariners listed there, so I'm going to ask him about where our guys, specifically our guys, our big 3, are on those lists. Are they on those lists? Is it just the same as last year, or should there be maybe cause for a little bit of a concern, even though we're early in the season? I don't think we'll get into marine layer, but I'm sure the cold weather, that probably maybe comes into play. I don't know. It's not like it's been warm here by any stretch of the imagination. It's, roof open, roof closed, doesn't matter. It's still with, an open air building. You're not playing in a dome necessarily, just with a roof. And so I think in that regard, we'll check in with Eno about the concern there as well. And then 2:00 today, our guy Steve Palazzolo is going to join us. We love Steve. Palazzolo works for the 33rd team now, which is also our guy Hugh Millen and our guy Greg Cosell, part of the 33rd team, kind of a think tank. He does their podcast along with his buddy Sam Monson, and he used to be for a long time with PFF, Pro Football Focus. That was when we first met Steve. PFF is effectively for us lay people, not for the people behind the scenes in the NFL offices or team offices for the NFL, because they still have access to different numbers. But some of the front-facing parts of PFF, Chris Collinsworth Company, he sold it for a ton of money. They're gone. They all got laid off. What does that mean? If you've been a PFF fan, if you've been someone that has used it for fantasy football, gambling, or just to get better knowledge of the game, which we've all referenced it in the media, they're gone. We'll talk to him briefly about that. He got out well before the layoffs happened over the last couple of days. And then we'll talk about the Seahawks heading into the draft. And we'll do this every week with Steve. Kind of a general start today. I want to get to him about what they lost in the offseason, the so-called Super Bowl tax, how many guys you lost, how many guys you brought back. And so we'll get to that with Steve coming up at 2:00 today, I should say. And, what they're looking for in the draft. And we'll start going positional draft-wise with Steve next week like we do with Rob Rang. Rob's going to join us tomorrow. I think we'll talk running backs with Rob tomorrow. We'll do that with Steve next week. We've already done that with Cosell. So we'll kind of get into all of that. So a little Seahawk conversation too. I want to put a little bit of a bow and a wrap on things from yesterday. And, we started, listen, first of all, I think we're on the YouTube. Are we video now too? Are we all up? Oh, we
Your
are.
beautiful mug is up there.
Wow.
Only you.
Okay.
You won't see me today.
Why? Why not?
We are still configuring that.
I don't like that. If we're going to see one person on the show, it needs to be you and not me.
Well, you want to switch spots so you can run the board?
Well, that's like putting someone in charge of a jet airliner that's never flown a plane. That would not be good. It would be less tragic. Okay. The result would be less tragic. There wouldn't be as many, there'd be no lives lost, but it would not be good, Jess.
Well, we have you on and good to go. So that is good. But eventually we'll get the camera in here working.
One of the things, so we did this yesterday, just real quick before I get to yesterday's show. One of the things we found that's kind of fun, if you are watching on YouTube, youtube.com, and we'll send the link out again here in a second. If you're watching there, you can interact with not just us, but also other listeners on what we're talking about. And we read some of those coming up at 2:30, like we read the Tacoma Dodge text line at 2:30. We'll read some of the YouTube comments as well at 2:30 if they're nice. If they're not, then just try to be nice people. But we'll read some of those coming up later on as well. If you missed the start of the show yesterday, if you missed Softies yesterday, I think he had a similar sentiment. And I know the Mariners are playing, so probably a lot of people were, if we're being honest, not listening to us. They might have been tuned into the baseball team.
Maybe.
I spent some time yesterday going after Mark J. Spears from ESPN, ESPN.com, all things NBA, basketball, ESPN, although he's not on their NBA show. I'm watching it right now. He's not on there for some reason.
It's just very confusing because you go with Mark J.
Yes.
And then I go, because the end of it is.
They're both.
For our guy.
Yeah, it's Mark Spears, and that's not Marcus Spears. It's Mark Spears, longtime NBA writer. Anyway, he was on with our guy with the C2, Mark with the C, James. And I was pretty harsh on him. And by no means am I taking any of that. I'm not walking any of that back. I believe everything I said. I saw some reaction online. Yeah, there's a lot of reaction online. Some of it's very strange. It turned into a political debate by a couple people that are really, we live in a bad world right now. I'll just be honest with you. Like, there's some stupid stuff out there.
It's not ideal.
Yeah, but I love when people try to tell you what kind of political affiliation you have or what your beliefs are, and not even close to being accurate. But anyway, the gist of what he said yesterday, if you missed it, was that Key Arena is not good enough for the NBA. And I say Key Arena? Sorry, Climate Pledge Arena. I bristle when I saw that and I heard that. And I just kind of snapped, understanding everything that was put into that building. Mark, MJ, I'll say it, MJ tried to push back on it. This guy was having none of it. Obviously, he's never been in Climate Pledge Arena. But I just think to put a bow on it, if you're a Seattle sports fan, rest assured, there is no concern, and I mean zero concern, at the league office in the NBA about Climate Pledge Arena. I think even saying that is insulting. The fact that I have to say that is insulting. But I think if you're on a national platform like this clown does, then you should be a little bit more responsible in what you say, what you write, the opinions you send out there. Because Climate Pledge Arena is, to be honest with you, and again, I talked about it yesterday with some people. It's a upper third building in both the NHL and the NBA, and most people think it's a top 5 at worst building in both of those leagues, or if it was in the NBA. So again, I think it's just dumb that I have to say that, but to have to stick up for our city and our building and our future for the NBA because some guy that has a national platform is out there spewing out misinformation that the building is basically Key Arena 2.0, when we all know it's not. If you haven't been in there, maybe you don't know, because Mark Spears has never been in there. Never has been in there. But if you have been in there and you were in the old building, you know that they're not even, the only shred of evidence of the old building is the support beams in the roof. And even the roof on the inside is different, by the way, than it was in the old building. Just on the outside when you look at it. It's a remarkable architectural accomplishment what they did. But like a day later, I'm still a little perturbed at this guy. And maybe more so the fact that is even a talking point for somebody. I mentioned it yesterday. I don't think that there's owners and board of governors sitting around at a meeting saying, I think the building's a problem. I don't think it, and I say that not from the standpoint of, I'm sure very few, if any, of the owners around the NBA have been inside Climate Pledge Arena. But when they're sitting around, they're not just, drinking coffee and having a pastry from the hotel at the Board of Governors meeting. They've been presented with all the information they need, including the building information. So to say that on our air yesterday in Seattle like he did is just irresponsible. I'll just leave it at that. It's just absolutely irresponsible. You can go back and listen to the podcast, first segment of the show yesterday. We addressed it, and we addressed it pretty harshly. So we'll move on from that. But I'm going to it's a national TV game tonight for hockey, so I'll kind of wander the building a little bit. I'll sit in the press box, and we don't have local TV responsibilities. And I think what I'm going to do again is just kind of take in the awe of what Climate Pledge Arena is and understand how lucky we are in this city to have that. There have been people, one final little note here. Is there a concern about, or is there going to be a multiple offers coming in? Yeah, somebody could have blank you money and say, we're going to buy the team. If you play there, you still have to go through the Oakview or the One Roof Group for a lease and revenue and all those things. It makes no sense financially unless you just truly have blank you money. Building a new building, it's not even on the table.
No.
Not if you're going to have NBA expansion in 2028. And where would you build it? Bellevue? We've been down that road.
I was going to say 10 years ago.
We've been down.
Still have PTSD from that.
We've all been down every arena road possible if you've lived here more than 5 or 6 years. We've all been down the road. They're going to play. The NBA is going to play at Climate Pledge Arena. More than likely, it's going to be probably 99% chance it's going to be owned by the same group, at least in terms of some of the investors that own the Kraken, and we're all going to be fine. And you know what? And Mark Spears, maybe come watch a game at Climate Pledge, and look around. And you'll say to yourself, wait a second, what happened to that one scoreboard? Oh, no, there's 2 now.
Yeah, that was kind of the huge indicator right there.
Yeah, tell us you haven't been in the building by telling us you haven't been in the building, right? Anyway, 49451. We'll get to that. Let's talk baseball. Should we be concerned? It's early. Should we be concerned, so early, about the Mariners' slow start offensively? Also talk about Logan Gilbert. Eno Saris next.
Tavern Beer at T-Mobile Park and ask for yours today. Now with Ian, here's Eno.
All right, welcome back in Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM on this Thursday. Off day for the baseball team, but it's our first visit of the year from our guy, Eno Saris, senior MLB writer for The Athletic, joining us once again this year to talk all things baseball. And a huge shout out and thank you to our friends at Georgetown Brewing. Every pint starts just a few feet from the front door, brewed with real Northwest ingredients, whether it's a Manny's Pale Ale, a Bodie's Alpha IPA, or the brand new Tavern Beer, which you can find in the ballparks, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, in fact, right above where I have my seats. That's section 140 or so, that little cash. Was it grab and go, Jess? What do you call that? Grab and go?
Yeah.
Grab and go. They got Tavern Beer now. Huh? So just go grab yourself a Tavern Beer. Fantastic. Refreshing. It's perfect. Big thanks to Georgetown Brewing. Eno, welcome back officially for another year with us. I guess we didn't cross any lines last year. We didn't piss you off, so you're back. Thank you.
No problem. And glad to hear that stepping up the beer a little bit at the ballpark. I love it.
Yeah, a little Tavern Beer, a little easier to drink in the. I mean, I love myself a Bodie, but you're kind of be one and done with the 16 ounces of Bodie. So if you want a couple, you need to go down the Tavern Beer road. Fantastic beer. If people haven't tried it yet, look for it at the ballpark and around the area. Okay, a lot of things to get to. You wrote a story about what we can glean from the first week of the season. I'm going to get to that in a second, offensively in a second, because I got some questions to ask. Panic is setting in. Not really, but sort of. Concern out here in Seattle. We'll get to that in a second because I thought it was an interesting way to look at it with bat speed, exit velo, and things like that. Last week, if people missed it, Eno wrote a great story on Logan Gilbert. He hasn't had the best statistical start yet to the season, but we know what Walter can be all about. When you wrote that story and we're talking to guys and just about who and what the guy at the top end of the rotation is all about, what jumped out at you about Logan Gilbert?
I mean, I went and visited him in Modesto in 2019, and from the get-go, you just had a guy who saw where he wanted to go and was willing to do everything it took to get there. I just love, he was talking then about, you watch Jacob deGrom, you watch Max Scherzer, you got to learn from these guys, Justin Verlander, and, he learned he did. I mean, he's changed so much since then. He was a guy that came up with, great extension, still has that, great fastball, still has that, but he had this big lollipop curve back then that he was using, and he doesn't really use that same pitch anymore. You thought it would be an out pitch for him in the big leagues, but it didn't turn out to be quite as good, and now he's a splitter guy, and he's got that hard Verlander slider instead of the sweeper he had back then. So it's just, it's a love of learning that's true for all of the guys in the rotation. They learn off each other so much. Him and Bryce Miller are just always talking to each other, and Bryce Miller learned his splitter off of Gilbert, and Wu, taught Kirby a new sinker grip, and it's just, I love the way that they interact with each other. They just are always, if someone does something good, not only are they rooting for each other, but they learn. They're like, hey, I want that pitch, So they teach each other a lot, and I just, I think there's something to not only when you're scouting guys for their stuff, in the draft, think about that. Gilbert is nothing like he was when you drafted him. But the thing that is true is that he just had this love for learning and this aptitude that would stick with him. And even if his arsenal is completely different than it was when he was drafted.
I think one of the quotes in there was maybe from Andy McKay. Was talking about just the work ethic, and it sounds like all those guys have it. Listen, you're watching 30 teams around baseball and 30 pitching staffs, starting rotations, etc. As you're saying that, I'm thinking Mariner fans are probably like, this is so cool. Like our guy, is this normal where there's that kind of give? Internal competition, guys want to be at the top of the rotation, what have you. But as you're describing that, it makes it sound like this rotation has a level of camaraderie, collaboration that I don't know, is it unique or not?
Well, pitchers, the nice thing about that pitching is that they will share grips. So you're out in the bullpen, hanging out. You'll share grips. You'll show each other grips. So there is a camaraderie among pitchers in general, but. I've been in other clubhouses that are just a little bit more fractured. I think there's also a difference between a guy who comes in on like a $300 million deal, and, is the big free agent, yes, Garrett Cole is great. I'm not saying anything bad about Garrett Cole. I'm just saying, like, how often do Will Warren and Garrett Cole hang out? And what you do know from these guys is they came up together,
Yeah.
and they had the same pitching coordinator, Max Wiener, back in the day. They had a lot of the same pitching coaches coming up, and they were just, they have a lot of shared experiences, and they're the same age. That was something that came up with the Warriors here when Kevin Durant came to town. It was like Draymond Green and Stephen Curry, had kids. And Draymond Green was like, well, who's going to the club with me,
I love it. Eno Saris brought to you by Georgetown Brewing from The Athletic, theathletic.com. Gilbert's 0-1, a 6.75 ERA. He's given up 8 runs in 10 and 2/3 innings. All those are earned. A little bit of a rocky start. Any cause for concern? Anything we see that might be a red flag for Logan? Or is it, hey, you saw 2 playoff teams in the Guardians and the Yankees in your first 2 starts?
Well, they're teams, at least the Guardians are a team that make a lot of contact. And, he is trying out a new pitch in that cutter. And so, maybe he turfs it. Maybe he decides that's not the right pitch for him. But, and sometimes people talk about the cutter taking away ride from your four seam and changing your other fastballs. But I don't see that necessarily happening right now. I think just early season foibles. I don't. One of the biggest things you can look at is stuff. He's still got it. Another thing you can look at is velo. He's still got it. So there's not really a big cause for concern.
Yeah, the stuff plus, which we'll talk about too. I know with the early stuff. I mean, we loved. I'll say this: watching Emerson Hancock in his first start was sensational. Everybody wants to see Bryce Miller back as soon as possible, but and you start worrying about depth in the pitching staff. But boy, Emerson Hancock was lights out in his first start.
He was a big Stuff Plus surger. So Stuff Plus looks at just the physical characteristics of all your pitches. But another thing that Stuff Plus does is, and this might be weird to people, one of the features, one of the sort of inputs is your previous fastball mix.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why that's in there is that you think of a sideways guy, a sinker guy, who has a four seam that's just, if you look at the four seam by itself, Adam Ottavino was the guy that I'm thinking of. I don't know if people have seen a lot of him, but he's a sideways guy. He throws a four seam that if you look at it by itself, you say, well, that's not a good four seam. But everybody expects the sinker,
Yeah.
And the hitters are in their heads are thinking sinker. So if you throw another fastball that has a different shape, it just has to be different from the other one. It doesn't have to be great by itself. And this is something that I think Hancock has embraced, which is, the sinker and the four seam are different enough. Who the patron saint of this is Brian Wu.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. The four seam by itself has around average ride, but because his sinker is so good and because his slot is where it is, he can play the four seam and sinker off each other. And they have tremendously different movement profiles. I think Hancock probably, I don't have the source, but I probably talked to Brian Wu a little bit, watched him pitch and was like, man, my four seam doesn't have to be great. It's just be different enough. And so, Hancock, I think he also added a cutter and improved his changeup. So he really, it revamped his arsenal. And the big trend in baseball right now, coming off of what I just said, is to have as many fastballs as possible.
Right.
The number of pitch types that a starting pitcher throws has gone from about 3.5 to 5 on average in the last 3 years.
Wow. I mean, so, what is it? Four seam, two seam, blah, blah, blah. I mean, isn't Wu kind of like you just talked about? He's the guy in that way. Isn't that is what Brian Wu is, isn't it? Like he's Mr. Like everything's a fastball, but it's a variation of a fastball.
Yeah. Yeah. And sometimes I wonder, man, can he keep doing it without a great secondary? But I mean, he keeps doing it. And that's where baseball is right now and I think it's because, people talk about tunneling. And so you traditionally thought of fastball and slider tunneling, where they look alike until the very end, and then the slider drops out. And that still is very much a thing. But why not tunnel your fastballs where they're the exact same velocity? What a hitter does a lot of times is look at the velocity differential. That's why swing rates on curveballs are really low because curveballs are slow. And so the hitter sees, wait, that ball's coming out slower. Don't swing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But if you have 3 fastballs, they're all coming out the same velo, but then they do different things shape-wise, then it hits the end of your bat. You know, sometimes it's a foul ball. You know, it's not always a whiff, but it is not usually a good outcome for the hitter if they think this is a four seam and it ends up being a sinker.
It's Eno Saris from The Athletic, senior writer, MLB on The Athletic, theathletic.com, brought to you by Georgetown Brewing. Look for Georgetown in your local grocery stores or, of course, wherever you're enjoying a libation or two. Tavern beer now available at T-Mobile Park as well. All right. I was just thrilled, to be honest with you, when I saw the story about, hey, what can we learn from 7 days in, a week into the season? Because you know how we baseball fans are. Maybe it's us in the media or a combination thereof. We like to lose our mind or over evaluate things early on. But it is 4 numbers that matter from MLB's first week of the season. So I tune in there. I go, I know it's not just going to be batting average or anything like that with Eno. No, sir, it's not. Instead, bat speed and things like that. Let's talk about that, because you know the story up here in Seattle is the slow start early on from kind of the big 3 right now. Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez, Josh Naylor. Those guys are all scuffling mightily. Those are the raw numbers, 1 for this, 2 for that, etc. Are there any of those numbers that you wrote about that jump out with those 3 guys?
Yeah, man, and I'm sorry I'm about to do this, but it is the truth. Those guys and Randy Arozarena are all on the wrong side of the list. When I made a bat speed surgers list, those 4 guys, I think Julio has lost more bat speed, and I'd used like 75th percentile bat speed, so I was trying to be like, who has lost off of their A swing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And Julio has lost about 5 ticks off of his A swing in the early going, and only like 4 guys in baseball have lost more. So, and then all of those guys are negatives, and plus Randy. So what's interesting to me, though, is that they're all on the negative list, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a little bit weird. And so what I'm wondering is if there might be a park factor weather component to bat speed. I haven't seen that researched, but what I can tell you is that pitch velocity peaks in August, in the hottest month of the year. And so if pitch velocity peaks in August, maybe it's also true that bat speed peaks in August, and the bat speed has a little bit of a weather component to it. So, I don't know. There's also the fact that certain pitchers actually can suppress bat speed. If you look at, locations in the zone, if you throw high and away fastballs a lot, it's really hard to get high bat speed on those pitches. Those are pitches that you foul off, you spray the other way. And so maybe just the pitchers they faced and the park they were in and the temperatures they were swinging at affected them all to the point where their bat speed looks like it's down more than it actually is. So that's the kernel of hope I'm trying to throw in there, because, and another thing I would say is with veterans, I've tended to look a little bit away from stats like this, because last year I said that Juan Soto was down a couple ticks in bat speed and he'd lost his elite power and that he wouldn't hit 40 homers. And I was famously wrong about that. And so I would say that with veterans, you can look the other way and say, hey, all right, a little bit of a slow start. Maybe it was cold. Maybe it was the pitchers they saw. They'll probably get it together.
Yeah, except for this is an annual thing with Julio. And so it's not just.
But when does he peak? He peaks in August.
Yeah.
I mean, he peaks in the second half. So maybe, you know who used to be like this, although Luis Castillo is throwing harder for once, but Luis Castillo, we used to always be like, where's the fastball velocity? And then it usually came back. So I don't know. Maybe it's just Julio's a slow starter. Maybe that's just how he is.
And like you said, maybe it is cold weather. I mean, roof's been closed 2 or 3 times, I think, so far at T-Mobile. So that jumps into play. It's not like it's been warm here.
around the sides, right? Like
Yes,
the roof is closed, but it's still open to the elements.
Yeah, no, when I say the roof's closed, I mean because the elements outside have been nasty as well. Yeah, so it's been cold inside, it's cold outside, but it's all those things combined. It's not like they're playing in Arizona right now, like by any stretch of the imagination.
Exactly.
they're not in San Diego, Arizona, although they are going to Southern California. They start a series with the Angels coming up tomorrow.
Let's see some fast speeds after they hit some warmer. And the Angels pitchers aren't very good, so like hopefully, that gets them going.
We'll revisit this. I do want to touch it because what you just told me, it's not just Julio, slow starter. It's not just Cal and Naylor as we're looking at it. All four of those guys, when you throw Randy in the mix, all have that decline. That does tell me it's like, because if it was one or two guys, it would seem like, okay, maybe they're whatever's happening, right? But if it's all four of those guys, then maybe it is something related to weather along the way. It's too much of a
100%.
coincidence. Too much of a coincidence, right? I mean, just to have all four of those guys. It hasn't bothered Cole
And they're
Young.
not all struggling equally,
Right. It hasn't bothered Cole Young. We've liked his play so far, and he's got a little pop there at second base. So, there's a give and a take there, I guess.
Spring, and he's a good egg. I talked to him in spring, and I just think that he's a really excellent hitter. We talked about how last year he hit some really high highs with his exit velo. He hit the ball 114, 115. And, what would it take to kind of get there consistently? And he talked about, just putting in consistent ABs and letting those, be happy accidents, basically. And I think that's a good sign for him. But he really controls his zone well. And he puts together good ABs. And every once in a while, I think he's still going to pop you 15, 18 homers, So I think he's a good kid, and the Colt Emerson news is great news. I mean, I think he just locked up the middle of the infield for a bunch of years.
Yeah, that's a great story. Everyone here is pretty happy about that, and it seems like one of those win-wins, like a win for the organization, win for the young man. He's lifetime money security, and even if he pops, it's great for the organization, and away you go. And like you said, I think Cole Young, it feels like they've found their second baseman. The question I have for you is, have they found a third baseman? And Brendan Donovan's, he's been hitting. Like, that's the offense has been there. There's no doubt about that. We all like what he's doing in terms of offense. It feels, however, though, like defensively, I think he's tied for last at third base in defensive runs saved, -2. It looks like it's a little bit of a struggle at third base defensively for Donovan. Is that an early concern or not?
I mean, he is a guy that used to move all over, but second base is the place he's played the most. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt for a little bit and just say, hey, this is the first time he's playing third base as like a everyday thing. And it's a new team. He might be struggling to try and impress. So I think he'll be fine because he's been good enough. Statistically speaking, second base and third base are very similar in terms of the difficulty of playing the position.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that the arm strength is the problem for Donovan. So I would say that statistically speaking, he should be fine. If it doesn't work out, it does get a little bit interesting at who's going to play that position.
The Angels, as I mentioned, next up for Seattle, they're 3-4 to start the season. What have you seen from LA? Is this a team? I mean, a lot of people think they could be the worst team, even worse than the Athletics in the West. Maybe not, but what have you seen from the LA Angels?
One thing that I have seen that's interesting is a couple guys on their team popping in terms of their pitching improving a little bit. So I wonder if some of the processes that they've been trying to improve in terms of pitching player development have improved. Jack Kohanowitz changed his arm angle, and he's a little bit more upright now, and it's made his changeup and sinker better. He hasn't got good results with it yet. And Jose Soriano has always been a great stuff guy, but Mike Maddox over there changed what Soriano is doing. He's throwing more four-seamers. So maybe they'll be a little bit tougher than I want to give them credit for, but I mean, they were at least 2-3 years ago consensus worst or second worst team in player development, and you've seen what they've done. And to counteract that is just take guys from college and just put them right into the big leagues. I mean, they don't play in the minor leagues there in Anaheim, and so what has happened is that some of these young guys have come up and not been ready. it's just a mess over there generally. I wouldn't say that anything looks much better. The one thing I will say is the one problem, Mike Trout looks back. His sprint speed is up. His bat speed is good. He looks rejuvenated. I don't know how long it'll take before he's sad and tired again of where his team is in the standings. But Mike Trout looks back, so better off just walking him, I think.
Well, I guess the good news is Felix won't be pitching against him this weekend because I think he's hit the majority of his leadoff home runs in his career off Felix Hernandez over the years, and Felix would have been in the Hall of Fame for now. I mean, it was an amazing phenomenon for so many years. Felix would get everybody else out around the entire league except for that one dude. Appreciate it. Looking forward to this year. I should mention that on the Rates and Barrels podcast, you did talk about the Cole Emerson situation too with the new contract extension. So if people want to check that out, check out the podcast anyway, Rates and Barrels. Read all the stuff Eno has at The Athletic too, and we'll check in with you next week, my friend. Thank you.
All right, thanks for having me.
That is Eno Saris. We'll come back, a little daily power play, getting you ready for the game tonight. Kraken return home. We'll do that next. 93.3 KJR FM.
This is the Daily Power Play.
Kraken hockey, baby.
On your home for the Kraken, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, what do you say? The Seattle Kraken.
The Daily Power Play is brought to you by Issaquah Honda Kubota, the largest inventory of Kubota equipment in King County. Now, your daily look at the National Hockey League and the Seattle Kraken with Ian Furness.
We talk about how big these games are, and there's 9 left here in the schedule. So I think just from the get-go, whether it's the sharper attention to detail, extra energy, what means the most here for tonight?
Yeah, you got to bring every facet of your game. And for me right now, it's about the compete level, the battle level, puck battles, 50-50 puck battles, your willingness to get to the net, your willingness to keep people away from the net this time of the year. That's what we need, so you said it, 9 games, extremely important, obviously, and, we have to be ready to go.
The voices of one, Lane Lambert, head coach for the Kraken, and the captain, Bento, as we call him affectionately, Mike Benton. How are you?
In the flesh.
How are you, sir?
On YouTube also.
It's on YouTube. Yep. Look at that. There you are.
I can't hide anymore.
There you are. There you are.
Everyone, you now know what I look like in case you don't know what I look like.
Well, you can go see Mikey. Mikey's at Section 20.
Always.
And then after the game, sometimes at Tom's.
Tom's Watch Bar.
Are you there tonight?
Tonight with Al Kaniski, on Saturday with Andrews Hurst also.
There you go. Just a quick daily power play brought to you by Issaquah Honda Kubota. We were just chuckling out in the sports pit a moment ago, just laughing. They're not out of it yet, and they're still somehow very much in it.
Yeah.
But you got to start winning games. You got to start picking up points. We're not too must-win to remain alive, but we're kind of in a must-win situation. I mean, if they don't get 4 points in the next 2 at home before that road trip, it's not officially over, but it's damn close.
Al Kaniski mentioned if you can get 14 points, that might be enough. But the bottom line is right now, Ian, you have 9 games left, 5 at home and 4 on the road. And should I remind you about the cupcake schedule that remains on the road or lack thereof in case anybody has forgotten here? It is at Winnipeg, Minnesota, Vegas, and Colorado. Everything equity-wise is now gone. The margin for error is basically gone.
Easiest game is Vegas, followed by Colorado. But judging on what happened
Vegas
last night.
made the coaching change also.
Yeah, and Colorado got waxed last night by Vancouver somehow, but they're just in cruise control right now. Who starts a goal tonight?
Looking like it'll be Joey Decord.
Phil's had the last 3. He's at the net the last 3 games. Been really, really good. Decord needs a bounce back tonight. Oscar Fisker-Molgaard in the lineup again tonight.
Yes.
I think if you're a Kraken fan, you haven't seen him play in person
He is back
yet.
in. Also, it looks like Jacob Melanson's also back in. He took line rushes, and that's a big case of Burley that you need right back in.
Ben Meyer's
Looks
out.
like Ben Myers takes a seat here for this one.
Ah, Mikey. 5-point lead.
They're in the fight.
5-point lead into the Olympic break. What happened? What happened to these guys?
You know what? I remember Lane Lambert said about 2, 3, maybe 4 games ago mid-trip, we were all talking about how the Olympic break would have been good to rest, recharge, recalibrate. He thinks the opposite now has basically happened. If you went to go play in the Olympics, this actually helped you versus rest. And this has always been a team since day one that has
Kaapo Kakko's a great example.
Yeah, I mean,
been red hot since he came back.
Look at Oscar Fisker-Molgaard since he got called up. He played for Denmark also in the Olympics.
Yeah, not a lot of success for that team, but he got all kinds of experience.
This is a slow roller team.
Yeah,
even game by game, period 1, they take a while, and you could use that analogy too for this Parkman out of the Olympic break.
That is the captain, Mike Benton. 6:30 pregame show.
Yes.
If you're at the arena tonight, swing on by and give him a little fist bump.
The fist will be out here just like this.
Little fist bump for Mikey.
I may be on the air, but the fist will be out there.
Fist bump for Mikey, section 20, right?
Yes.
I may come down and bother you.
Please.
Nah,
you're never a bother.
I'm gonna be busy. What am I doing tonight? No, it's I should mention no local TV. It's on ESPN Plus or ESPN.
I believe ESPN Plus. Yeah.
Okay, so no local TV tonight on ESPN or ESPN Plus or Hulu or DAZN, or whatever the hell they call that other thing. Was it DAZN?
I think it's DAZN.
DAZN?
Is that what it is?
Something like that.
It changes every day for me. I have no idea.
But the radio is free, charge. 6:30, 7 o'clock, drop of the puck. The captain will be here along the Kraken Audio Network. Have a great show. I'll see you. I'll be sitting with you
always
tonight.
here for your dining and dancing and listening pleasure.
All right. When we come back, we're going to talk a little football, Mikey. We're going to talk a little football. I should mention, we're on the YouTube thing. All right, we're on the YouTube. We're officially on the YouTube.
We are all there.
We're on the YouTube. You can go check out youtube.com. Is it / at 93.3 KJR, I do believe?
That is correct.
You can check us out on the YouTube. And the fun thing about the YouTube, Mikey, are you going to use YouTube for Kraken at some point?
That is the plan.
Good.
It is coming.
There's like all kinds of fun stuff here. People can chime in. They can have conversations with each other or with us, what have you. So go check out the YouTube feed as well today. Steve Palazzolo, all things NFL draft coming up next. Did have a late rally. They were down 4-0. Cal drove in 2 minutes. We good? Let's talk a little football, shall we? Our guy standing by. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together for our man. First regular scheduled visit as we head into the NFL draft with Steve Palazzolo.
We're diving into the numbers and the grades around the NFL with Steve Palazzolo from the 33rd team. Brought to you by Georgetown Brewing Tap Room. Open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Makers of Manny's Pale Ale, Bodhisattva IPA, and the new domestic style lager, Tavern Beer. Your place to go for local, tasty craft beer. Now with Ian, here's Steve Palazzolo.
All right, here we go, 2 o'clock hour. We're excited again to have leading into the draft and a little bit after the draft probably as well. We'll bother him. Steve Palazzolo, our good friend from the Check the Mic podcast, 33rd team, formerly PFF as well. How are you, my friend? What's going on?
Doing great. Having me back as always.
We love having you on. We're going to get we'll get some football in a second with the Seahawks. I want to go down the road. First of all, I'll encourage people to read to listen to the Check the Mic podcast anyway with you and Sam. Terrific podcast, football fans. You should be listening to it as it is. When we first met Steve, man, I want to say, is it about 5-6 years ago now, Steve? Does that sound right that we first started having you on?
Yeah, at least.
Yeah.
It's been a few years now.
Yeah, and you were with Pro Football Focus, PFF. We were kind of, as fans, as media, we were all just kind of getting introduced to Pro Football Focus, and it kind of became more of a thing. People saw, Chris Collinsworth, the guy from Sunday Night Football, he owns this thing, and it's this new site. Some crazy news over the last few days that PFF has been sold, and basically most people feel it kind of got laid off. I want to just kind of touch on it for a second because you and I spent so many years talking about the PFF grades and the numbers. We also always talked about the fact that every NFL team, all the college teams in the country, all subscribe to PFF. Now, there's different levels of subscription and data that they're getting. You and Sam made the choice to leave a couple years ago. We'll get into that just in a heartbeat. But for those of us that, like you and me, we've been kind of pumping up PFF and using some of the data, and it seems like it's going away. Give us the Cliff Notes. I'm buying the lecture notes in college version of what actually PFF was, what it is now, and what's transpired the last few days.
Yeah, I'll do it as quickly as possible. But, the PFF started as a hobby that turned into the number one data provider in all of football, both from an NFL perspective and college. Every single NFL, every single college team has PFF data. It involves the grades, which are a production-based evaluation of players on a play-by-play sample. I don't think anybody had ever done that previously, and people haven't really replicated it exactly to a T. And so that's how PFF got a lot of exposure, was the grading process, but it was really this data provider, massive database, for NFL and college teams. And it also turned into one that became great for fans, great for fantasy players, whether you're betting, whatever it may be. And that's how it grew. It just became something that was in every football building, but also something public facing and ways to look at football, ideally in a smarter way, hopefully adding better context and just different ways of looking at players at all positions too, right? So the first time you really had data for offensive linemen and, things for defensive linemen beyond just sack totals, coverage numbers that were consistent, and now over 20 years of that information. So that was PFF in a nutshell, and now it's being purchased by Teamworks on the enterprise or business side. So all of the NFL teams will now be under this Teamworks banner, I think they're in pretty much every building as well. And then I'm not really sure what happens on the public-facing side, as the company is essentially being split at this point, and I'm not there, so see what happens.
I know a lot of media focused in on used it as well as fans and so forth. Is that version gone? It feels like it is. I see, media members. I talk to guys who are like, yeah, well, there's no reason to do PFF anymore. The people that we kind of, knew, at least as you said, the front-facing people are no longer there. It may still work for the teams, but what football fans and even, whether it be fantasy betting, what have you, what they had before is no longer there. I believe, at least listening to your podcast, it kind of feels like that's a thing of the past now.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what their business plan is with the actual data, if that'll be available, if they'll continue the subscriptions. It sounds like they are, at least in the short term. But the media people, the writers, most people are gone. 98% of the people that were the faces of the company, particularly after I left and Sam left, they're all gone. They're all out of jobs at the moment. So I'm not really sure what happens to the PFF, media exposure, other than the data could still be out there and people could still use it. But it's certainly a different day, I would say, for PFF now.
On a non-kind of football, Steve Palazzolo joining us, a non-football related thing, and just kind of maybe real life that a lot of people can probably understand. I guess in some ways, I don't know if this is a general. This is me being a really dumb media guy, so bear with me, Steve. But help me out here. Is this a cautionary tale of, hey, being part of something really cool and a startup and growth and all that can be awesome, but it also can be risky as well? I mean, and maybe, and I don't know if it has anything to do with the world of AI. People out here in our world are dealing with that, especially at Amazon. There's people that I know working at Amazon right now that are designing things to basically eliminate their own jobs. I mean, it's kind of a scary time out there. I don't know if that is in any way connected, or if I'm making any sense whatsoever, but I'll let you comment on that.
Yeah, I think there's elements of that. We talked about it on our show yesterday. Try not to rehash too much of it, but yeah, I mean, we went from startup to pretty big, and then you get a lot of investors in and different goals, and I think that's just any business. I think a lot of our discussion yesterday was about business in general, how you handle, people and relationships. And it's interesting because when we talk about NFL teams, we're very much, pick this player, pick that player. And you hear coaches talk about relationships and the locker room. And you hear John Schneider talk about it all the time, getting the right guys in the building. And that's like any business. And that's why I think it's a fascinating discussion, and that the people matter. And even as analysts, sometimes you lose track of that. So I think there's kernels of truth in a lot of those in every industry, but in a lot of that discussion, whether it was PFF or AI-driven things, just making sure that people are taken care of, and we'll see what happens going forward.
All right. Well, Steve's focus oftentimes with us in season, if we're doing stuff in the fall, it's the game coming up or the game we just saw. But this is kind of your wheelhouse. You love the team building side of things. And that's why we love having you on. So let me go down and start when we get to the draft in a second. But for us, we're very obviously Seahawks centric out here. Now that we've kind of come out of free agency and we're just a few weeks away from the draft, let me start on the offensive side of the football. For Seattle, it feels like the biggest need is going to be running back, and we'll get to that in a second. And over the next couple of weeks, probably talk about some of the running backs in the draft. But I think they should be encouraged if you're a Seahawks fan, and even the Seahawks themselves. See, they come out of free agency. There's that so-called Super Bowl tax. You're going to lose guys. They lose Ken Walker. That's a massive loss. But basically, they return every other starter on offense, and a lot of the depth guys as well, whether it be, Jake Bobo, Rashid Shaheed, guys like that are all coming back. When you look from 30,000 feet at what the Seahawks have coming back, heading into the draft, let's start on the offense. What kind of shape are they in?
Well, first off, congrats to the city of Seattle, all the listeners, for the Super Bowl. Haven't been able to congratulate you properly.
Yes, thank you.
Since winning it all. So that was pretty cool. What an amazing season. But yeah, I mean, they're in really good shape. I mean, if you're going to nitpick things, obviously you want a good replacement for Ken Walker. Zach Charbonnet coming off the late season injury. So running back depth is going to be important. You could absolutely look at right guard and say, hey, we could potentially use an upgrade there, and maybe just interior offensive line in general. Adding some depth there, and then a lot of the moves that they made are, hey, JSN's getting paid and Rashid Shaheed's coming back. Those are all great things. Being able to retain players, and the next play is going to be just adding depth. And at some point, maybe there's someone who either can't get paid or they need to upgrade upon or whatever it may be. So they are in very good shape, and I think they're in a position to say, hey, we do have to address running back. Maybe we can upgrade at right guard, but most of the other starting positions and even some of the backups are in really good shape offensively.
Steve Palazzolo, Check the Mic podcast, 33rd Team joining us, brought to you by Georgetown Brewing. Look for the Tavern Beer now at T-Mobile Park. Wherever you're grabbing your cans or in cans at T-Mobile Park is the brand new refreshing Tavern Beer, courtesy of Georgetown Brewing. I'll go back in time a little bit, Steve. You'll remember this from our early conversations out here, and I think maybe even one of the first conversations we ever had years ago was talking about the Seahawks offensive line. And for so many years, that offensive line, in fact, I think that's where we saw, PFF's got the Seahawks offensive line 32nd. What the hell's going on? And we started using Steve and having him on a lot more. I remember Justin Britt, I brought it up with him once, and he just kind of scoffed at it. He pulled the J.J. Watt thing. I don't know what that means, PFF grades, whatever, what have you. But there was no doubt that the offensive line would have been a massive issue for so many years. You mentioned right guard, Anthony Bradford. There's some that will say, well, he played better as the year went on, down the stretch, what have you. But I think that could be a place they improve. I know you guys just discussed this on a podcast. Where is the 2026 Seahawk offensive line heading into the draft and heading out of the offseason looking like?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where I'd rank them in a vacuum across the NFL necessarily, but I think they're in good shape at tackle with Charles Cross both locked up and playing well, and Abe Lucas showing that he could stay healthy and play and be good again, right? So I think tackle's looking pretty good. Grace Abel did a really nice job as a rookie. I thought Jalen Sundell did a really nice job at center, filling in as well, or, kind of being a surprise starter. Weren't really sure exactly what they were going to do there at center going into the season. And then, I think there's just an upgrade opportunity at right guard with Bradford. So when I look at offensive lines, I want to see, I think they're in 3 good starters that you really trust territory, which is excellent. That's usually top 10 to 12-ish around the league. And then, a starting caliber player at center, and then maybe one question mark. So for me in the offseason, I try to avoid as many question marks as possible, especially in the starting 5. And I'd say there's maybe one question. And again, you could say, hey, they won a Super Bowl with Bradford. Absolutely. I mean, they could roll out there with their starting 5 next year that they won a Super Bowl with. It's not like it's insurmountable, but I think that is the upgrade opportunity, but they're in a much better spot than they were when we first started talking years ago. And, I think 3 out of 5, above average potential starters, 4 out of 5 starters that you feel good about, 5 actual starters that could be returning, and in a really good spot, I'd say, overall up front.
Next week, I'm going to tease ahead a little bit. I'll talk running backs with you in the draft next week, because I think that's obviously, you mentioned, I mean, with Walker gone, Charbonnet probably going to miss at least a month or so of the season. Halani, we know kind of what he is. They brought in Emmanuel Wilson, just kind of seems like a guy. We'll kind of get into the running back class and draft next week with Steve Palazzolo joining us. Let's go to the defensive side. They did take some hits there. Boye Mafe, Reek Woolen, Kobe Bryant, all departing the football team. So they do have some losses there. They had some depth at some of those positions. They kind of chose Job over Woolen, and probably a money thing. Bryant leaves. They still have Ty Okada. They had some depth on the edge. Mafe only had a couple sacks last season, but as I learned from Steve Palazzolo, it's not all about the sacks. It's about pressure rate and other things, and he did a pretty good job in that regard. So when you kind of look again at the 30,000-foot view of the defense heading into the draft, what does it look like?
Yeah, it's still in very good shape, but all the losses that you mentioned, the depth takes a hit, starting with Mafe and the defensive line. It's one of those positions where when you're stacking up the depth chart, you don't just look at the starting 3 or 4. You should be looking at the 7 or 8. You've got the starters, you have the depth. We know it's a rotational type of position. We know last year at this time, we were talking about, look at what the Eagles just did in the Super Bowl to the Chiefs, 4-man rush and rotating through, and you really want to be 7 or 8 deep on that defensive line. So I think there's room to replenish there. It's certainly in great shape with Byron Murphy, Leonard Williams. I thought DeMarcus Lawrence was one of the most underrated signings last year at this time, and I thought that was proven correct. That he had a really nice season, made an impact, but certainly you lose a little bit of juice off the edge with Mafe, and I could see them trying to replace that in the draft. So I think the D line absolutely needs more depth. Corner is going to be interesting because I do think Josh Jobe did a pretty nice job last year in particular, but Reek Woolen, whether it was never really a fit or just never really connected with McDonald, he still has a unique skill set with his size, length, and his athleticism. It's a different body type that they don't really have there at corner. It'll be interesting to see if they try to get a big, long corner to provide some of the flexibility that Reek Woolen gave them on the defensive side of the ball. But again, it's a really good roster. It's in a really good spot. You could see if they do want to go back and add more safety depth, but you always say, could you play a game next week before the draft? Could you play a game? And Seattle's in good shape where they could play a game and then you get into the draft and hopefully just grab the best players. You don't have a ton of needs that directly need to be filled, and that's a great place to be heading into late April.
I like how you looked at that, though. I think it's an interesting way because I'm just kind of thinking back even to a year ago. Could you play a game right now, and what kind of team would you put on the field? And if they were to play a game right now today, they'd still be pretty damn good. There's not a lot and that doesn't always happen, Steve, with teams that win Super Bowls, and we just went through some of the losses, especially in the defense. But I mean, I think back even when this team went to back-to-back Super Bowls in 13 and 14, those seasons, the losses seemed a lot more significant. They've come out of the Super Bowl win in better shape than a lot of Super Bowl teams come out of it.
Yeah, and even last year at this time, we were debating, is this the year that, John finally drafts a guard in the first round?
Yep.
It's a glaring need.
Yep.
We don't know. They couldn't play a game last year at this time. We didn't know what they were going to do on the interior of the offensive line, and he does go get Gray Zabel in the first round. So I do think it's a better, more powerful position than it was last year. Now, that's always dangerous. They won a Super Bowl. It doesn't mean, well, they're going back-to-back, hands down, no matter what, because I think the Rams might have the best starting 22 in the NFL right now, again, if we were playing games in April. So other teams are getting better. You can't just sit there and say, well, we're just bringing in, we're bringing 90% of the guys back. We'll be great. We'll do it again. But again, it's a good spot where you don't have to force, hey, we need a free safety. Hey, we need to have a guard. Hey, we need to have this position or that position. They're in a good spot to be able to take the best players and let the board fall to them, so to speak.
Well, and I want to touch in on that real quick before I let you go. And again, we'll start to get into some positions next week, especially we'll start with running back, edge rushers, cornerbacks over the next few weeks with Steve. But you mentioned the Rams. I think Seattle lives in a division where you've got to worry about your neighbors. The 49ers are what they are. They're probably, I would think, maybe number 3 in terms of just the roster, how it looks right now in the division. But there's no doubt that the Rams have significantly upgraded in the offseason. We'll just talk about the two local guys. I mean, what kind of upgrade is it when they pick up Jalen Watson and Trent McDuffie in the offseason? Two guys, by the way, that are from out here. Watson's a Coug from Wazoo, and Trent McDuffie's a Husky from UW.
Yeah, I mean, the Rams went and addressed their biggest need because I think everybody, as of 2 months ago, right before free agency, was saying, hey, they've got 2 first-round picks. They might spend both on corners, right? That's their biggest need. They might need to get younger at receiver, but they really need starting corners, and they decided to do it before the draft and used one of those first-rounders to go get Trent McDuffie, traded for him and paid him. So he's making $31 million a year, but he's one of the best corners in the league and has a lot of flexibility outside and inside. And Watson's been a really good corner for the Chiefs, obviously both for the Chiefs. So they filled those needs. They brought back, Cameron Curl at safety. And so I think, again, the Rams just did a nice job saying, okay, we're not going into the draft with glaring needs either. We're going to make sure that we have our guys locked up. They've got some young players that need to get paid in the coming years. And I think the Rams are also heading into the draft saying, hey, we could draft at 13 the best player available, and throughout the rest of the draft just continue to add depth to this roster. So I think they're in really good shape right now, and they addressed their offseason needs with some aggression in the secondary during free agency.
How would you characterize this year's draft? I've heard a lot of various people talk about different. It's not good. It is good. It's deep, but it's not high end. This position's good. This position isn't good. What have you? How would you address, or how would you surmise this year's draft?
I think it's weak in the high end talent overall. Remember a couple of years ago, there was 13 straight offensive players, all at high value positions, right? Because it's tough to find tackles and receivers and quarterbacks, and those were all the positions that came off the board a couple of years ago before the first defensive player came off the board. And there's other drafts where the first 7 or 8 picks feel like they're locked in. You know, these are blue chip guys. Like, you can't pass like the year that Jamar Chase was out there and Penei Sewell and Micah Parsons. And I just don't think you have that kind of high-end talent to the point where I don't exactly know what the Jets are going to do at 2, where usually you've got a few slam dunks at the top. Like, you have to take this guy. Like, you have to take an Abdul Carter last year. You have to take a Travis Hunter last year. I don't even know if you have that in this draft. Depth is always there. I mean, there's always good players to find in rounds 2, 3, 4. That's every draft. But I think the league sees this as a weaker draft. And then the other interesting, and part of that's because there's only one slam dunk first round quarterback in Fernando Mendoza. And then the other interesting piece is next year, there appears to be a lot of blue chip talent like Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State. You know, we'll see what happens with the quarterback development, but a lot of the QBs that were thought to be in this draft made some strides, didn't come out. They're coming back. Players like Arch Manning. So we'll see. I think next year could be loaded, or at least has the ability be loaded at receiver, tackle, edge rush, corner. It looks like there's some blue chip players, and I think this draft's going to pale in comparison. When we look next year at this time, so it's solid overall, but missing some high end talent compared to some other years.
All right, tell folks about the podcast, what you guys got going. It's always a great time of the year, even though it's there's never an off season in the NFL. So tell people about what's going on with the podcast, my friend.
Yeah, check the mic anywhere you listen to your podcast. We're on YouTube, and just going all in on the draft. We've got some draft rankings, doing mock drafts every Monday, and trying to address every team during this off season, which we love. So check the mic anywhere you listen or watch your podcasts.
Love it, buddy. We'll talk next week. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
That is Steve Palazzolo. Love talking to Steve every week. We'll do that next week. Next week, we'll talk running backs with Steve, especially the draft, and see what might be after that first round with Jeremiah Love. We'll take a break, come back, check your text messages next. 93.3 KJR FM. Hey, it's Ian back with you. Come here, Bento. What are you doing? We got a lot. You know what they call this a live? It's a live read, sir. It's a live read.
It's my first time doing this.
Where am I reading this from? Top of the head, buddy. That's how the pros do it. I don't know how you guys do it on the Hockey Network, but that's how we do it here.
Also,
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm Ian. This is for Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Have you been there yet?
Very much so.
There you go. Thank you very much. It is all about Snoqualmie Casino. There's a show sponsor. You can see it right there on the YouTube screen, presented by Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. There's Mike Benton on the screen. What's up? Hey, Mikey. Let's tell you about the sports book, Hawks Peak Sports Bar and Grill. Gotta try the pizza. Pizza's phenomenal there. I know you're a pizza guy. Pizza's really good.
Best flavor. Meat lovers.
Meat lovers, yeah.
Go meat lovers.
Anchovies, yes or no?
No.
Get out. All right. Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, brand new hotel, views of Snoqualmie Valley, Mount Si, and so much more. The rooms are spectacular, non-smoking gaming floor. Check it out. Seattle's closest, now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
93.3 KJR FM.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. We're back. Rolling along. Good thanks to Steve Palazzolo. We got a talk back we'll get to in a second. We got text to come in as well. 49451 Tacoma Dodge text line. Shop Tacoma Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram at the corner of 38th and South Tacoma Way, the intersection of savings. All right. I want to, before we get to that, just looking at some of, here's your job.
Me. You're talking to me.
You.
My job. Okay.
You. We did this yesterday. So I'll look at the text line. If you see anything fun on the YouTube chat,
okay,
fire those away.
Love
okay.
it.
In the meantime, you can always send a talk back to us as well. Go to the iHeartRadio app, go to the red microphone at 93.3 KJR FM, click it, speak, away you go. Case in point, here's what we got today.
Hey, Ian, Seattle sports guy here with a quick update on Seattle sports. The Mariners are petitioning Major League Baseball to start the season after the All-Star week and play it backwards so Julio Rodriguez can actually produce at the plate. Governor Bob Ferguson, and on the million taxes he's raised, also signed in the millionaire's tax to celebrate the Sonics, which begs the question, who's worse, a lying politician or a Seattle sports take from Mark J. Spears? Thanks, Ian. Check soon.
Emphasizing Mark J. Spears, not Mark James. A little different. Although they both use C in the mark.
There's a lot of marks with C's out there these days.
Before I get to text, before you get to the chat, Jess was asking me a question in the break, and I don't know the answer to this. But I'm gonna shout out one of our favorite people during football season, fantasy football season. We have Brendan Funston on every Thursday. And we have like this cast of regulars that call in and answer the questions. Mike in Edmonds, Ricky in Tacoma. We've got dueling guys from Sultan. We've got guys. We got, of course, Rob from Burien. You know, oh, my team's awful. Rob right now is sitting there going, my team's awful. It's not even fantasy football season, dude.
Oh yeah, there's no.
But you've
draft.
already
There's no
already
nothing.
tapped out.
It's not even been the draft yet.
Remind me, I got one more fantasy thing in a second. Anyway, Steven Sultan. Steven and Sultan. It was Derek and Sultan and Steven and
Yes,
Sultan.
there's two Sultans.
You think one of those is a mechanic, right?
I talked to Steve off air one time because I know he lives there, and I was talking to him about my husband's property out in Skycomish.
Mhm.
And I thought he mentioned, I know he has a business, and I don't remember what the business was. That being said, I am looking for a mechanic out in that area.
You're looking. So Jess is looking for a mechanic up north.
Could not.
North and east.
Yes.
North and east.
Yes.
49451 if you can help her out. Okay.
I mean, this is not an endorsement. Like, we will pay you.
No, this this
it
is just a personal
makes
thing.
Yes.
But you know what? Why not use the radio airwaves or the YouTube's airwaves, whatever? We'll see if we can help out.
Friends and friends.
What was I going to say about? I was going to say, fantasy football. Before I get to text, I got to still talk to these to Purple Sheet.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah, because we've got a show coming. Stand by. Wait till that show happens. Now that I think of it, this is better that we delayed it a little bit. For those who missed it earlier, my fantasy football season did not go as planned. And when I mean it didn't go as planned, I finished last. Weird how it finished. I didn't really finish. I finished not in last in the regular season, but we have a little consolation playoffs, and somehow going 1 and 2 there, while another guy went 1 and 2, finished last in the regular season. I finished last, not him. I think I got taken advantage of, to be honest with you.
Oh, so this is like voting for the MVP before the playoffs.
Yeah, it's messed up. But here's the deal. My fantasy football guys are all my neighbors and guys I golf with. They're going to come in and do an hour of radio on my show at some point. So we're probably in the summer. We'll see. Probably when there's a Mariners game on. But we're going to...
That's a good idea.
But here's the thing. They're going to be on YouTube.
They are.
I can't wait for that.
Oh, they are.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave the cameras on during the break.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah.
Okay. 49451. Let's see. Keith Miller. I can imagine the huge bump in salary everyone got with the addition of YouTube channel. Congratulations. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going to spend all the money. I really don't. 425. That's pretty talented, Ian, talking without your lips moving. Yeah, when we do taped interviews and again, let's go behind the curtain. There's guys that need to have taped interviews. Like a lot of guys, like Rob Rang, we always have to tape just because of his schedule. Palazzolo usually will be live. Eno will usually be live. Their schedules today were just a little different. Cosell always taped. We're working on some of the technology. I am told See, we usually do the Molly Whoppers live, Chris and Nate. I'm told at some point near future we'll be able to, when we have it on Zoom or StreamYard, whatever we do, they will be on the YouTube as well.
Yes, we're very much hoping.
So you guys can watch the Molly Whoppers.
You can watch a breakdown in real time even when they're not talking.
It's fantastic. God help us. All right. Do you have anything on the chat?
There's a lot. We have some people who are very, very, very excited about this.
Very excited.
Daddy Dennis PI is probably our biggest P1 over here right now.
What's his name?
At Daddy Dennis PI on YouTube.
Yeah,
and
right.
so he said, finally, I can listen to local sports and interact with the station on their stream. I don't have to go to Detroit or Chicago to find stations with action. So thank you, Daddy.
Oh, I got an update for you. Keep finding me another one, Jess. But in the meantime, I got an update from Rob and Burien. Draft. You're talking draft, and yes, my team sucks. We love you, Rob.
We love you, Rob. I miss all those guys.
I do too.
I
I miss the fantasy guys on Thursdays. It's like a little family of people.
It is.
What else you got?
Let's see. There's a lot from Mr. I'm going to call him Dennis instead of Daddy because I just realized how creepy that sounds coming from me. So let's see. Here we go. From at Big Purple Logistics. Have you hosts and producers ever thought of using the blank space behind you as a way to spotlight your favorite charity?
That is something we're going to try to do.
Yes.
We somebody actually, our buddy Jeremy said about this. I'm wearing the Mary Maple Valley hoodie today. Kind of quarter zip hoodie.
Love that.
Shout out to Cutter and Buck for that. No, we don't have more. This was like kind of a knockoff. So
A one-off, not a knockoff.
One-off. Yeah, one-off. Sorry, one-off.
Yes, and I see you going back and forth with our old friend, my predecessor.
Yeah, we don't need to give him any comment.
Okay, got it.
Just worry about your own team there, fella. You guys got absolutely boat raced by the Canucks last night. It's a bad sign going into the playoffs. Just coasting along.
This also, and it's something that Anders Hurst dropped into the chat too. Don't forget to like the video. As soon as you like it, will show up in your feeds more often when you go to YouTube. And as we can see, that everyone in our chat right now is an avid YouTube user, so it should be good.
We got a text. Now I'm looking at our numbers growing as far as people watching, and then I'll read this one.
Mm-hmm.
This one says as follows from the 206. Ian, what do you expect from people who effing watch radio? JFC, for the love of the Cougs, I'd rather watch the last men's basketball game than KJR on YouTube. Well, that's something, because if you really want to watch, if you would rather watch any Wazoo basketball game this year over something that we're doing, that's pretty bad. I'm really hurt by that comment.
Well, you know what?
Because I like watching Wazoo basketball was a painful experience, so I can't even imagine what this must be for you.
Well, that's the thing. You don't have to. That's why we provide you multi-platformed access.
Funny, Tony says, funny, all you guys look nothing like the radio versions of yourselves. Really? Wait till you see Softy. Stand by. He's coming in like 10 minutes.
Oh, boy.
You guys tell me what you think he looks like.
Oh, he's not going to be in studio. He's at Husky practice.
But like Jess has done television.
Yeah.
So people should have seen her. If nothing else, you watch a Coug game, you'll see her chasing a coach for a halftime interview.
Yeah.
The best was when it was Leach and he tried to run away from you. I always got a chuckle out of that. But yeah, that was, Dick does TV for The Storm. He's on all the time, right? So we've had people. Anders is like a TV star on the Fox 13 show now.
Oh, yeah.
Like he's on like twice a week.
Because he does like 5 different post games.
Yeah.
He's on Kraken.
Anderson Hurst from Mariners Postcast.
Yeah.
Anderson Hurst from Seahawks Postgame. Yeah. Softy not on TV. There's no reason.
I see him every once in a while when they do that Pac-12 show.
But they don't do that anymore because we don't have the Pac-12 anymore.
That is correct. Well, I did it last year one time, whatever they were calling it at the time. But they still had it.
Here's an actual sports one. We talked about Eno Saris earlier. Bat speed, weather component, not buying that. If so, move spring training to Alaska. Guys, come into the season fat and they take crap. Julio hits crappy and we give him a pass for his traditional slow start. No excuses unless we want to prorate salaries based on seasonal readiness. 206, I wish you were in the clubhouse just lighting into these guys, pulling a Lane Lambert and just going nuts, right?
Oh, yeah.
But we talked to Eno a little bit off the air, too. He's going to look at this stuff because the bat speed, which is measurable, and the Mariners' 4 guys, because he included Randy. I gave him the big 3, Naylor, Julio, and Cal. If you missed our conversation with Eno Saris. Julio, Naylor, and Cal, he included Randy. Those 4, their bat speed speeds, plural, are all significantly down from last year.
Mm-hmm.
So that's either A, massive red flag, or B, as Eno said, it could be weather related. It could just be cold weather. Guys aren't as loose, whatever. Now, it didn't seem to bother Young. He's been fine.
Mm-hmm.
Donovan can't field, but he can hit. He's hitting 440 or something.
Yeah, he's
hasn't
out of
bothered
control.
him. Didn't bother the Yankees. Didn't bother the Guardians when they're hitting balls. So, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that one. What else we got? Anything else? Got to get Holmgren in studio. Yeah.
Yes, I was going to say that one.
Oh God, Mike.
We just
Jess, you can't tell him he's going to be on.
I was just going to say we just won't tell him.
Okay.
We just won't tell him.
First of all, there's about a 90% chance that he doesn't know what YouTube is.
That is I would say
Coach
90
is
is
probably,
a good, 90 is a
Coach
good
probably
guess.
has no clue. And even if and just less is more, you kind of are his handler. The less he knows is the better.
You scale it down for him. I call it like our engineers here getting us up on YouTube and everything. I thank them for translating.
He
for
does
me.
like to come in studio, though.
He loves coming
Yeah, he comes in
studio.
as much as he can. He had a couple things last year, a little foot surgery or something, so he was not able to come in as often as he did. But usually, he comes rolling in here, and it's like the parting of the sea. Everyone, oh, Mike's here. Oh, Coach.
With every single human in the office.
Yeah.
Yes.
So hopefully we'll get Mike on the YouTube as well. So that'd be kind of fun. What else we got? Do you see this?
Oh, yeah.
Waggle and Creek Automotive and Sultan.
Yes, I did see that. That's a good rec.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
A lot of people telling us how to do the YouTube now. And you know what? There's probably a lot of good ways to do it. We're just learning this thing.
We are one step at a timing this. We just want to be with you as soon as possible, and so we hit go.
Ian, even though you probably have 3 jobs at this point, would this be a bad year to do a Funston Fantasy Football League with your Thursday regulars? I'm still thinking about it. I only have 2 jobs. Feels like 8, but I only have 2. This one in the Kraken. But I'm thinking about it with the regulars, yes. I am thinking about doing our Fantasy Football League with our regulars. Or I'm thinking about having Jess be in charge of doing the Fantasy Football League with our regulars.
I love me a good project.
If I'm being honest, I was like, hey, that's what I'm looking to do. All right, we'll take a break. Stand by. We're moments away from Dave Softy Mahler coming in the studio. Hurricane Mahler next. Okay. That's where he's at. Hello, sir. How are you?
Good. Not as good as Connor Griffin. You see that, by the way, today?
Who?
You know who Connor Griffin is?
Do I not know? Why do I know who that is?
He is the number one prospect in all of baseball.
Okay.
He plays for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Oh, he signed a big deal too, right?
And he just beat Colt Emerson's deal.
Yeah, I saw that.
Colt Emerson's the ink on his contract is not even dry. And this guy's already surpassed him.
I was thinking weren't we wondering, maybe we're not going to wonder anymore, maybe it's going to be a while, but wasn't the JSN contract, Puka Nacua, could he surpass that?
Well, not anymore. He's in rehab.
Right? I mean, that's the thing. Like,
right.
it's, I mean, I don't want to make light of it, but yeah.
No, I mean, and look, who knows, right? Who knows
What's the rehab for, by the way? What is the rehab for?
Petros thought it was for the white stuff.
Well, I heard Petros yesterday with you. That's why I asked.
Yeah.
I never know, is that tongue-in-cheek Petros, or is he giving us some info that he knows?
He's been around enough people that have done a wide variety of drugs where he would know the reactions.
He went to USC during the day, right? Yeah,
absolutely.
Of course. Yeah, he knows that.
I mean, he could tell you.
He's
you
an
know,
expert.
If you hear a guy behaving a certain way, whether it's crack, heroin, marijuana. Maybe a couple too extra many Zins in the bottom lip. I don't know, man. There's a lot of things you can do. So
I think Zins are okay, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, not if you take too many of them.
Yeah.
Ask my wife, by the way.
Why? Does she like Zin?
No, I did that one night.
Well, okay. All right.
Bad idea.
So would you
Just
have like
move on?
No,
Would you
no,
move
no,
on?
no,
Okay.
and no. So you had a Zin pouch.
Yes.
And
this a couple years ago. It's about 3 years ago.
Okay.
It was
And
at the golf club. There was
Right.
a whole incident. Hey, Dick, does he know we're on the air, by the way? That guy out there? Okay, good. All right. I just want to make sure he knows. Anyway.
Who's that, Jed?
No, it's our buddy River here. He's
Okay.
checking the internet situation here
Okay.
at Husky
All right.
Stadium.
Yeah.
Right. This is what happens when you pay Jed Fish $7 million a year. The Ethernet ports don't work.
So
somebody's got to pay when the head coach is making $7 million.
Well, exactly, and whatever the quarterback's making. So let's go back to this. So you were at the golf club,
correct?
And someone offered you a Zin pouch.
Yeah, but it was like it wasn't like a hey, come over here, hey kid.
No, but it was like, was it 3
Meet me up
milligrams or
behind
was it 3, 6, or 9 milligrams?
I don't know what it was. It was the jumbo one, whatever it was,
Okay.
the big one. That's too much for me.
And
all
so
right?
you,
that's all I'm saying.
And you put it in your lip.
Yes. I
And
ended
how
up in
long did it take you to hurl?
I didn't hurl at all.
What happened then?
I ended up in the lake on 8. Hey man, look! I had
What
to
in the
retrieve a
name of
golf
Tiger
club.
Woods is wrong with you?
Okay?
Like seriously,
it's a long time ago, pal. What do you want me to tell you?
It doesn't make you
Jesus.
inebriated. You just you got dizzy and you fell in the
I'm
lake.
saying it made me inebriated.
So-
I'm saying it just did something to my body. Okay, I was a little skinnier back then. I've packed on a couple of porky pounds since then. 30-10 shut down. I got nowhere to go.
Oh, my
All right,
God.
what do you want from me?
So Zin is your kryptonite. I come to find out.
Apparently, that and tequila. I can guarantee you tequila. Tequila and me do not get along. Never have. Never have.
So last Wednesday, a week ago today, when we're at the Queen Anne Beer Hall, right? And we're there, and my wife and a couple of her friends were in. And you were talking to them. We were talking, and we went to dinner afterwards. By the way, thank you. Great. Shout out to our friends at Duke's on South Lake Union.
That's right.
Fantastic. Got great chowder. Awesome
Great
night.
deck.
Yeah.
Deck is open this weekend, by the way.
Great shout out to Duke's. They're fantastic. So we were driving there, and your name came up because my wife's two friends were highly entertained by you.
Yeah, well.
And so then I'm not going to say the story on the air. I'm just going to remind you of the story on the air because you know what? I'm a good friend. I really am. And so I'm not going to bring up the specifics. But my wife says, gosh, you would have, the first time I ever met Softy was.
Yeah.
And remember that?
I don't remember, to be honest
It
with
was
you.
at my parents' house in Magnolia, the back alley there.
God.
We had played golf at Broadmoor that day.
I never would have guessed that.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah, you didn't.
Ever.
I'll just say you didn't feel well after.
Wow.
Yeah. That was
Too much Cuervo.
And then I got yelled at by your future wife. Yes.
Yeah.
Because you decided to have too much to drink.
Huh? Now you know what it's like to be me. Getting yelled at.
Luckily, Gina and I were good enough at that point. I was about 8 months into the job, but she's just like, "What did you do to him?" I'm like,
You son of a bitch. You
what
keep
did
an eye on this guy.
That's kind of what she said.
Put him
And-
back in his cage.
And here's the problem. You and I are the same in this regard. Like usually someone has to take care of and look after me.
Right,
So if it's you and me together,
Right.
That's just not gonna. It's not gonna be
Right.
good. Yeah,
Right.
it's not gonna be good at all.
Yeah.
So
Well.
I think it was screwdrivers that day that didn't do you well. So
I think you and I are both. We're not touching it, but we're sniffing the end of the road.
Yes, we
I think
are.
That's probably fair.
we're
to say.
closer to the end than the start. That's for damn sure.
We're sniffing the end of the road, and maybe we can time this up where we have a joint retirement gig.
Ooh, do you want to do that?
Absolutely.
What day? What I got? Hang on, let me get my calendar.
What's your ETA?
Let me just look at the calendar. So today's April 2nd, 2026.
2026. What are we thinking?
April 9th, 2026.
Done.
Yeah, next week. Next Thursday work for you?
Thursday.
Does next
we'll do
Thursday
one more
work?
show here from Husky Stadium, and then I'm finished.
You know what's happening right now? Purple Sheet right now is like celebrating.
Oh, God.
Like he right now he's like, oh,
Yeah,
thank God.
yeah.
Those guys are going to quit next week.
Well, just bring me a bottle of Cuervo, and
Yeah.
we'll show up to the Husky spring practice, and I'll just venture out to the field, walk right into the huddle, and just say, "What's up, guys?"
Sounds like a winning combo right
That'd be
there.
so funny, hilarious.
All right, so
although Jed's the kind of guy that might actually kind of laugh at that. Kalen definitely would have laughed.
Kalen would have been all right with it, right?
Jed actually might kind of be okay with it.
Yeah.
So Peterson would slug me. No way.
Actually, Jess, how would Leach have handled that? How would the late great Mike Leach handle just?
He would have taken a swig.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I had a bottle of tequila.
Just walked in the huddle. If
He would have
Softy just walked on the
confiscated
field
it
and
started drinking it.
You know, when you say the word tequila, you got to say it like Lou Pinella.
say it.
Tequila?
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 Is that tequila?
So you're at Husky spring practice. God,
Yes.
I wish I was there.
I know you do. Come
Damn.
on over.
Nah,
Get to
I'm
see
busy.
what a real college football stadium looks like instead of that high school stadium you guys
Why, are
got.
you guys at Autzen today?
The one that's named after
Wait.
the former governor of the state of Washington and a Husky graduate.
I think
Martin Stadium.
So Softy's at Autzen at a real Husky, a real football
You know what's
stadium.
funny about that Martin Stadium thing?
Nothing, to be
Honestly,
honest with you.
I don't know how you let that slide.
There's been many
How?
debates.
How
There's
in
been
the world
many
do you
debates.
sleep at night knowing that fact?
Oh, I've got other things that keep me up at night, buddy. Don't worry about that.
Unbelievable, dude.
I got far
We
other
got pills for
bigger.
that.
I got bigger worries.
Okay,
I got
there's
bigger
pills for
worries.
that.
I got bigger worries. I'm getting the wrap up sign. This is I do it on YouTube. Wrap it up. That's what
There
it
you
looks
go.
like. Wrap it up. All right. So Husky football practice. Yay.
Yes,
Wish I was there.
Jed Fish will join us at 3:30. Jerry DePoto is going to jump on at 4, not
Ooh.
from here, but on the phone.
Very good, okay.
And then Brett Boone, 5 o'clock the night before. The Kraken and the Woolly Mammoth at 7 o'clock.
The Woolly Mammoth.
That's right, the Woolly Mammoth.
All right.
See you, bud.
Bye.